Okay, yeah, it'll be eerily quiet for a little bit here. But I'm getting my shit together, so hang on. Yeah, cat, I need to get my coffee and stuff, so I'll be right with you in a couple minutes. I'm downloading the patch right now. So let me pin a message. All right, I'll be right with you guys. All right, Chad, it's about that time. Let me check my download. Yeah, I didn't prep any music or anything for this. I literally just like saw that the patch was available, clicked download, and clicked go live immediately. um, oh yeah, 97% updating. Cool, 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 cool. Now we'll just sit here and yap for a minute. So it's the day. It's patch 8 day. How we doing? Denied, Guava Chips, Yump, Woodsy, 2D Dude, anyone else who's lurking about. Um, hey Chaotix, hey Cat. Did you finish your run, Cat? I was trying to keep up and lurk and watch and enjoy and stuff, but I'm fucking old. I did. Let's go. Congrats. Pumped and sad at the same time. Yeah, yeah. Final major patch, as they have stated. Oh, looks like the download's done. All right, click and play. Now, have they dropped the patch notes yet? Is the question. Alright, game, launch properly. Come on. No, you can do it. There it is. I'm sure you heard that. Why did I see my Steam overlay actually get captured for a second there? I don't have that on. Alright, hello. Well, I should, like, put a hat on so I don't make people upset with me having a head under here. You know, you gotta live in your comfort zone. Alright, ball. um, how we doing, everybody? So, yeah, patch 8 is here. So, inventory and certain UI mods were specifically stated to not work in the patch. Do I have to click on a Twitter link? Yeah, patch 8's now live. Is that notes, though? Okay. No notes yet. Someone link the notes when they get here. So, like, Imp UI, one of the most popular mods. The note here says this mod is not maintained. As a patch 8, mod authors will be able to make changes themselves instead of relying on additional mods such as Imp UI. Some non-version of the mod will be made available for patch 8, which will not contain any of the mod's original UI features. This version should provide the least amount of friction with patch 8 on day 1, whilst also providing support for other custom UI mods that require amendments outside of the modding toolkit. Use only if other custom UI mods are required, otherwise can be removed. So the age of Imp UI is kind of over. And the modding community is going to have to do a little more on their individual projects to account for that. Just something to be aware of. Aaron's on Blue Sky. I should probably start keeping up with Blue Sky. Alright, here's the notes. Hang on, let me... Alright, here it is. Our final major game patch for Baldur's Gate 3. Note that they've consistently said major. This doesn't necessarily mean they're never changing anything about the game again, but I would not expect a day like today to ever happen again. So, it's definitely bittersweet. It's definitely bittersweet. Alright. Outside of minor bug fixing, patch 8 will be the last game patch to introduce new content. It means we won't be adding any new narrative content or significant changes to storylines, origin characters or companions. We've told our stories the way you need to tell them, try to make them impactful and engaging, continue to get better at handling our own chaos so we can continue to create more chaos in the future. Feedback's been incredibly important, continue to shape our future projects, yada yada yada. So, no more content. That does not mean refining what is here is never happening, but I would really maintain and temper expectations on that. And please don't spoil anything in the notes or anything that's not in the notes before I get there, just as an aside. Pouring one out for the greatest game ever. Yeah, I do think that this is, like, just the best game ever made. I don't think that's a hot take. Alright, Steam trading cards, that's cool for people into that. We got crossplay, we got photo mode. I did mess around with photo mode a little bit on the stress test. And it is actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You got a lot of settings, you got filters and stuff. It's fun stuff. New subclasses. So, let's get into the weeds of subclasses. I will be vague because it is still, you know, like minute 10 of the patch being out. Hey Danny. Um, it's like minute 10 of the patch being out. So I will say, before having hands-on experience with any of this, Death Cleric is the one I was most looking forward to. And of course, I'm still into that. I'm still a huge cleric enjoyer. Don't get it twisted. After having spent time messing around with things in the patch, the one I'm most excited to actually showcase for you guys has changed. Can anyone guess which one I might be most into after me having had some hands-on with patch 8? You're not gonna get it right, but like, guess. Giant Barb? No. I already know. Danny already knows. Stormkeeper? No. Trade is correct. It is Arcane Archer. It is Arcane Archer. Arcane Archer has some fucking unethical things happening. some why does it do that shit happening. Arcane Archer is really fucking good. And something that drew me to testing out Arcane Archer is I saw the exact same language around it from the player base as they use for 4 Elements Monk. And you guys know, if you spent any amount of time watching myself or Danny or Trade, you know how bonkers, batshit insane 4 Elements Monk is. Arcane Archer is the same shit. It's like, hey, what if we took a class that's already good, baseline, and gave you some really efficient resource spending options that are just like, hey, what if I did all of the damage? Like, all of it. Just click. It's because A is awful in tabletop and people don't read. They say it's awful in tabletop, but like they say the same thing about 4 Elements Monk, and they implemented 4 Elements Monk basically 1-to-1, you know, as much as the game allowed, and it ended up broken. Care to explain? I could get into it. We might play it. I'm still deciding what class I want to actually play when we start today. But basically, in short, Arcane Archer gets... It does not have the resource problems that Battlemaster does. Putting that one out there. That was a worry. It doesn't have that. That's not an issue. It's not as efficient as, say, an Eldritch Knight or a Champion, but it doesn't have the problems that Battlemaster does. But then you also have just some really interesting effects and some really interesting damage application options. Selfish question, what's up, Loney? Yeah, so Arcane Archer is all the hype. I have also spent time messing around with Hexblade Warlock. I've spent time messing around with Stars Druid. And that's most of what I spent my time with. It was between a tiny bit of Death Cleric, but it was mostly Arcane Archer. Second was Stars Druid, and then third was Hexblade. Hexblade was buggy as shit when I was playing it, so... Very buggy. Bear that in mind. We'll do something with Will. Yeah, so my plan for yesterday, before they announced the patch was coming out, was to start a new run as Will. An Evocation Wizard run. So next time I play a Wizard, I'll probably do that on Will. Because I do want to do a Will run. Or business girl shit, legally you can't start the run until I get back. Oh, okay. Well, we'll be reading patch notes for like several hours, so it's cool. But yeah, all that subclass discussion is to say that there's still some that I haven't personally touched on patch 8. And I am still undecided. So as we read through the notes, I'll be thinking about what I actually want to play. It's most likely between the original plan of Death Cleric, Arcane Archer, because I really want to showcase some stuff. Hexblade, because there's some stuff that could be funny. And Stars Druid, because things like Stars Druid Evocation Wizard is something that I wanna do as well. Alright, unlock the new subclasses. It shows you when you get them. You know, level 1, Cleric, Sorcerer, Paladin, Warlock. Level 2, Druid, Wizard. Level 3, Barbarian, Bard, Fighter, Monk, Ranger, Rogue. About Arcane Archer being bad in tabletop, the thing is they only get 2 magic arrows per rest. Like, 2... forever? Yeah, that's not great. I believe you cap out at having 10 or 12 as in terms of how it's implemented in the game. Per short rest, I should say. So like 10 or 12 per short rest. Battlemaster could never. um let's see. Yeah, toolkit stuff, modding guidelines, UI functionality. Um so yeah, they mention imp UI here. While the imp UI mod isn't currently being maintained to help things running smoothly support the creative passion of those in the modding community, we've introduced minor changes to how some functionalities are handled in the toolkit. Mod authors will be able to make changes directly. So part of why imp UI is deprecated is Larian was like, oh, well, we'll make this easier so people don't have to mod these parts of the game for their mods. So that's pretty cool. Huge shout out to them. That's awesome. This is exactly the kind of like community interaction stuff that people should be applauding. This is how you do it correctly. Thank you, Larry. That's awesome. Hey, V Ridley. Happy patch 8 day. Mods in patch 8. Yeah, remain patient and respectful. Yep. Alright, here's the patch notes. Fix containers inside inventories, not scattering the contents so they get destroyed, which could potentially lead to key quest items. I can speak. Getting lost for good. Wasn't aware of that, but that's a good fix. Fixed Panther's Prowl. That's cool. That's really cool. Hey, Necrotics, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you very much. Oh, when you succeed a perception check, spotted item will now ping on the minimap and be listed in the combat log. That's probably gonna be really annoying. But yeah, sure. Scrolls and potions inside unlocked containers in your party inventory can now be used in rolling dialogues. Oh, that's good for organization people. One of the reasons why I didn't put things in containers consistently was this issue. You couldn't use, like, arrows for extra attack. You couldn't use, potions and scrolls in dialogues. So hopefully that's all fixed. Neutral and friendly NPCs no longer become hostile when outside of the combat. They walk into surfaces created during combat. Okay, cool. So things like electrified water with the Harper Assault of Moonrise. Less of an issue. That's nice. Fixed panty casting. Now, they've claimed that they've fixed this before. Can you special arrow into offhand attacks? No, I said extra attack. So like, you know how martial classes get their extra attack at level 5? Well, before this patch, I don't know if this is fully fixed in this patch, disclaimer, you could use your special arrows for the first shot, but for any extra attacks that you have as part of that action, you couldn't if it was in a container. And then even moving it from that container to your inventory, it still wouldn't be available. Self-same trial and Gauntlet trial now offer a proper challenge to those using modded classes. What does that mean? Huh, that's interesting. They claim to fix the elevator thing. Now, I've never had the elevator thing happen to me, but... Fix War Magic being active before extra attack, forcing player to use bonus action before getting access to other extra attacks. That maybe makes War Cleric dip less fucked up, but I would want to test drive that. Eldritch Knights not properly use free extra attacks before their War Magic attack. So this might work out as a Eldritch Knight nerf. Because the ideal use of War Magic was as a combat opener. You cast a cantrip, and then you open combat with that shot. So that when combat starts, you still have your full actions available, and you've only used your bonus action at most. They fixed Shadowblade not giving advantage against obscured targets. Now, something I did notice in the patch 8 stress test, this fix causes Shadowblade to give you advantage on all of your attack rolls. Not just with Shadowblade itself. So, unless they've changed that from stress test to release, Shadowblade is your new stat stick god, because you just equip it, and you have advantage 90% of the time. Also, Shadowblade is now a spell that classes can learn. It's not just an item you get in Act 2 from Arabella's quest. It's now a spell in the spell list for Wizard, Warlock. I don't remember if Sorcerers get it. I don't remember if Bards get it. But yeah, it's just there. It's just a thing you can do. You can even upcast it. So, like, this is something that could end up being an issue. Arcane Trickster. Yeah, Arcane Trickster and Eldritch Knight because they have the wizard spell list. 2D dude. So anything that's in the wizard spell list that's second level or first level, those classes get. Fixed Jandel's Gloves not directly triggering, not correctly, excuse me, triggering the Defy Villainy passive to cast Lesser Restoration. So these are Isabel's Gloves. They're supposed to automatically cast Lesser Restoration whenever you are paralyzed, blinded, relevant things. Not only do these work now, I went and tested, these do work, at least as of the stress tests. There's no cooldown in any way, shape, or form. There's no resource cost, there's no cooldown, it'll keep triggering, which is kind of crazy. Like, it'll just keep happening. So, like, you get poisoned, no you're not. You get poisoned again later that turn, no you're not. I didn't test this with Arcane Ward. It's probably stupid. Lesser Restoration is an Abjuration spell, so I imagine it builds your ward, which could mean that Abjuration Wizard with Isabel's Gloves is real fucked up. Hey Sage, thank you for the 6 months. Very kind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Saw the title came running. Hey, Stoic Stoner. It's kind of like bringing freedom of movement in the glove slot. Not quite, because if you're solo, your turn's still going to end when you get paralyzed. And then you'll get unparalyzed, but your turn will be over. Hey, Roxy, how are you? Updated elemental weapon to allow all damage types at all spell levels, include upcast benefits levels 5 and 6. So my understanding of another change they made to elemental weapon here is it doesn't give +1 enhancement level anymore. Meaning Drakethroat Glaive was slightly nerfed. Slightly. Like, if you use Drakethroat Glaive to buff your weapon, you're looking at 1 less damage overall. See what else. Blockers, that's good. Fixed body type Dwergar incorrectly receiving halfling stats instead of dwarf stats. So the Fem Dwergar was popular for build crafting because it's small size. Apparently that was a bug. Apparently it was getting the halfling stat block, and that's why it was small size, and other Dwergar, the mask ones, were medium size. So Dwergar should now all be medium size, which does mean that functionally player Dwergar did, I guess, catch a nerf, because now you can't get into the short stuff for free, and you no longer have that Fury of the Small immunity. Isn't Spell and Drakethroat Glaive special version? No. It's functionally the same thing with just the concentration removed. Now, you could call that a special version, but I would assume that the enhancement level thing is applied to all versions of the spell. Fixed Gimblebot getting stuck if his attack triggered a reaction. Huh, that's interesting. I've had that issue with Harlep, never with Gimblebot. Suppose I've never let him last that long. Fixed the bug causing non-Dirge avatars to say Dirge lines. Oh, that was a fun bug. Sad. Fixed an issue causing neutral NPCs to trigger combat for seemingly no reason. I've seen that happen multiple different ways, so I don't know, we'll see. Ceres no longer tied to Minthara, that's cool. Fix the bug causing damage riders to be added multiple times in honor mode. So I'm not actually sure what they're referencing here. That's like the Myconid colony bug, yeah. I'm not actually sure what they're referencing here. This could have been an attempt to stop things like Crater Flush Gloves from being Crater Flush Gloves. I can tell you personally that there's at least some things Crater Swoon still works on, in terms of being a separate instance. I don't know what they're referring to with this, so we'll have to test. I don't have music playing, Residential Pothead. This is just like the main menu music of the game in the background. And you can see all the songs for the for BG3 on the YouTube channel of Borislav, the dude who did the music. Um, modding stuff, performance stuff. No, it says damage could be attack roll amplifiers. Well, it's specifically saying damage riders and honor mode, so that's a different thing. It's a Titan String nerf, isn't it? They weren't specific. I wouldn't jump to conclusions on that one. Is this gonna mess with the mods? Yes, every patch does. Right, scripting and flow, updated some achievements. This one's great for Restless Region lock enjoyers. Halcyon will now show up to your camp in Act 2 as long as you saved him, even if you happen to skip the celebration with the Tieflings in camp. This means you no longer need to do the Tiefling party in order for Halcyon to come with you to Act 2, which is nice. It gives you more flexibility in challenge routing through the early game. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the $10. Very kind. Thank you for reading the patch notes. Thank you for being here. I love doing patch note read-throughs like this. And thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Minthara now comments in the Emperor's Reveal. Cool. Can no longer teleport out of Moonrise while controlling Minthara unless you tell her to stay put. Cool, I didn't know that you could. Minthara is now willing to talk to you after you tell her to wait in the torture chamber. This was a common blocker that I've seen people talk about. So that's cool. Minthara no longer gets stuck babysitting Daniel in Act 2. No, that was so funny. Let's see. Fix various background goals that weren't triggering. There were a few inspirations that weren't working. Hey Viper. Hey Kieta. Hey Leah. So this is cool. Hopefully this fixes the, notably the soldier ones that didn't work. Soldier was so close to being like the go-to inspo background for a little bit. We were doing some XP routing. Because it's got really good inspos in terms of distribution throughout the game, so you end up getting a lot of XP from it, and you get good skill proficiencies. Getting athletics and intimidation proficiency from your background, really, really good. Also, 2 companions have it, Lae'zel and Jaheira. It's just a good background. It was like really close to being the background, up there with Dirge and Guild Artisan, and Sage. But there's a couple annoyingly bugged inspos, so if they manage to fix the ones that aren't working there, that would be cool. Dance animations, that's cool. Fix some reaction tooltips not showing values correctly, cool. Mention the damage corrosive spit deals in its tooltip, cool. Traders now show up on the map. I guess that's cool. I did notice that. Scrolling. Fix the one frame glitch. Yeah, that's nice. That's good. New spot where the Easter egg song plays. Oh, that's fun. Restored some of the original music from the scene with Answer before its rework. Changed that cutscene again. Interesting. That Heart's agreed to stop changing her hair color. Crashes and blockers. Alright, let's see. Fixed a lot of crashes here. Pretty vague about the wording, but that's something. Combat and balance. Potent spell casting now affects Bursting Sinew and Toll the Dead. So Bursting Sinew is Corpse Explosion, which is new cantrip. So Potent spell casting is a level 8 cleric feature. The domains that don't get Divine Strike instead get Potent spell casting, which before patch 8, kind of a nothing burger because it would only ever affect Sacred Flame and Produce Flame. But now it affects 4 different cantrips, so more build options there. I like it. Fixed Owlbear's Rage going away. Cool. Updated Storm's Fury to deal lightning instead of thunder, so that's the level 11 Storm Sorcerer feature. Absolute Consumption no longer stacks. That probably stops the Brain one-shot from being... the Eat the Brain one-shot from working, but yeah. Buffed Wall of Ice, but unfortunately I believe this condition is still a fixed DC of 3. That's not 30, that's not 13, that's 3. So it's still shit, but, you know, at least it'll do a little more when it's shit. Fix the Slayer's default attack being Relentless Lunge instead of Slay. So, that works out to be a Slayer nerf, situationally. Because the Slayer's default attack being Relentless Lunge meant that if you used the Mage Slayer feat, whenever it triggered, you would do your Pounce instead of Slay. Now, Slay is way stronger in terms of damage output, but being able to Pounce and do AoE and Prone on your reaction was really good. So it's not really an upgrade for the Slayer, it's more of a side grade. I would argue it's like a diagonal downgrade, but Ghouls and Gas should no longer be able to paralyze Drow characters. Weird, but okay. Updated Wild Strike so it can work with War Priest. Cool, I guess. Fierce Perilous Stakes can now only be targeted at allies as specified in the tooltip. Yeah, I was wondering if they would address that. So, things like FPS Nirolna, you now need Counter Charm or a willing summon or party member to do. But that's fine. Ghoul's Devour now works on Eye Bite Sleep. That's cool. Mobile Flourish can now be used in creatures killed with the initial attack. Okay, Swords Bard buff. Not that they needed it, but they buffed Swords Bard. Healing Vapors no longer immediately makes creatures wet. Oh, they nerfed Water Myrmidons. Interesting. Tavern Brawler works with Wild Shapes and Honor Boat again, so... Yeah, they buffed Tavern Brawler. And my understanding of the way this buff was implemented is this applies to all instances of damage attributed to you while you're wild shaped. So this is like better Tavern Brawler than when you're outside of wild shape. Meaning, for example, if you put down a Spike Growth and you have Tavern Brawler and you wild shape, anyone who walks through your Spike Growth will take the Spike Growth damage plus your Strength modifier. It's insane. Yeah, it's certainly something. Tiger's Blood doesn't no longer target items. That's also situationally a nerf, because that means you can't put down like an antidote next to two creatures, Tiger's Bloodlust, to clear your own poison and hit them. So not really an upgrade. Specified more accurately whether wild-shaped Owlbear, Dilophosaurus, and Panther attacks are magical or non-magical. So my understanding is that on patch 7, all wild-shape attacks were actually magical, accidentally, meaning Moondruid didn't have a feature at level 6. So this is them changing that and then being roundabout with the wording. Forbidden Knowledge now works with Wisdom checks as well as saving throws as intended. That's cool. Forbidden Knowledge buff. Updated Mind Sanctuary and Grease to not target items through walls. I wonder if they actually affected other things, because there's some spells that you can notably target through walls. Insect Plague, Call Lightning, Cloud Kill, Hunger of Hadar, Cloud of Daggers, or other spells you can target through walls like this, so I wonder if it affected those. Fix an Undead Harper in the Shadow Curse lands being Harper Skywind's twin. That's the Archer in the middle of town. Fixed Harper Skywind having strength-based stats. Okay. Fix some of the creatures summoned at higher levels, missing the hide action. Ooh, that could be pretty nice. They fixed the Red Cap Blood Sage issue. Now, they say Blushing Mermaid, but this was all Red Cap Blood Sages in the game, including the ones in Act 1. They didn't have a floor hitbox, so like Lightning Bolt, Sunbeam, Fear, Cone of Cold, Burning Hands, anything with that conal targeting method or a big line just wouldn't affect them at all. So hopefully this fixes all the red caps that had that issue. Updated the wild shape rules for Myrmidons to merge the Myrmidons' proficiency with the characters. So I guess that means you get proficiency with your weapons. I believe you didn't actually have proficiency with your weapon with the Air Myrmidon if you're a pure class druid. I think it was that one. Fix some issues with Uncanny Dodge, now trigger correctly, no longer trigger multiple times per round, and rogues can no longer somehow use it if they're incapacitated. So this seems like they're talking about NPC Uncanny Dodge. NPCs could just use it on everything. So let's see. We'll have to see. Hope you enjoy the 8th of patches. Thank you, Sarah. Glyph of Warding now works correctly with item effects. That's cool. Fix an animation bug causing Way of Shadow Monks to be able to apply the damage roll of Shadow Strike twice. Accidental Shadow Strike nerf? Even with this, Shadow Strike was, like, impractical. Shadow Blade no longer requires concentration. Again, Shadow Blade is now just a spell that's available. All Wildheart Rages now get bonus damage to offhand melee weapon attacks. Huh, I guess Wildheart dual wielding wasn't working properly. That's cool. I gave the Shadowcurse Shambling Mound yogurt to regulate its digestive juices. Condition now makes the target vulnerable to bludgeoning damage as advertised. I guess that was bugged. Susur Anti-Magic Field now includes the spells that you were allowed to use while raging. This might mean, as a side effect, it's possible that they have stopped you from being able to cast Shield, Divine Smite, and Hellish Rebuke while raging, but I haven't tested that. Just spitballing based on those are the spells that were allowed with Susur, and you're allowed to do while raging. Balthazar now has Shield. That's cool. Miss War Magic W? No, I didn't. It's not going to change the value of that Viper. Giving Balthazar Shield is interesting. Malice Storm now uses multi-attack at 70% HP instead of 40. That's cool, I guess. Increased spell level, Carnage Sanctuary. This only matters if you're going to try to counterspell or backlash it. Fix the bug related to fleeing from combat with Ketheric. Okay, so disarming Ketheric, that's an issue. You have to fully leave Moonrise. Before, the strat was just go downstairs from the roof and click flee. So that requires some testing. They specify Tactician Honor for Malice Storm, Balthazar Knockout Shield in Honor mode. I don't know, it seems like an oversight. Bump the debuff of Spindleweb Skepticism from -4 AC to -6. Oh, so that means if you're in melee range of Karnas, he now reduces your AC by 6. Which is cool. Buffing Karnas again. You didn't really need to, but I'll take it. So this is the 3rd or 4th time Karnas has been buffed, and he has 2 different buffs here. This is the 3rd time Malice Storm has been buffed, and I believe this is the 4th time Balthazar has been buffed. Wonder if that means Ketheric will chase you through Moonrise. Yeah, that's a good question, Prospini. Knights of the Shield combat, that's the Gith in Act 3 under the Elf Song. Game Masters no longer bring reinforcements after the portals are closed. Yeah, they cheated. So, fixing that is cool. Surprising Orin in the Temple of Baal will no longer cause the Boon of Baal to take its turn at the same time as her. I don't know what the game means by this. They could either mean the bug that cost Naz a melee-only run, where it applied Baal's Edict outside of its turn, or this means that Surprising Orin no longer gives you a free round to act before Baal's Edict is applied. It could mean either. It could even mean both. Gortash's Manifestations of Tyranny now have an appropriate unarmed attack. Before, they would just hit you with opportunity attacks or regular unarmed attacks on their turn that were just like the standard, person without monk die and just regular, maybe 5 damage if they had 20 strength, but it was probably 1 damage with 10 strength. So I imagine they gave them Gortash's unarmed attack that has a bunch of bonus force damage. Fixed black gauntlets being able to target characters under Sanctuary with Phantasmal Killer. Note that players could also target through Sanctuary with Phantasmal Killer, so maybe be on the lookout, see if players can still target through with that. Other spells that let you target through Sanctuary are Chain Lightning, Blight, Thorn Whip. A lot of summons have actions that target through Sanctuary. Us is Synaptic Discharge, Air Elementals, Gushing Air. There's a few things like that. Gortash was over-enthusiastically using Tyrant's Binding, so we made him less eager about it. Other actions make more sense. Fair enough. Fix the bug causing Gortash to react with Invoke the Black Hand every time he gets damaged. I never encountered that, but that's interesting. Hey, Hollow. Yeah, the patch did drop. We're reading the notes. Remind enemy NPCs it's okay to kill the unconscious party after they commit a crime. Maybe that means they will attack you during Feigned Death instead of dropping combat. Interesting. Greater Invis stealth checks now get progressively harder in Honor mode. Yeah, they broke that a while ago. The DC was remaining fixed at a certain point. Good to see that working. Alchemy recipes auto unlock now. Oh, calm down, stomach. Fixed reflected damage, knocking out player characters when non-lethal is toggled on. That's, funny. No more permanent greater invis? That's not what that means, though. You can still build for permanent greater invis. Or functionally permanent. Remember, rogues still get reliable talent. You can still get, like, plus 30 to your stealth if you build for it. You can still take enough actions that it's functionally forever. A couple of chests will no longer unlock things as though they're keys. Yeah, that was a bug Candy May was talking about. Now dash with actions and bonus actions with Ranger's Companions. That was already a thing. I don't know what they mean. Maybe they mean you can dash independently, rather than being the one dash per turn limit. Which some versions of dash have and some don't. Or if murder appears as a toggle if you're wearing ballast armor. Yes, that was always a thing, weirdly. Fixed another altogether now trade exploit. This one let you take items from traders by moving them back their inventory to a corpse in your inventory. Yeah. Of course, the Reddit's gonna be mad about that. Of course. But who gives a fuck? Maybe people actually play the game. They won't. Fix the screen turning black for several long seconds on multiplayer to dialogues interrupted by another player's action. That was annoying. It's good to see that fixed. What else we got here? Fix certain illithid powers becoming unusable after you've been polymorphed. That's nice. That was an annoying issue. Gloves of Battle Mage's power now correctly grant arcane acuity. They finally fixed it. They fixed an item that hasn't worked the entire life of the game in the game's final major patch. They finally did it. That's cool. What else we got? Tweak the drop table for Darius so she doesn't conveniently sell the Tim S. Swords Tongue of Madness CD for the help of Mel and investigate the Parasite quest. I don't know how I feel about that, because that was part of the level 6 loot. So, does this mean they removed Tim S. Spores and Tongue of Madness from level 6 alchemy mats, or does this mean Dareth no longer stocks level 6 alchemy mats? Or does that mean there's an exception made for her? I don't like this change. We'll have to see what that actually means. Yes, I had a ton of alarms set to make sure that I would actually, be ready today. Now need to deal with healed Ketheric and Co. If you long rest during the Assault on Moonrise. Passage of time heals all. Okay. No longer use silence. Keep the protective dome over last night from collapsing of Shadow Arcille's Night Song. I never did that method, but that's cool. No longer get stuck on combat on the roof of Moonrise. Okay, that was an annoying bug. Good to see that fixed. Steel Watchers can no longer get drunk. Aw, I used to love having the Jinn make them drunk. What else we got? Fix some players who were stuck sleeping at camp. That was an annoying bug. I'm scrolling through. I'm gonna read out the important ones. Cat, come here. Stop catting at me. Yeah, will no longer demand to eat your magical trinkets if you don't even have him recruited to the party. Okay, this changes some routing. Because we used to feed Gale without recruiting him to have Elminster show up. This is potentially impactful in how we handle Gale. Now, with coal mining, we could just write off Elminster XP. It doesn't really matter, but that does change some routing. Shadow Heart should no longer bang on the chapel door while talking. Why? Fix the bug allowing blood to travel outside the Underdark. Rare cases where the illusion concealing the true nature of the hag servants is broken, the illusion concealing general areas not. Dialogues now reflect that. Huh, that's cool. Interrupting Nier's dialogue after rescuing him should now correctly cause him to come to remain hostile. I wonder if they actually mean what they said there. Healing potion Antiethel gives you in the Emerald Grove not correctly applies the healing effect. Was it not? That's weird. Zaza will now walk off near Priestess Scout and you save her by killing Nandara and her would-be executioner. Ah, yeah, Zaza would stay in place before. Right, okay. Raise the attitude some characters from the Emerald Grove of Mandara is defeated. Oh, that could be useful. We got to test to see if that affects a certain vendor attitude. Because that might be... If that's free attitude with, like, Damon, Roland, Mattis, that could be very big. Never healed you? Interesting. Wasn't aware of that. I mean, are you referring to if you drank it in the dialogue? Because I'd never drank it in the dialogue. I always kept it for later. And I don't remember it failing. But I could be wrong. Talk about damage rider thing. They were non-specific in the notes, Mandu. I can confirm from my personal hands-on time with Patch 8 stress test, they did not get rid of DRS and honor mode as a whole. There are definitely some that still work. So I'm unsure what they're referring to specifically in the dialogue. Ah, okay, yeah. I never cared about that. So that's why I didn't know. Fix a bug causing 3 of the goblins of the goblin camp to get stuck. Okay, so there were 3 AI broken goblins in there. So maybe they're fixed. Promising. Moon Lantern crafted at Moonrise Towers not protect you from the Shadow Curse intended, but you don't craft a Moon Lantern there, you make a Shadow Lantern. Did they give the Shadow Lantern the ability to protect you from the Shadow Curse? Because if so, that's fucking busted. And I wish I had waited to do no looting until that, but we'll see. We'll see. Um, yeah, fix the Minthara thing. They've mentioned that twice here. Minthara and House will now more consistently choose to remain in the Shadowcurse lands when you load into another region. So they probably closed the loophole where you could silence to get them into earlier acts. Zarel fights back now. That's cool. More precast shenanigans, a little sad. So, one, who gives a fuck? Two, you're assuming that it was actually fixed? No. I'm not buying it. Also, if they did fix it, it's a good thing. Stop being sad about positive things. The game should work. Fix the cutscene for deciphering one of the discs not triggering. So maybe that means the third one's no longer tied to Lae'zel. Have to test that. Fix the wrong check issue that prevents Shadowheart from saving her parents given the opportunity. So that should be the bug that getting enough Night Song points blocked one of the parent points. That should be that fixed. Aw. They fixed Netherstone Pommel Bloodthirst. Aw. That's unfortunate. So I guess you can't get double Bloodthirst anymore. I've seen this one. Fix the cinematic where Mince bursts out of a mimic not starting to enter the vault shapeshifted. Yeah, it completely broke the quest if you went into the vault in Wild Shaper Slayer. Mince would be permanently hostile, and he would never move down to the sewers. So you could never actually finish the quest properly. Fix Karlax Avernus ending cutscene. Yeah, Airman Mech. Arian's heart will not properly teleport from Thrumbo's corpse to the basement of Philgraves. The dialogue is triggered by dropping Thrumbo's body in front of him. I didn't realize that wasn't working. That's cool. It's a rare case where your gear wouldn't appear. I had half of that happen. Lucretius now helps you against the doppelgangers. That's something to be aware of, because Lucretius dying robs you of a very important vendor. So be careful there. Okay. Dancing Grease sneak attack animation. I did hear that was broken. Optimize the combat AI? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. That that's the most vague possible thing. Tooltips. Updated icon for Shadowblade. It does look cool. Ow, why are you chewing on me? Ow. I'm friend, not food.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
He's quite latched on. You must show him the mark of the absolute. Ow. Alright. Art stuff, animation stuff, yeah, that's cool. Sound stuff, okay. Sure. VFX stuff, yeah, sure, okay. What do we have here? Anything interesting here in the writing? Fix the tooltip for arsonist oil. Typo. Replacing fire resistance with fire vault instead of just stripping resistance. Okay, that's a much more accurate read of what it does. Cinematics. Yeah, don't really care. A lot of cinematic stuff. Again, the focus of this game in terms of post-launch support has always been narrative stuff, so that's the meat of the notes. It's part of why I wasn't really moved when someone mentioned, oh, the patch notes are 48 pages long. Yeah, how much of it is this? Okay, cool. We're through the patch notes. So, new game. Honor mode. No fixing Ethel. Are you surprised? I'm thinking I do want to start with the Arcane Archer. So we're going to do that. Original plan was Death Cleric, but Arcane Archer is too based. I think a Swashbuckler didn't mess around with it. Read through some of the features, it seems pretty good. I've been roguing a lot lately, so I didn't feel inclined to test it. Knockout Minty affect Halcyon thinking she's dead. Halcyon never mentioned Minthara at all before. I don't understand your question, Sage. Could you clarify? Found any fun Arcane Archer tech while trying out the stress test? I did. I found a couple of things. Did you do anything with the thing you could just ping or range attack invisible enemies? Not to my knowledge. Give it more arcane arrows? Yeah, you get 10 per short rest, I believe, Urban Mech. When fully leveled. Special arrows work with arcane arrows? No. Arcane shots are special maneuvers you do. They're mutually exclusive with arrows. I'm also doing Arcane Archer. Any ideas for build? So I plan on messing around a lot with bursting shot and enfeebling shot. Those are the ones I'm really leaning into. So we're playing High Elf here because I want to use some of the new cantrips. We have 3 new cantrips in the game. We have Toll the Dead, which is a saving throw based necromancy cantrip. Does necrotic damage. It does less damage to full health targets. GG, thank you so much for the raid. Got the piss dice? Congratulations. Congratulations. Hard earned. Well done. Welcome everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs. We actually just finished going through the patch 8 patch notes, and we're about to start first run on the new patch. Does it get rid of the 3 in charge of Goblin Camp before knocking out Minty count as being dead? You know if that changed? No. Why would that change, Sage? That's how you recruit Minty on good route. That wouldn't have changed. Congrats again, GG. So yeah, that's the first of the new cantrips. Then we have Booming Blade, which... Alright, let's talk about my annoyance with Booming Blade. When the patch 8 stress test was new, there were a couple of creators and people who follow and watch said creators going around to every community giving unsolicited, oh, this is what I did with Booming Blade. They also weren't using it correctly, but hearing about this is what really started souring me on the consumption of patch 8 in the community, and it really fucking frustrated me because as much glazing of this as they did, they weren't tapping the potential fucking at all. They didn't test how, the delayed damage part of it works at all. Like, annoying shit. Again, the people who were loudest about, hey, look what we can do on patch 8, weren't testing shit. It was a calculated 2-month window for slop content YouTubers to flex, and not testing. So, Booming Blade we may mess around with, but probably not on this run. Bursting Sinew is cool though. It's Corpse Explosion. It's an all or nothing save, and it is a dex save, so not exactly great in Act 3, for example. But I still want to mess around with it. So we're gonna take that. In fact, I could actually take it later. I'm kind of leaning to taking it later, on second thought. I want to take Minor Illusion. We're gonna play High Elf and just take Minor Illusion. We're gonna vibe. Fighter, fighting style, archery. Could take defense. We're taking archery. Background, let's play Guild Artisan. Or we could play Soldier and see if the inspos actually work now. No, we'll play Guild Artisan. Or should I play Sage? Nah. So interesting thing about Arcane Archer, we actually do want some intelligence investment. So maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe something like that. Not exactly great in Act 1 as well. Goblins are high decks. Yeah, Redneck from Hell. You're absolutely correct. That's why people think Sacred Flame isn't good, because they click it against goblins, and they're like... Alright, we gotta play Big Lady. Oh, randomizer already cooked. Okay. Okay, we'll go with this. 16, 16, 10, 14, 8, 10. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Booming Blade was a godsend, and real D&D was introduced like 10 years ago. Watching everyone talk about it on YouTube for this was, yes, infuriating. Yeah, cacophony. Multiclassing for this run, just gonna try out 12. Oh, we might do a 1-level dip. We'll see. Randomized characters too pretty these days. The randomizer just immediately cooked. Alright, give me a name, chat. What are we doing? Hey, Gartonk, thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate that. Very kind. Hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad free, all the good stuff. Thank you very much. Big Mom. Peace. Hey, Messy. Gandrolina. I could see it. Gate 8. Arcane Archer. It's pretty good. So wish they'd implement the seed so I can import and create a character. Yeah. Curelia. Quag Cane. Biggest Lattice.
The girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Simple, just big lady. Arcane Archer woman. Big lady. Shoot us-y. Hardly even arcane though, or Big Povich. You guys are good at this. I might go with what Danny put here. Big lady. Chicken McArcher. Ah, that's too good. I like Chicken McArcher though. Fuck. Brienne of Tarth. I mean, yeah. Alright, well, we're doing Big Lady, but I really like Chicken McArcher. That's my second choice. Lady Arcslain, that's good too. That's good too. Bolwanse. You guys are too good at this. We're doing with this. Alright, instead, give me a number for randomizing the Guardian. See, there's 9, 5, 7, 9, 14, 2, 4, 6, 7, 7. There's a lot of 7s. Alright, we'll do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I did manage to see. I don't know if that's a sleigh. Maybe it's a sleigh. Alright. Let's get it rolling. So, rules are honor mode, no companions in combat. Usual of no baromancy or anything. I currently have no mods installed whatsoever. So this is actually completely vanilla.
Please.
I don't know what to do.
Remove us from this body.
Investigation.
From this case. Free us.
You notice edema, a swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull. The swelling is too great.
Okay, bye.
Extra edge.
Free dashing is still very much a thing. Any mods recommend for a casual run? No extra class, major game changes. I like stuff that gives you more information. One of my favorites is origin dialogue tags. It'll let you know which origin or background that your weirder dialogue options come from. So, like, for example, when talking to Gimblebach and those bandits at the chapel, Astarion has an option to just bare his fangs, but it doesn't disclose that as an Astarion option. So it'll clarify things like that. I like little things like that. Alright, what do we get on the Mind Flayer? No speed pot, Nautiloid. Sag. Low roll here. We're just gonna have Lae'zel not really participate.
Time to strike. You proved surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Alright, we got our bow.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
Nautiloid did it. Day. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of Nautiloids today, I bet, Crypto. All the mods broken right now? Not all, but I didn't feel like dealing with the possibility of any of them being broken, so I chose to start a vanilla here. Maybe I add more mods, but currently vanilla. A new Nautiloid? Maybe. Sexually, the new Tavern Brawler answered everything. Tavern Brawler was not ever the answer to everything, Cacophony, so you're starting on a false premise. And what people said as an answer to everything. People say lots of dumb shit. I have no control over them saying dumb shit. They're probably gonna say that about a Hexblade. But I don't really care. What's been fixed that'll make this harder? I mean fixed that'll make this harder. They did buff a couple of bosses. Download's done. See you guys later. See you later, Roxy.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I don't need to kill that intellect devourer.
One day I'll catch a break.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
The console hums to life.
Well, update makes this harder. You mean the game, right? Right, Woodsy?
Another sensation washes over you.
Nice roll, Lazel. Hard to put the game down. Hell yeah, bash it.
Dangerous company. Let me come with you.
I'm big lady.
She's
Alright, give me that. We trade. Yeah, I don't think I'll do new Nautiloid. I don't need it. I could have Shadowheart or Lae'zel go for us, but I don't feel like it. You have perma access to Strength Elixir still? Yeah, but that's completely minor. If you think that is a game-breaking thing, may I introduce you to everything else you could put in the Elixir slot? I know it's a commonly held belief in certain spaces that that's a game-breaking thing, but that's very surface level. And may I introduce you to a concept known as opportunity cost?
we're ne- okay.
We have a tabletop session starting in 1 hour. Larry did this on purpose. Yeah, just to spite you, Deck. Just to spite you. Yeah, let me expand on the opportunity cost thing. So, there's this idea that a lot of people subscribe to that strength elixirs are busted OP and you put them on and then it's completely free and you trivialize the game, you don't ever need to worry about your strength score. None of that's true. Because the cost of that is your elixir slot. Now, your elixir slot can be a lot of things. You could put on Elixir of Vigilance for +5 initiative and surprise immunity. You could put on Elixir of the Colossus for a size category increase of 1d4 damage on all of your weapon and unarmed attacks, and 25% more carry weight. 33% actually. And advantage on strength checks and saving throws. You could put on Elixir of Bloodlust for an extra action whenever you secure a kill, once per turn. You could put on resistance elixirs, such as necrotic resistance before you get Night Singer's Favor. You could put on fire resist elixir, which also gives you immunity to burning. Lightning resist elixir, which also gives you immunity to 3 lightning-related status conditions. Poison resist elixir, which gives you immunity to being poisoned. That means not only are you resistant to poison damage, it means effects of poisons can't apply to you, and things that count as poisoning you can't do their effects to you. For example, the Cloud Kill spell. You are immune to the Cloud Kill spell while you have that elixir on. Psychic Resistance Elixir, which is very impactful against Githyanki, which are particularly threatening in the mid-game. Guileful Movement Elixir to give yourself immunity to hold person, especially before you have access to the Freedom of Movement spell or the Ring of Free Action. Tadpole Elixir, which is the earliest source of consistent advantage on your attack rolls in the game, particularly notable for things like rogues who want to click their sneak attack. You know, there's lots of good things in the Elixir slot. Heroism for saving throws and accuracy. But shackling yourself to Strength Elixir not only denies you the ability to use those things, it also forces you into a consumable funnel, where you need to get that every day to be able to play the game. And then it also caps your strength at a lower threshold than where you can get it. Strength Elixir gives you 10 free stat points to pump Dex. Charisma, though, hard to beat? No, that is not what it does, Xanth. You're missing the concept of opportunity cost. It is not free. Again, free at the cost of giving up your entire elixir slot. Also, why is your dexterity not already high? Also, you don't need constitution if you're playing carefully. Also, why is your charisma not already high? For a majority of classes, intelligence and wisdom are worthless stats. So, why are your strength, dexterity, and charisma not already good? Now let's change Shard's prepared spells here. Ever bless everyone.
No one stopped me yet. I feel better. Time to press ahead.
Those do YouTube vids and tell me how busted Strength Elixir is in builds. Yeah, like, let me give you a concrete example. You'll see a lot of people swear by, oh, just play Monk, take Tavern Brawler, use Hill Giant Strength Elixir, and be OP. Here's the reason why that's shit. If you instead took 17 base strength, Tavern Brawler to raise it to 18, stayed at 18 strength for a majority of Act 1 in case you, with the exception of cases where you need a Strength Elixir to throw people around, and then you put on a Bloodlust Elixir, you are doing comparable damage with an additional full action every turn, and temp HP helping your survivability, where Monk, if you are letting enemies take turns at all, Monk is not the most durable at that point in the game. You could be doing Elixir of the Colossus and be doing more damage than the Hill Giant Elixir user. More damage. More. Like, you do more. Cloud Giant Elixirs aren't available till level 6, but even at the point where they are available, okay, at level 6 you could have access to the Shadow Curse lands. When you have access to the Shadow Curse lands, you could go get the Potion for Mirage for permanent +2 strength. You could go get either the Mighty Cloth or the Harmonium Halberd for +2 strength while you have them equipped, meaning you could have a natural 22 strength and then still be using a better elixir. You could be using Elixir of the Colossus and doing more damage than the Cloud Giant setup. You could be using Elixir of Bloodlust and be doing comparable damage, but with better action economy. You could be using Elixir of Vigilance to make up for the fact that you don't have Alert if you took Tavern Brawler. So, like, you can be stronger by not shackling yourself to something that's easy to understand. Perhaps you can get infinite strength elixirs from Ethel Cheese. Not sure how to easily get the others. Less than 100 gold from, talking to vendors. Gold is infinite as soon as you want it to be in this game. Use strength elixir because hoarding's annoying. Colossus elixir also gives you carry weight. You could have good strength and use a Colossus elixir. Resist elixir so good, trivialize certain bosses and only use strength elixir for strength checks. Yeah, I'm right there with you, BioBob. Strength elixirs I will most likely use for the purpose of, if I need to hit a strength threshold to throw a certain NPC, I'll do that. The extension here bugged, just me. Here, I'll turn it off and on again.
A good opportunity.
And my run with over 70k gold. Yeah, that'll happen. Reverse pickpocket another brain? Never tried. Despite all the new things, next run will be something I want to do for months. Just now getting around to Will, Origin, Lifedrinker, Warlock. That's fun. Yeah, I like it. Lifedrinker is really good. Very underrated. We can go for the big fuck you sword. Why not? I allow myself to use companions a little bit on the Nautiloid, because, you know, it's the Nautiloid. Hey, we get the big fuck you sword. Subclasses are out. They are. Did you say race mods or major changes? I would.
Ignore the devil. We must take the transponder.
Lazel, you wanna, like, not die or whatever? I don't actually care, but... Hey, nice roll.
No time to waste.
Oh, if you were doing an ORS, you could even use the Hag Potion boost at 22 with the Raj, too. Yeah, I mentioned that, Cacophony. You can get 22 strength. And then use better elixirs. Still doesn't work for me, thanks. Switched my browser a while back, might just be that. I also download the patch, game didn't update, got none of the new subclasses, kind of weird. I don't know. I have the new cantrips, so... I don't know. Oh, hey, I forgot the sword. It is very forgettable, in my defense.
I am fury. I am death.
From what level can I buy Bloodless Elixir from vendors? Like 3 to 4 of haste from level 5 or 6. Never seen Bloodless often. Looks like it's a rare one. I think it... I'm actually not sure off the top of my head what level bracket Bloodless Elixirs are in. I know you can craft them very early. Same with speed potions from Warg Fangs. I don't remember if they're in the level 6 pool off the top of my head, Lord of the Mordor. But I do know that there's enough wargs to craft a few of them by the time you get to level 6. So. Hey, Princess Batman. Yeah, new run. Want to use photo mode? I believe there's a keybind for it. Let's see. Yeah, F9. So, photo mode. Hope resistance potions still don't override other elixirs. They always have, and they why wouldn't they, Baneblade? They go in your elixir slot. They're elixirs. They're until long rest effects. Why would they not?
Can't slow down. Damn these imps. I need to reach the transponder.
Need time to roll them with day skip, you know? Yeah, yeah.
Swift and lethal.
Alright, you were supposed to get hit there, Lazel, but that's fine.
Ready.
Knock out the Nautiloid fights you mean solo on a road. It depends on the run. Right now, I'm not feeling like counting it. Depending on the rule set, I'll be more or less restrictive about that. Like, for example, on the no-hit run, I was very strict. Companions could do nothing.
Time to strike.
Alright, I do need you to die here, Lazel.
Make way.
Head over here.
Moving.
I think Path of the Giant would be a better throw build than Path of the Berserker. Berserker is already one of the least desirable throw builds in the game. And so it's not hard to beat. If Path of the Giant is as long rest dependent as Berserker is, then it'll probably still win. But Berserker is already... If I want to play a throw build, I play something else. Let's put it that way. So I imagine Giant will be worthwhile because there's no way Larian doesn't understand the low overall desirability of Berserker relative to something like an Eldritch Knight. Alright, good job, Chart. I'm curious what play if you play throw build Eldritch Knight. Or Monk. Or Rogue. Or Warlock. Not Berserker.
The helm's alien transponder.
Reason for killing Lae'zel so that she's dead on the beach. So I don't have to worry about passing checks or doing a combat to save her from the tieflings. It's slightly XP negative to do it this way, but this means I can recruit her more safely. Warlock Thrower, tell me more. You pack to the blade and you throw shit. Hex benefits throwing. You have extra attack just like
As you walk,
everyone else
the
does.
tadpoles sputtered the tad-
Breathe deep.
For considered monk, why not? Here, let's put it this way. What do people think Berserker even does for throwing? Let's start there. Do you think Berserker makes throwing do more damage? Because you get your rage modifier, sure. But what else do you think it does?
You're alive. We might have escaped, but we still have... Wait, we need each other. Something the matter?
Probably for the bonus action throw. The bonus action throw that you don't get on the first turn of combat until very late in the game because you have to spend your bonus action raging. So Berserker only has a chance to do anything when you are letting combats drag on to a point where other builds would have already won. The prone condition? Yes, the prone condition from Enraged Throw is situationally pretty nice, but again, you need to spend a bonus action to start raging, which means until you either take that Thief Dip, or get Helmet of Grit, or Pyro Quickness Hat, you do not have a second bonus action, so you can't do your Enraged Throw on the first turn. So you're waiting till turn 2. Also, you have no subclass features unless you're raging. Unlike Aspect of the Honey Badger over in Wildheart, you don't have a way to rage without rage charges. So, it's incredibly inefficient. Whereas an Eldritch Knight, for example, you get 3 throws at level 11. 3. You still have your bonus action to do stuff with. You can still build in a way where you get to do things offensively with your bonus action. I would use a Strength Pot for what?
Must we? Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along.
Because Lae'zel died on the Nautiloid, she's here.
Something the matter? If you...
Revive Lae'zel with Shadowheart in the party to get that inspo point. Let her leave so that we can recruit Lae'zel without getting Shadowheart disapproval.
Come, our search be you. We there.
Forgot to take her boots.
Check. Check. As
Hey Morgana Evelyn, how you doing? An idea for this Arcane Archer meme? Ooh, tell me more. So, have you been messing around with Arcane Archer too? Because I got into the stress test very late, but like I was like, people are saying this is bad. It can't be bad. Then I started playing it, and inside of 10 minutes I was like, oh, this is fucked up. This is actually unethical. This is like irresponsible levels of like, why are we allowed to do this? It's like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to give me that feature? We're playing at 0 and that doesn't matter. They should still be able to see the value. Not as good, just not as good as, arrowable, as you know, arrow consumable abuse popular builds. Yeah, it's decent because fighter, but there's some pretty fucked shit. Like, for example, enfeebling shots bonus necrotic damage goes on craterous wounds. So, you have, as a class resource, an arrow that gets up to 48 bonus necrotic damage that also cuts the attack damage of whoever you hit with it in half. So they didn't fix Craterous Wounds? Yeah, I know for a fact they didn't fix Craterous Wounds because I was messing around with that on the stress test 2 days ago. Go through them with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah, they probably fixed some things. Ascended Astarian Arcane Archer? I'm assuming.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Hey Dade, welcome back. Close but more broad. Ooh,
Anything of use?
I haven't had enough coffee to be intelligent today. Please let Rapat be untouched. Rapat wasn't mentioned. I'd be surprised if it was changed. It's a bug there. Craterous Wounds counts as an extra instance of damage. So you can apply damage riders to it again. There's a commonly held belief that those mechanics don't exist in honor mode, but they do. They very much do. Hey, Ashley darling, thank you for gifting us up to Morgana. Very kind. Thank you very much. The simple helmet. Oh, Arcane, Arcane Acuity. Yeah.
Have to keep going.
I get it now. Plus 10 DC is going to be dumb. Yeah, the cool thing about some of the shots is that, like, so for example, piercing shot, the one that's just like, hey, you deal your weapon damage just in a line. Hey, Naz, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. I was stream. Always good to see you. So, like, that's just your weapon damage. Like, people can't save, it can't miss, it's just, like, it's your weapon damage. The save is for the additional damage you get from the shot, but, like, even with low DC, that's still going to be really good damage consistency. Like, Arcane Archer AoE is interesting in a world where we allow ourselves to not use special arrows. I'm still gonna want some DC, which I think means I use Warp Headband for a little bit, and I did take some Natural Intelligence. Arcane Acuity probably is gonna rear its head in this setup. But yeah, I do think you're onto something. 10 DC for some of these maneuvers is gonna be quite strong. Drop in good luck. Thanks, Ness.
Can't slow down.
I'll level up. Why not? Yeah, we might use Battle Mage Gloves this run. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly.
There. A mind flayer. And it hurt.
This, really? Let me know if battle mages are fixed. Discord said twice hasn't been fixed in practice. Yeah, I'll let you know when we get there. All of my testing I did on the stress test, I was running around in Act 1. You know, giving myself levels and stuff as needed, but I never bothered progressing through to Act 2 because I was busy doing live runs. So I didn't actually think to test that. Yeah, I'll let you know. But as with previous times they've tried to fix things like recast abuse or the elevator thing, they've said, hey, we fixed this. Always take with a grain of salt because game dev is hard and sometimes they think they fixed something and they haven't. Elevator's been consistent for me. I've yelled at them a lot. Yeah, I've never had the elevator thing happen to me. I've seen it happen to others, like live, but it's never happened to me a single time in 4,000 hours. So I don't know what causes it. Was Pantycasting mentioned in the patch notes? Yes, they claim to have fixed it, but you know, grain of salt. They have claimed to have fixed that one before. Believe when I see it, yeah. Patch 8 fixed this. Put on that. Do I actually need a crate for this? Probably need a crate. Oath of Panties might be gone. Yeah. Like, if Freecast was actually successfully fixed, then they nerfed Paladin, and no one else really cares. So convenient, so sad. Yeah, it's something that I wouldn't have put effort into correcting, but it is what it is. Yeah, cannon, shit, damn, and suffer. One initiative, that's nice.
This calls for careful footwork.
Read the notes, rip wild shape. Yeah, I probably won't really be playing Druid with Tavern Brawler anymore, at least not with plans to wild shape. Wow, Ramirez already dead. Okay, bye. You know where the guidance saying what the spiders are? If you kill the spiders first, you still need to pass the perception check now to get the bag. Odd. The dude at Tavern Brawler, they applied it to all damage you do while wild shaped in honor mode. Which is objectively fucking stupid. It's stupid. It was good that the damage didn't apply in honor mode because of how it's applied. But people who don't know how to play Druid complained about it for a full year. And now I don't want to touch that feat anymore on that class. Yeah, I mentioned the spike growth thing. It's stupid. You do it with Spirit Guardians, you can do it with Spike Growth, you could do it with making a fire surface, and then it'll apply to that. Like, it's incredibly dumb. Pontiac Milk. I don't have the subclass yet. Maybe exercise some discretion with asking me to explain high-level things when we're visibly at the start of Act 1, and maybe some people don't want to see everything. I'm going to continue to dodge your question, but know that I've read it twice. Imagine putting effort into learning. Disgusting. Ew. Gross. Just as an aside for everyone. Yes, Patch 8 is out. Yes, I'm playing Patch 8. Yes, I've started to talk about some of my experiences in Patch 8. But, like, keep in mind that there are still some people here who have not been able to boot up the patch yet, who still want to have their organic first experience in the patch and don't want to hear every high-level detail of every class before they get a chance to do that. We're talking about some things, mostly talking about changes to existing things, such as the Tavern Brawler discussion. But be respectful of your fellow chatter, and keep in mind that people do want a first experience. When is patch 9? Probably never. Learn. Nuh-uh. Big fan of Sorlock. New subclass for both of them seem to work really well together. Would you agree? I'm not a fan of Sorlock at all. Sorlock is inefficient as a whole. Pure Sorcerer and Pure Warlock do basically everything that those classes do, that multi-class does, better. But the new subclasses do look like they combine well together, I will say. Did you always get approval or disapproval from party members and they aren't actually in your party or at camp? Sometimes. Gale and Will, in particular, have a lot of things that they'll approve or disapprove of while not actually being around. But I can think of instances where some other party members have that too. Alright, we can get the kill Will XP now. Will dying in this fight is optimal because it saves an exploration spot. Will and Gale silently judge you from a distance. Gale will silently approve from a distance. He'll approve of you saving Arabella even if he wasn't there, as long as he's been recruited. Low rolls, Evlor, come on. That's why we're blowing the horn. Hey, Ew David, how you doing? Alright, come on, Zevlor, start hitting. Question, when you kill companions like Will here, you'd not miss out on XP later, you'd get by doing quests for them. So, Will dying here is fine because we can revivify him. You can revivify Origin companions. So, like, he can just sit here dead for a while. We are going to recruit Will, just him being dead stops him from taking that XP when he goes to walk to his spot. We'll revive him once we no longer care about that spot. As for other companions, whether or not XP is tied to them is case by case. There is a lot of XP tied to Lae'zel. You can save the Crag's exploration if you enter from Shadowcurse Lands. Yeah. I've been doing that trade. You can talk to Esther. Oh, you could just go up there from the long way? I see what you mean. Yeah, that's cool. Patch 8 live? Yes. But yeah, back to the Origin character discussion. There's a lot of XP tied to having recruited Lae'zel. There's none tied to Karlach. There's none tied to Astarion. There's some tied to Shadowheart. Are Lae'zel and Karlach the most OP characters? See them use the most solo auto runs. Nice info to spot the game week. Go. Hey, welcome in, Tildefish. Let me know if I got that wrong. So, all the origins can work. I would say if we had to, like, I hate ranking things, but if we had to quantify the power that each origin brings to the table for an origin run, like everything on the table, you're allowed to change their classes and stuff, you'd be looking at Astarion as the one who's most likely the strongest. Lae'zel doesn't really get anything. Lae'zel's origin feature is that she has Voss show up an extra time in the game. That's it. Lae'zel gets absolutely nothing that a Githyanki player character doesn't outside of that. Karlach gets the soul coin stuff, which is cool. So you could put her up there, but you'd most likely be looking at, in terms of overall like beneficial features that an origin character gets, Dark Urge aside, you'd be looking at Astarion, probably followed by a competition between Gale and Karlach. Can't put items in layaway anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. Can't say I'm surprised, but...
Time for some bloody work.
Which means I probably steal a lot more. For non-origin, Minthara's up there. Yeah, if we're including all the companions, Minthara is unquestionably the strongest. But... Lae'zel does get best level 1 armor, which is nice, but you don't have to play as her for that. Lae'zel is forced into your party on the Nautiloid. You can just take it from her there. Not see Gale and Astarion being top tier. The thing with Astarion is, with his happy buff, he just is slightly better at everything. +1 on all of his dice rolls, you know? Gale gets early access to an extra spell slot, gets a couple of unique buffs he has the opportunity to get. Blacketh ruled the cheeks must be free. I respect her for that. She's so real for that. Are there anything Eldritch Knight stronger than Arcane Archer? Hard to say. Hard to say. Probably. Eldritch Knight is just that guy. Eldritch Knight is and always has been very, very good in this game. I don't know how I would quantify its strength versus Arcane Archer yet.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Cannon?
My name's Keeper. Would be the best difficulty to attempt a solo run. Only played the game not entirely once. 4-man, love to try solo. Would recommend not too hard to play through. I'd say Tactician. Because Tactician, you will have enemies will have almost their entire movesets. The honor mode specific things will be excluded, but Tactician does have some mechanical differences and overall enemy stat buffs relative to the other difficulties. So you'll be getting a challenging experience, but you still have the ability to save and load as needed. You aren't super punished with things that the game would expect you to know how to manage after having done a few playthroughs with honor mode changes. I would say Tactician's a good place. Hey, morning, Hagar. How are you?
Seems like a good moment to talk.
That was close. Arid, thank you.
Wonder if Quag changes his opinion over Paladin. No, Paladin remains the weakest class in the game, even post patch 8. I'm Big Lady.
This attack will only strengthen. We can't stay. They've withdrawn there to... Perhaps you could persuade... You'll...
Gotta go adulting now. Hope you enjoy patch 8ing. Thanks, Mick. Rude, I love my Paladin. Yeah, I rarely play it. Like, it's one of those things. You can absolutely love the style, but the things that are in its toolkit and the shortcomings it has relative to other classes, it's just worse at its role than everything else. Like, Monk does literally everything a Paladin wants to do, but better. Fighter, Ranger, Barbarian also do things Paladin wants to do, but better, and then Cleric does the rest better, as does Druid. It's just in this awkward place, and not to mention Bard, and Warlock. It's in this awkward place where it goes heavy on the role-playing, and then doesn't actually do anything as a class feature better. watching you play, I've appreciated Shadow Monk more. Shadow Monk is so good! It's so good! I love Shadow Monk. Do I talk to Aaron yet? Yeah. Speaking of Paladin, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Alright, I'm back. So Tavern Brawl is super bug for druids, applies even non-form damage, someone said. Do I have that right? Not quite. It's not really that it's a bug, it's that it's implemented very weird. So, while wild-shaped, Tavern Brawler will apply to all damage that is attributed to you when you are a druid. Meaning, anything that gets traced back to you. So if you cast Spike Growth ahead of time, then wild-shaped, your Tavern Brawler is now being applied to your Spike Growth damage. If you threw an Alchemist Fire, then wild-shaped, it goes on that. If you put a Smoke Powder Bomb on the ground and attack it with your claws and it blows up, you get Tavern Brawler on Smoke Powder Bomb damage. It's incredibly fucking stupid. Not Slayer form? I don't believe so.
He stares right past you as you turn back, the child slips between the rocks. You fine?
Thinking that's nice. Any kind of archer build much worse off without Titan String is more like a min-max thing. So Titan String is massively overtuned as an item, but bows as a whole in this game are very good. There are even situations where Titan String is not your damage leader. Titan String is not the most accurate bow, Titan String is not the most mechanically involved bow either. Titan String is, hey, you want big fuck you damage without having to think about it? It's there for that. But and of course, you can optimize it to an even sillier level. But the short answer to the question is, every bow in this game is good. Literally all of them. Archery as a build archetype is just good. Anyway, stuff to buy later should still work. Just need to open the bag and switch trader barter mode. Should let you put stuff in the bag. These that work for me on the test. I don't know if it works now. Is the patch still downloading? Ah, thank you, Novashara. That's very good information.
I'm sorry to go on about it. Not bother.
Let's see. I can still open here. Still put stuff in there. I guess what Sal was saying is that the stuff in the bag does get re-rolled. Special arrows are so strong. Yeah, special arrows are incredibly powerful. Yeah, let's see if that stuff gets rolled. Who's looking at me? Whose sight cone is this? Oh, this is Icaron's sight cone, isn't it?
That should work.
Oh, Zora's looking this way now, too. I don't need that armor right now. I'll do it later. Think this class get good value out of the Jolt Shooter? Absolutely, October Day. Absolutely. Hey, RBF. Surely Banshee spell save would be Goofy's hell. If Banshee works, yeah. I don't know if Banshee specifies that it needs to, like, I don't know if it's fear checks for you making an attack roll with it. I've never tried Conjure Barrage or anything with it. But if it works on the non-attack roll stuff, then yeah, Bow of the Banshee would be really good on this class. Notably, for Arcane Archer, hey Skis, happy patch day. Notably for Arcane Archer, there are several arcane shots where Titan String does not apply, equalizing the field quite a bit. I think you might find some use for Legendary Bow from the Titan. I mean, I've always had use for it. The thing with that is it's so late in the game that there's really not much content to use it on by the time you get it. That is a deep Act 3 item.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
When I first played the game, thought dipping poison for melee weapon special arrows for bows to balance it out. No, bows just get special arrows on top. Yeah, bows are just different, you know? My previous experience with Great Old and Eldritch Blast, the blast would benefit from the accuracy bonus of the Banshee, not the bonus damage. Yeah, that's accurate. That's how it works. But we're more talking about the Frighten effect that can happen on hit. Batch it. Discuss that a little more once I hit level 3. What else did we want tested? I believe it was the Arcane Acuity ones. I think I prefer Banshee over a lot of Act 2 bows. Yeah, Banshee's good. I like Least Expected in terms of Act 2 bows. It's very accurate. I'm a big fan of accuracy. Nair Misser, of course. I play a lot of Rogue, so being able to make your sneak attack force damage is really, really good. What'd I come here? Ah, this. Mentioned Giant Breaker Herald. Those are Act 1. Those are Act 1. Learned something the other day. I know you can dip a weapon on a character as the burning condition. Yes. So the thing about the guidance amulet is I don't really need it for very long at all. A blast the dual shooter, honestly, with the jellyfish meme. I did not play Swarmkeeper at all. I did not play or see any Swarmkeeper, so I'm completely in the dark on that. Sounds fun, though.
What's inside?
Patch does apply to current runs, so you have the gear, you should be able to test it. In the past, not every patch change has successfully applied to old saves, Cacophony. For example, when updating from patch 6 to patch 7, existing patch 6 runs did not actually have the changes to spectators and the boulette applied. This is part of why here on Twitch you saw almost nobody, relative to what's usually happening, doing runs yesterday, because everyone was like, I could start a new one, but like, nah. We can still get early Eldusk, I see. Yeah, they'd picked on that. So I tested almost every, like, borderline cheese thing I could think of we use in routing. All of it still worked, at least in the confines of Act 1. Now, based on the patch notes, there's some things that won't. For example, feeding Gale without recruiting him, according to the notes, is gone. I'm again, taking that with a grain of salt, but...
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Hey, Manatee. How are you?
Thank
Switch extension isn't working. Hopefully, we'll fix it soon. Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess a week. I feel that.
Trek through the night.
Now Arabella's being judged by...
Yes, I see. And is that...
Can't get my game to start. Oh no, Messi.
What? You? We could have taken those.
Like kid on Christmas. Hey, Fries. It's a very hyped day.
I'll give it a shot.
Hey, Manatee, thank you for the prime and the 2 months. Beep boop. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Investigation failed.
I will imprison the dead and do it.
So, Arabella's no longer tied to the Shadow Blade, so, like, I don't care much if I fail here.
Beep boop.
Use 1 inspo, I guess.
Halcyon is
Sure.
go on. Say it. No matter. I took back the Viper. This tale.
Fix Donnie? What's wrong with Donnie, Crypto? Real hope leaving my computer on with Steam open means no wait after work. The patch downloaded pretty quick for me, Blue Collar. It took me, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes? It wasn't very long. I don't actually want to interact with that yet. Never started a run not received the goodie box, has mask as a shapeshifter, cause of that yesterday, so not patch 8, I don't think. Maybe you didn't have the DLC enabled in your launcher? I don't know. Strongest class in a fight, your opinion? There isn't one without context. Speedster doesn't exist. That's the thing with ranking classes with calling out strength, it doesn't... It's not a thing unless you get specific. Grove defense still grunts by the cave door if Quag is dead. Can't send him to the cave. Yeah, that's not how that works at all, Crypto. You can't save him there if Markaril is dead. Specifically Markaril.
I see you. Just there. Now, what was it you needed? You found her, but I still don't know what she can do for you. You seem healthy enough. A tadpole. I come.
Tadpole, I come. I forgot to get lightning
This
arrows.
way.
Whoops. I'll fix that myself.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look. The tadpole crawled out of his head soon. All right. Of course. Now, nothing?
Nothing.
Give me your arm.
Hold out
Be
your arm,
careful.
grab the
I'm
branch,
truly
turn and leave. Pop an antidote.
But first, because you should all be not yet. Could whatever he found there. If you can find, good. Take it one step at a time now.
That's my test. Did I? Well, I'm glad.
Out of mind.
Very well.
Delete this extra copy of BG3.
More goblins.
So I need to get my hands on a lightning arrow, preferably 2. Because I'm kind of bad. If I fuck it up, I fuck it up. I'm not really worried about it, but note that on the stress test at least, you can still do all the Raphael related stuff.
I should speak up.
Hey, Chief.
Is there anything you need?
Not starting with a new subclass, Battlemaster Fighter. No, it'd be too OP. So we're heading over to your favorite build's fighter with multi-class and fighter with a dip and fighter. Based. Yeah, it's a shame that we can't multi-class Arcane Archer and Eldritch Knight. Alright, I probably fucked this up. I kinda hope it doesn't work this time, but like, we'll see. No, it worked. Arcane Trickster with a Thief Dip would be nice, yes. Yes, it would.
Not as bad as it could have. That's curious. Now this will hurt.
Just want to hit or shoot shit, don't want to think about nerd stuff. That's So, like, Eldritch Knight is so cool because people perceive it as, like, oh, this is the nerd shit fighter subclass. But no. Eldritch Knight at level 10, you just impose disadvantage on everything by clicking the button at people. It's like, you shoot someone, they have disadvantage on everything for 3 turns. Like, there's no saving throw, you just have that. That's just a thing you can do. So, like, not only do you not need to think about anything but, hey, I'm gonna click the attack button, but now you don't even need to think about if enemies have a chance to succeed against your shit, because they just, like, they don't. Let's reinstall. Aw, man. I hope it goes quickly, Messy. Evo Wizard with Abjuration. Yeah, that'd be crazy, so Black. How are you? Sorry, this has been asked. What's the benefit of using Electrified Surface to trigger the Raphael Hell Dust situation as opposed to throwing something like an acid surface down? But it's a good question, Hello Aster. The reason is we're gonna set it up so that when we get Raphael in the camp, Mizora is also gonna be having her dialogue with Will and Karlak. The electrocution means that Raphael is gonna take a tick of that while we're talking to Mizora. And if Raphael takes damage while you are in a conversation or a combat, so he can't talk to you, his AI breaks. And that allows us to do the thing to knock him out without needing access to silence or gaseous form or wild shape or a summon to break his AI the other way. Good question. What's up, Classy? You try with your brief access to patch 8. Thank you again for that, by the way, Manatee. Circle Stars Druid, Arcane Archer, Hexblade, the tiniest bit of Death Cleric. But I did spend most of my time on Arcane Archer and Stars Druid.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
A strange symbol glows. The injured man locked your...
Do you have orders for us?
I told Edward not to
Oh,
look at
find the beast, bend your brother.
True soul. Absolute.
Why let its host's memory?
As soon as they need to. Vile parasites.
Alright, level 3. Arcane Archer. So, we get a choice of Guidance, Light, or True Strike for free here. Now, again, contrary to popular belief, True Strike is not a meme. If I was going rogue levels, I would be really jazzed to take this. We're going to take Guidance, just cuz. Now we get to pick Arcane Shots. So, you can view these as sort of like Battlemaster maneuvers, except I will have a lot more of them eventually. So, Vanishing Arrow, referencing an earlier question. This is not concentration. It's just a banishment effect. Yes. The ones we're taking for sure. Bursting and Enfeebling. And then, I mean, Grasping is pretty good too. But I'm going to go with Piercing. So this is just your weapon damage in a line. There's no way to prevent it. If someone is in that line, they take it. Unless they have evasion, they take it. The saving throw is for an additional d6 of damage. But even if they succeed that saving throw, they still take your weapon damage. So, damage consistency in a massive AoE. Real good. Enfeebling Arrow here is they succeed a con save, or they have their weapon damage cut in half for 2 turns. So that Ray of Enfeeblement that doesn't... It's not really worth it because it's concentration, it's a full action, all that. Yeah, no, you just get that as part of this attack that also does an extra 2d6 necrotic damage. This extra necrotic damage is also, for whatever reason, applied again on Craterous Wounds. So in Act 3, we'll be clicking this a lot on our forced crits. Also, keep in mind this on Mist does not consume an Arcane Arrow thing. Remember that for level 7. Remember that one. Bursting Arrow, in particular. Remember that for level 7. But this is, you know, an AoE thing. It's an attack roll against the target, and then we get an extra 2d6 force in an AoE, which is cool. Let's turn into a drow. Arcane Archer work well with Bladesinger Wizard. I haven't played Bladesinger at all. I also have no interest in it, to be perfectly honest, because it seems to be focused on being defensive and in a bunch of ways that are less tangibly useful than Abjuration. So that's not me writing it off completely, because I think judging any subclass before having experience with it is foolish. However, I will say I have absolutely no interest in Bladesinger over existing wizard subclasses. But I will be getting around to it eventually.
What's hiding here? Something's waiting up ahead.
So excited to play Death Domain, like this is looking fun. Yeah. I will be playing all the subclasses, but, you know, I wanted to start with Arcane Archer here. Been doing a run for each new subclass? Yes. Do I want to go to the Goblin Camp yet? Yeah, I do. Yeah, currently big fella. Currently big lady is big fella. Drows that let us through. You can get through here by just clicking the nature check, whether you succeed or not. Just rub shit on your face, and they let you through.
Voices your vision cleanse. The vision. My power.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
So Gloves of Archery from this vendor here don't apply to all of the arcane shots. Something to keep in mind. Certain kinds of damage modifiers will not apply. With the money for chicken chasing. So let's do that.
Well now. Sandy.
Hey, it's Reneki. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. I really appreciate it.
There you go, Quag.
In the 2 months thus far.
Hey Quag, I've been watching your streams in lurking mode for quite a while now, and finally got a chance to subscribe. Love the chill educational atmosphere. Best wishes.
Thank you very much. That's an awesome message. I really appreciate that. I'm glad it's enjoyable. And thank you so much for your continued support. It really does mean a lot. I like... A lot of work goes into cultivating the vibe. So I'm glad it's appreciated. Thank you very much. Bladesinger could be a good class for getting extra attack as a full caster. Might have some good applications for multi-classing. That's very true. Voodoo Begs. It's very true. I would have to ignore the existence of Bard willfully, but Wizard does have more spell flexibility than non-lore Bard does. So that's certainly a selling point. You could definitely go places with that.
Well, as the symbol glows, power.
be lurking because download. Sounds good, Sora. Issue I have in my game, have for a long time, and try to skip cutscenes sometimes triggers cutscene to restart. I haven't heard of that. That sounds very frustrating. Hey, Rox.
Better not be cursed.
Bloody racket.
As the symbol glows, power.
Drow option. Drow option.
Bloody racket.
We're already getting pretty close to level 4, relatively speaking, at least. Read the patch notes? I did. We read through the patch notes. That was like the first hour and a half of stream, I think.
Do you feel inside
Smells like burnt flesh.
Priestess gut needs to. You ready?
As the vision dissolves away.
Maybe I can help with that.
What's based me on fast you level? Lots of runs under my belt.
That you recognize the crest she.
We'll get attitude with Roa eventually. We could test the layaway thing. I believe Sal, but it's always good to confirm things personally. Purchase 1 fire arrow. Of awareness? Not right now. Hey Carter, how are you?
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Multi-class, if any of you think about this build. If anything, I'll multi-class at level 12 and pick up a 1-level dip into something else I'm feeling. But we will be going 11 levels of Arcane Archer, at least.
Softer than a whisper.
Fake chasm? No, the chasm's real. If you throw someone and the target says death, even if they land somewhere that isn't the chasm, they still die.
What's that? Just our view.
Or a cleric 1 dip, like, with all the... Before patch 8, War Cleric 1 is not a dip I was a fan of. We'll see if patch 8 changes it. A lot of people are going to be saying Hexblade dip, yeah. I'd ever wonder where you'd start. Hey, Pris. This one.
Another step forward.
Confirmation battle mages work as an updated description. How to trigger on that. Cool. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Nobody spoil that for me. Sterling Archer. Could have named the character Sterling. That would have been good.
Looks like all those moon plates can.
What else was I doing? supposed to be doing something that it wasn't this, but I don't remember. ADHD on full blast today.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
Put that on now. I have no reason not to. Not like I have to swap for the guidance amulet.
That's a friendly looking shadow. I don't need any attention right now.
An arcane shot here. Oh, feeble? Cool. So you failed the saving throw. It's only DC 12, but you still failed. Lol. Weapon attack's the only half damage.
Breathe deep and move.
You're doing Swashbuckler, can actually be decent melee in your opinion. Why wouldn't Swashbuckler be decent in melee? Rogue already is, so. My power just flickered.
I'll take that.
Question about Banshee Bow. If the Frighten from it applies on the non-attack roll arcane shots.
I'm exhausted.
Confused about some of the skills? Which ones? Like, also, keep in mind, I'm not playing Swashbuckler right now. I haven't messed around with it, and I would not really have any insight, but what about it is confusing you? Like, Rogue already good at melee, so why would Swashbuckler not be even better than a non-subclass Rogue? Says I don't need advantage to initiate sneak attack? Yeah, why would... What about that's confusing? Sneak attack normally has 2 conditions. Swashbuckler has a 3rd alternate condition. So, sneak attack normally you can do either if you have advantage on the attack roll, or if you have an adjacent ally to the enemy. Swashbuckler adds a 3rd condition, where as long as the enemy doesn't have an adjacent ally, you can sneak attack. So it just means you have more access to your sneak attack. It's the same thing, you can just do it more ways.
What path lies before me? These fungal spores are everywhere. Need to find a way forward.
I didn't feel like doing checks, so... They're coming. You're coming.
This calls for careful footwork.
I forgot to buy Swarzy shoes. That's fine.
Time to press ahead. Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted. fast as my feet can carry me.
Add those new features for Roulette in patch 8. Roulette got more features added in patch 7.
State your purpose.
Then the persist.
Already 17 pots. Yeah, just been looting. Not even particularly aggressively. Like, I haven't cleared out the Blighted Village, which will be a bunch more. Speaking of Blighted Village, I do need to go there real quick. Need the antidote from in here for Thula. So read that. Go down here. Go back up. Back to the Myconid colony.
She'll need an antidote soon.
Why are you helping me?
But I... Carl's got it. Not... I got away, but not the others.
Take the boots of speed.
What's up for this? What is the creature?
I sense your resolve.
Need to write down the spike bulb trick, waste 2 inspo points. Yeah, you can either pull it out with strength, you can pass the religion check to understand the ritual and then do it in dialogue, or you can just bleed on it. You could either have a party member or summon hit you, or you could throw a spike bulb at yourself. You just gotta bleed on it. Say yes, that's XP and some free haste spore grenades. But Shrimp does her nails when you call them up correctly. That's pretty good.
You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
Yes, please. Rank the lister for next rest. Yeah, we'll test the reroll thing here. Again, I do believe Sal. Just verification. Or reroll thing. Apparently the layaway bag strat doesn't work anymore. Or some people have reported that it doesn't. Which is unfortunate, if true, but oh well. Not a massive deal. Hey, thanks for the 36 months move. Alright, as you can see, Priestess got Shield of Faith still works. That RNG and that Myconid Corpse, sometimes you get some hastening spores there.
Looks abandoned.
Ace for this. Like, don't already poop a lot, take it back. Instructions unclear. I gave you an extra shitting action.
Got someone sneaking up on us.
Yeah. Bought the AIDS scroll so he can't waste it. Branded. What you doing? I could help. I'll help you.
But that comes later. Boots first.
Give me your Misty Step scroll.
Get what's coming to you.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. These boots have seen everything.
A coal mine is still work. I haven't tested on patch 8, but I imagine it does. Don't know why they would change it. Ooh, 2 arrows of transposition there? That's spicy. Have an answer about Banshee? Yeah, hit me, Cacophony. Yeah, I should go recruit a star in before I forget. I can wait. I can wait a little bit. Brand applies on Seeking. That's cool. Yeah, Bow of the Banshee will be big on this run, though. Thank you for confirming that.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Never found a creative use for arrows of transposition. So they're a way for you to move on your action. You know how you can Misty Step on a bonus action to get out of a bad situation? Arrows of transposition, excuse me, let you do the same thing on an action instead, which is sometimes useful if you don't have your bonus action available for whatever reason. They're just good to keep around. They're an emergency tool more than anything.
Better be cautious. Have to keep going.
Try anything twice, Mo. Wants to try it, wants to make sure you like it.
I don't want to know what that is. There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here?
Yeah, Carter. Respectfully, always. Start a new game, none of my toolbar icons are showing. Do you have Imp UI enabled by any chance? One true sus. Imp UI is not functional on patch 8. At least not out of the box. There are even some notes about it in the patch notes.
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
Implied and piercing targets the third path, not the right to select it. That's really good information. That's exactly what I was hoping would happen. Thank you for confirming. I don't normally do Arcane Tower this early, but I figure it's a way for me to hit level 4 without combats. Something I've been talking about a lot, and I should show it off.
What's that?
I should be using short rests to heal off this fall damage instead of potions, but whatever. Did I pick up the shovel? Yeah.
Nothing interesting buried
Shame
here.
there was no amulet of ball fix. Yeah, that was suspiciously absent from the notes. Which means I'll probably just start using bug fix mods so the amulet of ball works. Any items that have been broken the entire life of the game. Ooh, animate dead scroll. That's big. I want that bow. Any items that have been broken the lifetime of the game, I'll just start using mods to fix them.
Flowers. What is this feeling?
That should be Amulet of Ball, Enraging Heart Garb. There's a bunch of them, actually. Arcane Acuity Gloves were the highest profile one, so it's cool to see those reworked, at least. Looking on the bright side. Probably also giving myself Tara items, too, if they didn't fix her. Yeah, if Tara's broken when I get to Act 3, I'll just use the script extender to add the items. Guild Artisan Inspo.
Open up.
Helm of Baldurin is not broken, Pogler. It never has been broken. Raven Guard's Longsword. The temp HP is misleading in whose charisma modifier it actually checks, but everything about it technically works, just a slightly wrong description. And again, both of those items have always worked.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Wish I could remember my dreams. I don't. I have anxiety dreams. Not really very fun. Have to see what the change to Orin means. Yeah, it might mean no more going for surprise round there. But it could also just be bug fixing the thing that that robbed Naz of that run. I'm uncertain.
Let's see.
Shocked that you don't make 5 Death Domain clerics. I know, I'm excited for Death Domain Sora, but Arcane Archer is something that I had a lot of fun with in the stress test, and I do want to play out a full playthrough on it. Partially because of my enjoyment there, but also because I want to highlight that it is actually good, because this is by far the class that I've seen downplayed the most ahead of its release. This up. This. Same as Chronic Nightmares. I'm in the all-time. The man knows no peace. Okay, next time I see him, I'll kiss it better.
Be able to reveal the disc of the skin that all its lays out.
Disc. Are these Githyanki markings? Lae'zel might know.
Working on Path of the Giant build, looking at multi-class options, which is just looking at. So I haven't played around with Giant yet, Speedster. here's my initial suggestion. Why multi-class at all? What are you getting out of multi-classing? Like, if you multi-class, sometimes it makes your character stronger, sure, but you need to be aware of why you are multi-classing. You do it for something specific, not for the purpose of doing it. So, like, a common thing is multi-class into Thief, so you have an extra bonus action, so the action economy hit from raging isn't as big a deal. If you want that, you can do that, but keep in mind you will be losing the highest level barbarian features by doing that. You'll be delaying your extra attack or your second feat, depending on when you take those levels. There's always trade-offs. You have to know why you're doing what you're doing. What do you want out of multi-classing, and is that worth the expense of losing your highest level class features? For example, I don't plan on multi-classing this character, at least not before level 12, because I want access to improved extra attack, which fighter gets at level 11. You know?
Must have been linked to that button.
Gloves work too? Cool. Don't tell me anything more about the gloves, but thank you. Now you can have Sam and I can focus on patch 8. I'll be right back. Real quick. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. I just had to grab something real quick. Continue looting. We're doing the early game stuff. You know, the part of the run before combat is really a thing. Two inspos. I should hit level 4 before I deal with Crusher or anything. Patch come out yet? Yes. This is live patch 8. This is not the stress test, this is the live patch.
It's curious to find a truly remarkable.
Are you looking to open your mouth? But the lava, and even without it, but not to worry. But there may be a way, but Timusks cause you must drink.
The world loses
Drink.
its edges. Its finer
These don't
boundaries.
matter.
You are fluid, but your fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper.
That lava, such an outcome, and I would offer it as a fascinating topic indeed. What can you tell me?
Acuity gotta be a meta now. Cough in the Arcane Acuity was already... I know, recency bias, but here, let's train ourselves to think critically. Arcane Acuity was already one of the most impactful things in the game. and people already used it very widely. We don't need to look at new thing and be like, oh, this revolutionizes. No, it's okay to be excited about new stuff, but framing's important, because this is why we have people running around saying things like, Patch 8 finally made Eldritch Knight viable! Like, Eldritch Knight has been the strongest fighter subclass the entirety of the game's life. Temper that. And remember, accuracy of information is important in theory crafting.
I greet you, son.
Arcane Acuity is great, and I'm sure having another avenue for it will be very positive overall for build crafting. Just keep in mind, it has always been great, and it has always been quote-unquote meta.
Welcome
Download
back.
finished. Let's go, Dave.
I do enjoy a good bargain.
Patch 8 finally made Rogue.
Anything in my
Yeah, you've seen that post too, Irish. That is a specific sentiment I've seen expressed, that Swashbuckler finally made Rogue viable, and it's like, no, that's not, but it's a widely held opinion. Okay, what next? Do I have a tenacity weapon yet? Had a maul that I sent to camp, didn't I? People ignore Rogue's defensive abilities when they compare it to other classes. They also ignore Rogue's offensive abilities when they compare it to other classes. I don't know how they do it.
Things have stayed interesting.
Stranger, be not food. No, make me an offer. Tempt me.
Sure, take the money.
Well spoken.
Seen that game in years.
Yeah, reliable talent is insane, of course. Gonna hit level 4 before we go to save Barkus. Darren stepped on a Lego. Yeah, she does that.
How much farther can I go?
A feast fit for an ogre.
Investigation.
Notice
Just click investigation until it works here.
dagger protruding from the
It's weird. Paladin extra damage dice good, but Rogue extra damage dice bad, apparently. Yeah, that's how large chunks of the internet seem to view it. Even though the Rogue number is bigger.
from the meat. The dagger is tightly The dagger still juts from the meat. The dagger is tightly embedded in... The dagger still juts from the meat.
Getting all the bad rolls out of the way, you know?
The dagger is tightly embedded... The dagger still juts from
You sneak attack more than 3 times without long resting. Yeah, that too, Manfred. The odds of 14 3 times in a row. Not high. But the game's just using up all my bad luck here, Panzer.
You notice the blade is at an thanks to
me, if gambling is bad for you, why do I stop shaking as soon as I start gambling? What, RBF? So you can't double the damage of Divine Smite like Sneak Attack? Well, you can, it's just more involved. Gamba. Actually, any use for the meat? Never really thought about it. That's level 4. Contagion? Yeah. Alert, because of course. Don't even have to think about it. We're already level 4. We're not too far off level 5. Practically speaking. From big lady into big drow lady. I don't, in case that goes bad. Leave.
As the symbol glows,
Branded.
the goblins slink.
Allow them to leave. Back in my XQC gambling arc, finally let me break away from all those Twitch streamers and only watch the song Ludwig, so now I'm his old XQC. Well, I don't see... That's a person who never did anything mildly interesting, has never had talent in his entire life, but these days is mostly just a reactionary piece of shit. But, you know, tastes evolve as you age, so good for you, getting away from some toxic influences. Harder.
No time for mercy.
Is Contagion still not hostile action? I haven't clicked it on patch 8 at all. So I would, not know the answer to that. Arcane Archer? Yeah, Candy May. Arcane Archer is cool. Alright, we kill Fezzerk here this way. Because it gets us his XP, and it means his replacement spawns in Moonrise. Could have gotten the XP for the 2 Devouts here, but it's almost none, and there's some risk of death in that. So I give up that, but we get more XP this way, and I can loot Fezzerk for a bomb to replace the one I just used to kill him. Could knock out Barkus for 20 XP after freeing him here, but I don't really feel like it.
Cut me loose! Well, you save nothing. Take my
Any funny feats so far? I mean, I just took alert. Old reliable. Hi Barkus, love you Barkus. I still maintain that Barkus is packing heat. There is no character in this game that has more big dick energy than Barkus Root. Got any hot Wolverine takes? Wolverine is jealous of Barkus's hog. So that's what started his spiral.
A scholar with good taste, perhaps. Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem.
Not the hog. But grab Barkus' root consensually. They call him Barkus Root because he got a tree trunk there.
Breathe quiet. Never wanted the easy path.
As my joke, you stole it? Yes, as the streamer, the intellectual property of any chatters who are funnier than me just becomes mine.
Let's have a look.
He's not a deep gnome for no reason. Hell yeah, RPF. We are the writer's room. Yeah, puking. Your cat throwing up? Yes. Hey, Leaks. How are you?
Always room for more. Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Got the rest of it out? Yeah, it was a two-parter. It's okay, he put the first pile somewhere reasonable. The second pile, that is on one of my shirts. Today's laundry day anyway.
I have something to ask.
Need any supplies? Need fewer mouths to feed now.
In tears, yes. We're gonna loot the toll house here. A lot of money in this. Are there arcane shots yet? Yeah, we used one of them. The selections I made are Enfeebling Arrow, Piercing Arrow, Bursting Arrow. I have plans for each of these. Oh good, they didn't fix the nav mesh in here from patch 7. They broke the nav mesh in this entire area in patch 7, and as you can see in patch 8, it's still very fucked up.
Trap. Be cautious.
Dara turned me into a pretzel, I'm jealous.
Trap. Be
Once we're done looting here, we're gonna go revive Will. Recruit him, recruit Karlak, then go get the Helldusk armor.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Hey, Morningstar, that's nice.
There's a pressure plate in the chair. But I'm missing something.
Sorry if it's... I don't have an Astarian Big Naturals mod on. I'm sure it exists. Thinking about some routing for later in the run. Since Isabel's gloves are so good now, we probably route and killing Isabel to most runs. Killing her in a way where we get her gear early, I should say. Lots of ways you can get it, but the point at which you can get it is determined by your methods. Done looting. What am I gonna do with all my backpacks? My little economic plan is thwarted. Sell them.
Just out of view. I don't need any attention right now. On my way.
40 XP. Would have gotten 0 if we let Will walk through that.
More goblins. What's next? Secure.
Preferred background selection depends on the run. Maximiliar's arrived. Yeah, he's done puking. Depends on the run. But most frequently I go between Sage, Guild Artisan, and Soldier. Sometimes Charlatan. A lot he looping. Hey, Mark. Sorry, I missed your message. Yeah. Urchin's best choice. Urchin's very overrated in terms of its impact. You get some okay skills, but the inspiration route is fucked, as in bad. And practically speaking, Charlatan is a better version. But you know, you can like things. That's just why I hate the best word.
No, you just have to buy enough time. Well,
you.
She's out there now, preying on the ready.
Alright, we'll go to camp.
The Blade of Frontiers. Are you sure?
I didn't do all the tiefling murder I could have. That's okay.
accident or sabotage.
Urchin's fun though, because you get to play games with kids. You can do that without Urchin background. You're attributing something to Urchin that isn't there. Carla can prey on my innocence. Yeah, I'm more gonna start going through the notes, see in like 2 hours. It did take about an hour and a half to kind of speed read the notes on stream, Mark. Cat, stop jumping on the desk, man. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I autopiloted here. Why did I autopilot here? Great question. Don't know.
Don't mind if I do.
Moment of I just like it? Yes. And that's okay. Big lady.
Oh, fuck me.
What's that?
I'm Karlak.
I'm big lady.
The latest yappy little dog she sicked on me.
On the back where they came from.
After we've mocked.
Great plan.
Soldier. Really?
I'm shooting arrows at this. This other guy.
Let's get Crutcher's ring while we're over here.
As the symbol glows, power.
Get or I'll wipe that nasty look. What was that? That's more like it.
As the
You enjoy.
Sorry, I was smashing my face into a pile of bricks after during 4 hours of meeting this morning, but I cast it by myself because big lady. Pick a background if I know no one else to have in my party depending on skill abuse, otherwise skill triggers so much of my runs because of my choices. Yeah, another thing to keep in mind is skill proficiencies. Those are a factor. That's part of why I like some of the ones I do. You know, Guild Artisan, Sage, and Soldier all have good inspiration routes, but they also have useful skill proficiencies.
Must be on my way. Better be cautious. Free for the taking. Nice.
Cat, stop it. Stop it.
Shit. I just can't shake you, can I?
I wasn't supposed to trigger that yet.
With haste.
It's fine. I had an invite for a daily this week. 9 to 4 p.m. 9 to 4 p.m. meeting? That's not a meeting. That's a work day. Huh? What do you mean?
Alright. Time to skulk about.
People. Curiosity is satisfied. Go away.
Moving in.
Well, when is a cantrip ever useful? Why would I play High Elf for a cantrip? this many cantrips. Okay, so Mizora showing up to punish Will. If you look in the background...
Hellfire. She's coming.
Sharpshooter still not penalized the accuracy of offhand crossbow shot. Is that fixed? I'm pretty sure that was fixed like a year or more ago. That was, see Raphael in the background there?
You've been naughty.
I don't need magic, I can trip on my own. Nice.
God damn it. Karlak meets the crowd.
Will.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever.
I'm not willing to let...
Yeah.
Won't be seeing my mechanic. The first time I faced down those...
We're gonna be here a while. Mizomama? Yeah, yeah. You guys know Mizora has a necklace? So it works hell yeah. Just assume they haven't fixed most things in patch 8. Just assume. It's fucking what? Yeah, she's got a necklace. There's even some text on it. Or... got fixed with Druid. It wasn't fixed, Polycro. They made Tavern Brawler absolutely nonsensical because people who refuse to put any effort into Druid build crafting cause things to swing so far in the other direction that I don't recommend taking Tavern Brawler on Druid if you have an interest in playing the game on Honor Mode. You tell me how Tavern Brawler applying to spike growth makes sense. That's not a fix. That's actively fucking stupid. Beg your pardon? Yes, as of patch 8, Tavern Brawler damage is added to any damage you do while wild shaped. So it went from you get the accuracy but not the damage, which was balanced and still kept Tavern Brawlers extremely desirable. It went from that to, hey, you want to just have up to plus 10 damage on everything else you do. Sounds pretty awesome, though. Maybe in the way that turning on cheats in GTA is fun for about 5 minutes, and then you get bored because what are you even doing? About Raphael, I put some water down, electrocuted where I knew he would spawn, walked into it, got him to spawn there, and allow the electrocution status to tick while Mizora was here in the conversation. Patch 8 apply to existing campaigns? Yes. Patches have kind of broken existing saves quite frequently. I would just be aware. Not be doing that for a challenge. Do like running some busted builds when I play modded. But here's the thing about that, Methlin. You could use mods to make your game busted. A player playing completely vanilla, such as right now, I can't opt out of that change. I no longer want to take Tavern Brawler on any wild shape build in Honor Mode because I don't want that change. I don't want the power level of my characters increased like that in a way that I as a challenge runner cannot opt out of, except by ignoring the feat entirely. That is my issue with it. Making something that was already strong, stronger, and also nonsensical. I don't like that because I cannot opt out. Now, I have to take a mod to nerf Tavern Brawler if I want to play Wild Shape Druid on patch 8 with that feat. But more reasonably, I just don't take the feat. Import mods made. Yeah, crypto. Check your summon spike growth on your player characters. The summons are not you. Like Druid allowed just the high accuracy? Yeah, me too. I think I missed a message. No, if the patch 8 changes affect my patch 7 run, yes. Doesn't apply like Moonbeam. Moonbeam isn't you. Moonbeam is considered a separate creature by the game. Yep. It would apply to anything that's attributed to you. So, Spike Growth, the Spirit Guardians, if you make a Fire Surface, a Caustic Brine Surface. You know, you put down a Smoke Powder Bomb and attack it while in wild shape. Hell, it probably affects you Goomba stomping people from the top rope. Earth Myrmid Sabertooth not need damage, especially because Earth Myrmidon punches, which you don't have to like get a condition satisfied like you do with Jugular Strike. Earth Myrmidon punches are already 2 instances, so if you have a Cloud Giant Elixir and an Earth Myrmidon, congrats, you just gain 16 damage on every single punch. 16. Earth Myrmidon is already capable of one-rounding every combat in the game. What are we doing? Toggle non-lethal, I was waiting until he got low, but yeah, I should do that now. Don't think it matters. Yeah, he would just be at 0, and then I would have to turn it on. But thank you. Alright, may as well.
More for me?
Oh yeah, I forgot to recruit a Saurian. That's fine.
Well met.
I'm big lady.
Come.
I don't like this at all.
It might just...
Free food.
Am I a friend? I could fix it all.
That's what separates us from the...
Something's on my mind.
Just not Zariel's victims. But I promise you.
This
but I don't have a
packs.
clue. The only way out is if we can.
Our worms together. Get some shard approval. So we are halfway through level 4. Still haven't really done any combats.
Just positive. You can trust me on that. He knows our secret. He claimed not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. There were no right answers with that. It's an effective trick.
Slayer and Tentacle Kitty should be unaffected. I'll just stick to those for shapeshifting builds. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, bringing up the Slayer, my no looting run, big part of my strategy was doing a Slayer build with 30 strength in the Slayer form, and I took Tavern Brawler for the accuracy. That's how little the damage matters. But imagine if every instance of damage I did got that. That would be, for example, I would be adding my plus 10 strength modifier to bleed damage. Piercing Growl, everyone's bleeding, bleed ticking for 12? Like, what do you mean? Does that sound necessary? Like, what are we doing here?
I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast. Not this one.
If this changed, it's clearly untested. Yes, but it is an example of the squeaky wheel getting the grease.
Yes, You have. I saved you before.
I'm not sure if this is a sleigh or not. It's giving
And I'm here to save you
photo
again.
negative Oompa Loompa.
Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer.
You guys see it?
Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
Your spirit guardian from Sweden. Afraid she is an unslay.
We haven't much time.
You know, it's not even the beard that's the not slay for me. I think it's the hair color.
There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives.
Beard's fine.
But you must accept it.
It's the hair color.
I will keep it from consuming you. A fight. You wake now.
Make haste. I would have
You can absorb it. You're good.
And no, they didn't fix tadpole duplication either. Mustard, I tested all this stuff on the stress test. They didn't fix shit. They didn't fix anything. Put that for now, I guess. But my girlfriend's not the mustache, the hair color, she got upset. Hey, some people can pull off the beard and mustache look.
Something good here, I hope.
Any report? Honestly, I haven't submitted reports for stuff like that. I got in too late to effectively report anything, Mustard. I only got in when Manatee had a spare code for me. It was 2 months of YouTube content slop, not testing. Ever get that invis pot? I did.
Here we go.
It looks like a blueberry lemon cupcake. Yeah, agreed. That bleach yellow hasn't been in style since 2002. Dream Guardian needs an update. I'm right there with you, Candyman. I agree. Let's check Roa. See what happened with the backpack. Does this still work? Nice. Huh. Layaway worked. Layaway worked. At least on Roa it did. These are the items that were in there already. Jake, stop chewing that. Hey Mia, wanna play BG3 wanna wait until patch 9 comes out? Understandable. Maybe there will be some bug fixes in patch 9. You know, if the battle mage gloves proc multiple times for one attack, multiple. Anonymous? Hang on. Anonymous, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. That's 50. That's 50. That is 50 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much, whoever you are. Thank you so much for your support. That's huge. I really appreciate it. Any of the 50 of you who just got a sub, I hope you enjoy the perks, the emotes, ad free viewing, all that good stuff. Thank you very, very much, Anonymous. Super kind. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. But yeah, what's up, Sunshine? Those things that work like that tend to be once per attack roll. Tend to be.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, cheeky little pup. Happy patch 8 day.
She's just a girl.
Yeah, we're gonna be hearing that alert for a while.
There you go, Quag.
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead, hero.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I should really learn the more consistent minor illusion way of doing this. It's just the way I know is speed pot, or not speed pot, excuse me, invis pot. So I just do it that way. Someone was asking about battle mage gloves. Does it mean they actually work now? Yes, it was in the patch notes. And it was confirmed that they are working.
Ignore them and be happy they didn't throw you to the spiders yet.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Let's save Volo now.
She's just a girl.
Don't go bothering my what's it to ya?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
There's intimidation proficiency. Just gotta roll good.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I guarantee we mustn't carry.
On fire. There you go, Quag.
Don't want to get Leviatar's love yet.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
We could go to Forge. Let's turn in the quest for saving Arabella.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Slept in, missed the patch notes discussion. It was about the first hour and a half of the stream, Candy May. Yeah.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I can actually use the gate now. Go back to the VOD later. Yeah. Patch notes are always very expensive for this game, so it's always entertaining to read through. There's some notes that are deliberately, I have to assume they're deliberately incredibly vague, so there's things that need to be tested. There's some ambiguity, but overall there were some nice quality of life adjustments. Some balancing adjustments that I don't feel great about, but nothing outside of the Tavern Brawler thing, nothing I would consider a massive negative for the game.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
I
Quag.
don't have that heavy crossbow, but it'll wait.
We're exposed now. Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon. I am not grumpy.
She's just a girl and
Hey, Neutral Trauma. Work with the sub, thank you. Yeah, thank you again, Anonymous.
Hey, bother.
Yeah, layaway appears to still work.
she's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hello, Petal.
As you
I've never pushed you. No.
Wrong with Tavern Brawler, they made it apply to all damage you do while in wild shape. In patch 8. Which is an incredibly silly choice. No, it doesn't double any damage while you're in wild shape distributed to the player, Candy May. It adds your strength mod. But this does mean if you have a +8 strength mod and you made someone bleed, Tavern Brawler applies to it. Your bleed now ticks for 10 damage, which, if that doesn't sound stupid, it's stupid. Jake! Stop it. I know he's hungry because he puked up his last meal, but I know there's food in that bowl and he just wants fresh food and he's being a diva about it.
Nay. Trader has no problem with
fire. There you go, Quag.
Die if I let the road reeking of this blast.
Stack of 8 strength pots.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Don't forget you're his pet. True.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Bard have something to say? I guess so.
It was bad enough having just one of those tadpoles.
There you go, Quag.
Something the matter?
She doesn't actually have anything to say. They did the meme Raphael one-rounded in a Sabretooth is a thing in honor too. Yeah.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Earth Mermaid and punching a bomb is probably able to one-shot bosses now, by the way.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
You'd be fooled if you emptied the bowl and filled it with the same food already inside. Probably. Jake is not very smart. I love that cat. He's not very smart.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Yeah, let's just go to Grimforge.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
This calls for careful footwork. A vessel
She's just a
wobbles
girl
on
and
the lakes.
she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Where's Gek? What about Gek? Where?
You continue.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Well, I'll be.
You shit!
Spit it out!
Drug nut!
You're shitting.
Who's the whom, Greyman? Another slave for the...
Ah,
Your twat's so chum. Oh, then I'm warning you.
There you go, Quag.
Moving ahead.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
We're so excited to try out the new Sorcerer Subclass. Go right to that. Got a Sorcerer first. Yeah. Shadow Sorcerer does look really fun.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
As you look at the skeleton,
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hope this ends well.
Thank you for all your content. Hey, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Do it.
There you go,
Make
Quag.
no mistake, this being the final major update for this game, does not mean I will stop playing it anytime soon. I got long-term plans for this game. I enjoy hanging out with the community, doing all sorts of different runs, and that's not going anywhere.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
Okay,
Quag.
crossbow. Nice.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Maybe some odd voice in the background and repeat. Yeah, that's my sub alert. Someone gifted 50 subs, so it's doing the alert 50 times.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Don't want to draw any attention.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Out of mind.
How often does someone give 50? It's rare. It's a lot of money, so it's much appreciated. Please address this before you have any desire to stream DOS to at all. I don't. Looked at the wiki for the subclass. How big would you say is the magic arrow passive? Pretty nice for certain weapons. I do plan on using some weapons of that stripe, so pretty nice.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Mimic Gape.
Best be on my way.
Does he get past the set so far? So, yeah, that goes off of Fighter as a whole. You get your subclass features at 3. You get a subclass-related passive at 7, unless you're Battle Master. And you get a subclass-related thing at 10. I'm level 4, so... Check that necrotic instance. Yeah, it didn't get Gape trade. But this goes on Craterus. A separate time. So it isn't a damage source, right? Might think, Quag, you're using all your resources. Yeah, I've got a couple rests I need to do anyway. Where do Arcane Archer get 10 Arcane, level 10, Battlemaster only has 5? About half the power of superiority dice. No, Battlemaster was not adjusted to a degree that makes it worth using from an efficiency perspective, and Arcane Archer was. That's all it is. They didn't make the mistake they did with Battlemaster of giving it no resources. At Herald, you use an Oil of Bane. I have Gloves of Power on. This is just a +1 light crossbow. Yeah, it's the Sharon one. You can fix it so easily, wonder why they didn't. Squeaky Wheel, the orange kill. Remember, Battlemaster is widely viewed favorably by the player base in terms of how they interact on social media. Why would Larian make a change that, you know, of that nature to a class that just gets glazed mindlessly? You and I know that Battlemaster has terrible resource issues, but if the player base doesn't view it as such, Larian's not going to make that change. It's We need a smear campaign. It's not a smear campaign as much as hey, this is objective reality. What? But yeah, Arcane Archer has a pretty bad resource problem in tabletop. I've been informed, and they corrected that for its implementation in BG3. Another example of how you should continue to view tabletop and BG3 as separate entities. Yes, I did the gape gesture on purpose. That was for you, Danny. Yes, I know mimics are acid immune. It's for the knockback. Trying to get them to move into a position where I can actually shoot them. For those who don't know, a caustic brine created explosion is a knockback with absolutely no saving throw whatsoever. So if you want to move someone, you can move them that way. Figure out a way to not cause knockback to myself as Temple Cleric and have Electrified Water Surface. Get immune to Electrocuted. Use a Lightning Resistance Elixir or equip the Sparks Wall. Boots of Striding would work too, yeah. Eldusk Boots. Mighty Claw. Good clip. Prevent the knockback too to be immune to Electrified? Yes, because if you can't take the damage that the knockback is attached to, it's not going to trigger. Remember, Thunderbolt Strikes is when you deal damage. You don't deal damage if you're immune. Flip for posterity or posteriority. Reduce it to 0. Does it still count? Unsure. Unsure. Well, why would you ever take Minor Illusion? So we're doing this to get the gloves here. Oh, hey, I forgot to back up. That could have been bad. I could have died there.
That won't work.
Like, there was a world in which that crit me, killed me outright, or hit me, pulled me down, and the fall damage killed me. We're doing this for the AC gloves here. Then we're gonna go make our way over to fight the animated armors over an Ancient Forge. Then we're gonna fight Grim. The Grim encounter will get us very comfortably to level 5. Hung to death, not the worst way to go. Least horny BG3 player.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. No traps, please.
Hold back to patch 7, my save's broken. Goodbye psych damage, only run just before I enter Shadowfell. Makes you cry every time. I mean, at a certain point, come on, it's... Modders said, hey, mods are broken. Larian says on the patch notes every time, hey, mods are broken. Streamers say, hey, mods are broken. Did you not pay attention to any of those sources? Mix have a weakness at all. They're bludgeoning Vuln while they're in chest shape, and that damage does carry over.
Anything of use?
So far as patch 8 on bugs, I haven't seen any new ones. I also haven't seen a lot of ones from patch 7 corrected, but I haven't seen any new ones yet. The mods aren't working at the moment, a case-by-case basis. Some mods work, some don't.
Bet I can crack that open.
All Vuln after they transform? Correct. Hey, Narclus. Able to load into my rogue file, just had to disable any UI related things. Yeah, Larian even specifically mentioned imp UI, the worky, and with the issues of some of the UI limitations and what modders had to deal with, they did make some changes on their end to make that easier to handle. Have to try new Nautiloid this run? I did not.
That should get us into that chest.
I did not, Mark. I didn't try it. Hotbar icons are all invisible. Are you using any UI mods whatsoever, Jeff?
Still mold.
Try when I finish downloading. Cool. Hey, Brown and Nerdy. How you doing? Saves carry over safely? I didn't try to load any of my saves. I started a new run. I don't need to fight the ooze right now. Should be a hand crossbow in here somewhere. wallow in our misery. Sure. Nautiloid. I like how we're still calling it new. Probably start with a shield craft. Take the splint later. Yeah, that sounds right. 0 mods. I'm also currently running with 0 mods.
I don't need any attention right now. Here goes nothing. First step is the hardest.
It didn't do crush damage. Shouldn't it have?
Should mind my step.
Hope it isn't Wither's Big Naturals cause these issues. So I can never return to the game. Oh, I should really go to the menu and install Wither's Big Naturals. Can't believe I forgot.
I need a quick word.
Game even running without the natties. Patch 8, let's go, Gage.
Light on my feet.
Yeah, that's not even what I thought about getting Shield of Faith while I was here, but this isn't why I came back to the Myconid colony. I'm going over to the Susur tree to grab a Susur Bloom. I misread with their 48 pages of patch notes. There's always really long patch notes for patches for this game, Gage. Yeah, that's correct.
I'll take that.
I just don't read normally. Yeah, it's there's a lot of stuff. What's this with bone titties?
Something sharp, deep, and still fresh. Death won't take me yet. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Galen no longer demanding your magical trinkets don't even have recruit to the party. I was thinking about that one. That might affect... Oh no, true solo elements there. Yeah, that might affect Elminster XP routing for runs that include that. Though, you know, with coal mining being optimized to the point where it is, can easily route that out and do, like, 1 round of coal mining and it's fine. 7 zombies, 20 XP per zombie. Doesn't take long to print the required amount to make up for Elminster.
Time to get going.
Nice to confirm Arcane arrows still work while silenced. I don't know why they wouldn't, but something I wanted to check. Looking for a good angle.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Fortunate. Imagine succeeding your athletics checks. Couldn't be me. Actually, let's go. Yeah. It's the day.
Again.
There we go. Here are some combination of better X UI mods causing the issue. Yep. Stated in the description of imp UI, which is a dependency for all those mods, and also stated in the patch notes for the patch put out by Larian. They specifically mentioned imp UI and UI mods as a whole.
Time to press ahead.
How you doing, Nico? If I fight these mimics now, I could be level 5 for this exploration spot here, but I genuinely just don't care enough.
This must be the forge. What an opening with metal. That bomb should fit there. I just need the
GOG made you re-download the game instead of patching. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sure nothing wrong is gonna happen to those three gentlemen. Yeah, I don't think so either. Hey, we got functional lava. That's rare. Grim roll a 20. 19. Anything interesting so far with Arcane Archer? The maneuvers are quite good. In the early game still, so I haven't really done much in the way of combats, but I selected 3 that I plan on doing some very cool stuff with. Lump. Lump was my nickname in college. Don't you stare at me. I've done nothing wrong. I'm just a little guy. Good one. Thank you, Tinny. Don't you stare at me, 2D dude. How dare you look at me while I'm broadcasting my existence on the internet. Guess I'll have to spend time sorting out mods again. Yeah. Yeah. Hope everyone's enjoying patch day. Let me ask you this, chat. What class is everyone playing first? Science. Hexblade, Hexblade. I expect to see a lot of Hexblade, yeah. Or Death Cleric, nice. In our duo, I'm gonna Drunk Monk, let's go. Starting a duo with Mark as well. By the way. It's been too long since we played together. Giant, nice Castle Fear. Drowbard, cool. Restarting my honor mode, that'll touch any of the new classes. Yeah, that's valid too. There's other changes. That makes sense. Grim, can you stop rolling good? Rolled a 19 and a 20. All of them 4 characters, 3 multi-class. Get them all done in one run. Interesting approach. College of Glamour Bard for me. Nice. Multi-class Giant Barb and Monk. I think that's going to be a popular combo.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be
Alright, that's level 5. Now we get our critical hit immunity as well. And we get the Warped Headband, which is actually relevant for us. Because our spell save DC matters. We also get our money that we paid Lump with back.
One day I'll catch a break.
Should get a Guild Artisan inspo here, too. Yep.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Nobody else is playing the bees. Morgana Evelyn mentioned that she messed around with the bees a bit. I can't say I have too much interest in Stormkeeper relative to some of the other ones, but I do want to do a run with all of them eventually, and I am a Ranger enjoyer, so I'm confident I'll like it once I get there. Alright, so Adamantine Shield, there's our crit immunity. We took Archery rather than Defense Fighting Style, so we have only 25 AC. Do have 14 Intelligence naturally. Guess we stick with Haste Hump for now. Okay. Extra attack. Simple enough. You can swap out your arcane shots every level, too. That's certainly nice. Especially if you're experimenting as you're leveling up and you have like a no respec rule or some such. Yeah, just standard stuff. Fighter 5 means extra attack. Level 3 already in the Underdark. I usually go to the Underdark at level 1, but this time I went at level 2. Or was it 3? I may have gotten 3 before doing it. But yeah, usually I go there while remaining level 1, for the purpose of getting Vendor Attitude. Respecking is not banned in this run, so I figure I'll just get Attitude whenever I respec. Stalker Shadow Sorcerer is neat. I'm sure that's going to be popular. Just because the names. But the thing about it is, those two subclasses step on each other's toes quite a bit. In terms of what you get from level 1 Shadow Sorcerer features and what you get from level 3 Gloomstalker features. There's so much overlap, you only need one of them. But it's not going to stop people from doing it. Fleet Fingers. This for now.
Enough. We know you have her. Please, we just want. Just stop this. We don't.
Let's try some stuff out. Oh, bye.
Oh my star! I didn't mean for this.
Sorry.
I'd best.
5 damage, 18 damage. So, Arcane Archer has, talk about the shot I just used. Arcane Shot, Piercing Arrow. That was a max damage roll in Dimir. Does your weapon damage to everyone in the AoE, and if they fail a dex save, it also does an extra d6. Does your weapon damage. And saving doesn't stop them from taking your weapon damage. I want to say on average take reach level 5. Feels like you do it very fast. You can do it in under 2 hours if you put in some effort. I mean, it has only been a little over 2 hours on this run. Here, let me look at my runtime on this save. It's 3 hours. Yeah, I got there in 3 hours. But you can do it in 2 pretty easily. This ability can clear most fights, balance. Yeah, like most fights in Act 1, I could just click piercing shot, or piercing arrow until the fight is over. Do we sip from Monty's nasty juice? I don't have any heroism elixirs right now. We'll do it anyway. You Raphael yet? Yes.
Smelling the war.
Bede's face card is slaying in the sunlight. She does look good, yep. Didn't they say they want to fix Raphael? When and where did they say that? I mean, they tried to fix it in a patch once before, so the methods changed, but it still works, so. New Nautiloid still works? Sick. I don't know what they think they fixed. I don't know, Mark. Couldn't tell you.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Wonder if they fixed null arrows not being missile snaring compatible. They probably didn't. New Nautiloid's the Forced Hostile Mind Flayer? Yeah.
My selection's pretty slim.
Yeah, part of why I'm not getting attitude with NPCs is I want to see who in the Emerald Grove I do get attitude with for dealing with Minthara. That was something they mentioned in the notes. Probably going with no discounts for a while. We do have Persuasion Proficiency, so there's that. Multi-class Hexblade Sorcerer and roll Boomy Blade hard. Do whatever you want to do. I don't see the value of Sorcerer there at all, but do what you want to do.
What to bring?
At the end of the day, everything's viable. I guess we'll bring Zelda Zora. Why not? Date installed, still 1 hour estimate on verifying files. Oof.
The dit in your head buzzes in concert with
drivel or think. It is.
Imagine looking at Booming Blade, not thinking Evo Wizard.
Is this monster with you?
Lower.
Add a new class that isn't viable.
The tea sling was.
Power for Hexblade's good. Find weapon, just 1 point. Rest going sorcerer, storm sorcerer from abilities and nice spells enable skirmish tactics around my party. So you don't get mobility from storm sorcerer or casting Booming Blade. And you don't have the action economy from either sorcerer or warlock to Booming Blade and then cast a leveled spell for Tempestuous Flight. So that's not how any of that works. They already have that much approval?
You Whitler, and you're hardly bland.
Oh, okay.
Your center look good, do you?
Sure. The time already. Also, unsure if the can't be a cantrip thing actually applies to D-Dude, because it says leveled spell, but it works off of Shocking Grasp. So, verifying for Booming Blade. Something that I didn't get around to testing. You know, and you can get in and out of combat easily, ranged options when you start the battlefield. You get that from Warlock. Like, everything you're describing, you could just be pure Warlock. The reason why I'm harping on this so much, because Sorlock gets propped up for doing things that it doesn't do better than either pure Sorcerer or pure Warlock. Like, you're speccing Sorcerer for no gain, and you are just nerfing both your Sorcerer and your Warlock progression. Feel free to do it, because at the end of the day, everything's viable. But just know that you're not making your character stronger at all. I love that Storm Sorcerer Flight. Yeah, and it's not going to trigger off of what you were talking about doing. And if you love the Storm Sorcerer Flight, then just play Storm Sorcerer. And a Hexblade dip for the proficiencies, sure. You could do that. 1 level dip on Storm Sorcerer makes sense. Just attribute the value to where it actually is. What else was I doing? Oh yeah, I needed animate dead corpse. Use the Bugbear Assassin. Want the spells? Yeah, you can get those as Warlock. Or as pure Sorcerer. That's the point. Put on a Strength Elixir just so I can throw people about. I need the AC gloves. Also, my chips on one play and some on another. So, like, again, you can get those features from both of those classes individually. You are not getting... The Warlock can get all of the spells that you were talking about getting on Sorcerer. The Sorcerer can get them all. But what are you getting? You're not. You're just multiclassing for the sake of multiclassing. That's the point. Yes. How's the Arcane Archer going? It's going, Mick. We're about to do our first fight at level 5. What do I want to lead with here? Let's go Enfeebling Shot. It'll be fun. Poison it too.
Use your lifted
Critical
potential.
miss. He saved, but still took a ton of damage. Respecting once I've rated all the vendor's equipment, so kind of temporary build. And a crit.
Let me guess. Your devil myth. Care to explain why you reek of the hells? What? And
Right. Yoink.
let's move. moment.
I'll say that makes your points moot because it's entirely going to background to get the stuff Melon friends so appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. I don't mean to seem so combative, and I appreciate you taking the commentary in the spirit it's intended, Cryptic. Just yeah, I saw it as a good point to bring up. You know, the tendency a lot of players have towards they heard Sorlock is good, so they do it, without understanding that they're not actually getting much value out of most iterations of Sorlock that you couldn't get by just committing to one of the two classes.
The squirrel lunges at your foot.
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone.
When I save someone's life, they immediately tell me I smell like shit.
Are these
But what if you do smell like shit?
What path lies before me?
You didn't seem combative at all. When someone says, hey, consider this, think about your plans, the opposite of combative, entirely cooperative. Thank you for understanding that. I do appreciate that immensely.
I have something to ask.
Please, make it stop.
I'm just controlling wildlife population. I'm helping the natural order of things.
Dance upon the stars. More like butchering. At the hands of this. I'll dance upon the stars tonight.
I prefer failing that first one, so of course I rolled a nat 20. Getting squirrel XP is a tradition at this point. It's so unnecessary.
There was so much.
But I just like doing it. Came from YouTube because of the massive gape. Is this true? Gape? We gape from time to time.
Our little Hellion told us what happened.
Thank.
Let's see what this does.
Hermit gaping, very comfortable around campfire with friends. So if you want an early, easy, infinite money option, knock out Mole every day. Don't need to worry about any sort of vendor nonsense.
And we're happy to. I want to steal that. Anything else? Anything else? You've been.
But I have 3 companions sat next to 4 traders right now. It'd make more sense the vine weapon thing. I mean, I've used split party to buy from multiple vendors as I'm refreshing their inventories before. There's other applications, but I understand. Ooh, sorry, you're doing Stars Druid? Nice. A setup I messed around a bit with in the stress test was 10 Evocation Wizard, 2 Stars Druid. Because the bonus action attack you get in Starry Shape is an evocation spell. And interestingly, it scales off of your spellcasting modifier, not your wisdom. So you can get it to scale off your intelligence.
Time to skulk about. further can I go?
Let's go recruit Astarian. Sorry for repeating. Is it true they changed the persuasion? I wouldn't know. I hadn't heard. No, David. Not able to confirm myself. Yeah, I wasn't aware that they did. What is the rumored change that they've made? If you know. Sorry, I didn't see your first message. Repeating's okay. Where am I going? Not the right way. Any big important change so far outside of the subclass? The Tavern Brawler change is stupid, and I hate it. Actively despise it. Won't be taking Tavern Brawler on any Druid Wild Shape builds anymore.
I need some help. Hurry, there, in the grass. There.
Just a dumb boar. You
What was it? The hand to think. My name's so. Although. Good.
Having a Tavern Brawler. While wild-shaped, Tavern Brawler's damage increase, your strength modifier, now applies to all damage attributed to you. So not only is that completely unnecessary, but it also makes no fucking sense anymore. For example, if you cast Spike Growth and then wild-shaped, Tavern Brawler's applying to your Spike Growth damage.
Have to keep going.
And I don't want that. As a challenge runner, I didn't need that in my game. Huh? It's stupid, right? Crazy, sure is. I'm only basing this on two people's claim. There's a chance just a mod is that each tadpole reduces max HP by 2. That sounds like a mod. You know, people and not accounting for their mods having changed the game when a new update comes out. We'll take that with a grain of salt. Minotaur died before I enabled turn. It's sad, yeah. Tadpole's 2 AP to begin with, so they've nerfed anyways. Most of the tadpole powers are just fun and less game-breaking than things you can do at a baseline. Most of them. Now, there are some that are absolutely broken. Ability Drain is one of them. Ability Drain in particular is probably the only one I would classify as actually that broken. All the Weak isn't as good as people think it is because it doesn't trigger off of a lot of relevant kinds of damage. It interferes with certain effects and is often detrimental, and it only kicks in when you didn't need to really do damage anyway. But Ability Drain is broken. Black Hole is good, yeah. Ability Drain is broken. Hey Ness, let's patch 8 so far. I'm annoyed with some of the balance changes. Making the game easier. But this new fighter subclass, I'm really excited about. It's got some really cool stuff. Tavern Brawler is now global damage while wild shaped. So Spike Growth wild shape, because, you know, Druid was bad and couldn't do damage. It's stupid. I strongly dislike it. See, do I have a piercing shot? No. I do bursting, kind of a waste. I don't need to spend a die here. Ability drain didn't stack, would still be fine. Don't think so. I think it would still be pretty crazy, Scrap Rebirth. Because any NPC or enemy that has a an even numbered stat, being able to lower them to a different bracket can seriously affect a lot of things. Like if you lower their spellcasting stat a full bracket, well, you are decreasing the amount you need to roll in saving throws against them, and you could in fact ensure you could automatically save against certain effects. You could lower their armor class to a level where you could hit them. You could lower their attacking stat to a point where they can't hit you. That's the real power of ability drain. I apologize for background noise. They're doing some street cleaning. Oh, missed twice. You can find a take. It's always fine to take because someone saying tadpole powers are OP doesn't mean you can't enjoy them in your run. And I'm a fan of using tadpole powers because, in my view, there's something unique to the story structure of this game. If this were a tabletop campaign, that would be like some homebrew that the DM worked hard on, and I would want to engage with that. That's my view. Excuse me, fun isn't allowed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, they didn't fix that. About the optimized AI feels optimized. I have no idea what they meant by that. Saving stuff in a treasure's inventory get fixed? Not from what I've observed so far in the session. It seemed to work just fine on Ethel and on Roa and on Aaron. I don't think I actually checked Aaron. It seemed to work fine on Ethel and on Roa. The changes not in the patch notes you found? Struggling to think of any. Probably, but I can't think of any offhand. I guess there's consequences of certain changes they have listed in the patch notes. Like, for example, them making the advantage from Shadowblade and Knife of the Undermountain King function had the side effect of making Shadowblade and Knife of the Undermountain King stat sticks that apply advantage to anything else. Something I can think of, you know, things of that nature. Like, hey, this change they outlined, here's what it actually does.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Cat is malfunctioning a lot today. Sure has to play the game in a certain way it's known. Uh-huh. Have to play the way someone else has defined for me. Everyone knows that. How does saving stuff in backpack trick work? Is the purpose to fill it and pickpocket in a single check? No, the purpose is to stop the items from being changed whenever the vendor's inventory changes. Like, for example, if you level up or long rest, vendor inventory refreshes. The purpose of putting items in a backpack is in the way I use it, is so that I don't have to sit through refreshing a vendor to have them stock a specific item that I want. So, like, if I wanted a Vigilance Elixir, eventually, but I didn't want one right now, and I didn't want to spend the gold right now, I could put it in the vendor's backpack, and it'll just be there for when I need it. Lazy Soldier and spell working. They did mention that in the notes. Yes, that's very nice.
Always room for
Soldier stonks going up.
tracks. Goblins. Glowing eyes are rarely a good sign. Best be careful.
I think the fight up front went bad.
Need to find a way forward.
Ball's Edict was broken. So there was a specific thing. Also, I'm not... We're going to have to test that, Naz. I'm not sure if they are specifically addressing the thing you encountered, or if they're changing the fight to be harder. But there is a specific edge case thing where if you engaged a fight with Orin in a very particular manner, Ball's Edict would be applying at the same time as your turn was being taken. So as soon as you end your turn, you die. That is what they have seemingly addressed, but it is something I want to test. I'm for every character of Death Ward, I guess. You weren't listening, Candyman. I'm not saying that that's a change they made. I'm saying that that's how it worked, and also Death Ward doesn't stop Ball's Edict. So, no. But basically, what happened on Naz's run, he lost a run there. He ended his turn, and then Ball's Edict happened, and he died before he got to his turn again. If I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of that, Naz. Cat. Stop it. Y'all got manhandled? No, I'm gentle with him. Yeah, you're correct. Triggered Sanguine Lash and Edict kicked in the beginning of the next turn. There you go. So the hope is that the change they listed in the notes is to fix that, rather than changing it so that happens if you try to surprise Orin. I want to see what Oathbreaker Hexblade can do. Oathbreaker will contribute nothing to Hexblade, but making it weaker. So I would encourage just staying pure class Hexblade at that point. I'm really sorry about that background noise. I have my windows closed, there's really nothing I can do.
Time to get going.
What does that sound? I think it's a leaf blower. No, it's not particularly close either. Didn't notice it, so he talked about it. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Why are you here? What?
Leaf blower with the power of 10,000 suns.
You think yourself... Help! As you say, Olladin.
Hey, what if you just, like, chilled the fuck out, Kaga? Oh, I rolled a 1. That's cool. It's not too loud? Okay, thanks.
Kaga's voice breaks and her lips tremble.
You know I'm right.
She heard reason in your words.
Wait, Sylvan. Careful. I believe you would...
Yeah, so what if I just, What if I just did this? I could fight. Arcane Archer bad. Remember, this is one of the ones people said would be bad. Totally balanced. That is one of the hardest fights in Act 1, by the way. Particularly if you don't have Quag on your side. But let's say I hadn't gotten Quag on my side. Let's look at the combat log real quick. See how much damage I was doing. So, 1 piercing arrow, up to 25 damage. Quag has 84 HP. I could have just still sent 4 of those into her. And then hasted to send a 5th one. Using a normal bow too. Oh yeah, I'm using the makeshift bow, which has some spicy extra necrotic damage. That is done on my piercing shot there. Let people know they're getting into based on subclass for D&D. Is there really that much of a difference between BG3 and D&D? Sorry, noob here. It's a good question, Inari, and yes, there is that much of a difference. But also, you gotta keep in mind that a lot of people who claim to have an understanding of the material in tabletop don't have it there either. But they should be viewed as completely different beasts. There are differences, fundamental differences between BG3 and tabletop that can't be reconciled, and nor should they be, because they are different things, and that's okay. You have the answer? Of course. Oh, I should also mention that with that piercing arrow, them succeeding the save just means that extra d6 of piercing doesn't happen. They still take my full weapon damage. Though completely consistent, spammable AoE that works with extra attack.
What's up for discussion?
Okay, but Lae'zel still can't get to be nice to the kids with Ashrak Inspiration because she's insane. Yeah, makeshift bow, as Rox pointed out, is one of the top 3 damaging bows in the game. And I would point out that specifically for Arcane Archer, Titan String Bow is not necessarily your damage leader. Vicious Short Bow isn't necessarily your damage leader. You have the most use cases for makeshift bow. Because at level 7, I'm going to spoil a feature, at level 7, Arcane Archers, all of their bow attacks are considered magical, whether the weapon is magical or not. So, it resolves this thing not being magical. And certain kinds of weapon damage bonuses are not applied to the non-attack roll arcane shots. Namely, Titan String Bow's bonus, in my testing at least, was not. But because the necrotic from makeshift bow is part of the weapon's damage, rather than being an effect that's added in, it does work.
Looks like the booze got the better of them.
Works like Hailthorns and Conjure Barrage, yes. The Jolt Shooter would also be really good in this class. We plan on getting that. Loaded a save and Cold Snap gives +3 armor class. Pogler, you just bragged about how many mods you have on. I'm gonna assume that that's a mod thing being weird until someone else confirms that. Disabled all mods, loaded game for about 2 months ago. Okay, loading a save. I would check on a fresh save there. You know what? I could verify right now. Let's see. Give me 1 second. We'll see if Cold Snap works that way. Lurkin will working on mute, taking a lunch break. How you like an Arcane Archer? It's really good. It's really good, Ash Lily. It's really strong. I'm very excited to mess around with it further. Alright. Use the script extender console, added Cold Snap. Let's see. Does not give +3 armor class.
These boots have seen everything. With haste. Just out of view.
Thanks, you're welcome. For the record, just like the bow, not your comment. Yeah, makeshift bow is very, very strong. That bonus necrotic should be part of the skeleton's features, but instead they put it on the bow. Fine weapon on the bludgeon paid off getting on the tower in Underdark. That's fun. Guiding bolt hitting for 17. Let's go. Very low roll on that first shot. I guess maybe I wasn't close enough for the force crit. Oh no, I was. Yeah, I just rolled bad damage. This cat, hello, are you okay? Speaking of bows, does the Fear Shield work bow the Banshee? Should.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Should. My understanding of it, anyway, is that it should.
Don't waste a step.
Cat. Alright, after I deal with these bugbears, I gotta do cat maintenance. Also, I should figure out food. What am I eating for lunch today, chat? What do we think? What sounds good? Pizza? Hmm. Good. Gyoza? Ooh, that sounds good. Nachos? I could go for nachos. Feeling gyoza, though. cat maintenance a euphemism? No, Danny, I'm not doing what you do after watching one too many Astarian fan camps. Do you think in 10 plus years we'll have some kind of BG3 Legendary Edition complete world story happening for Karlach? No. They have explicitly said in the patch notes for today's patch they are not adding more narrative stuff. Also, Happy Ending for Karlach is already in the game and has been since patch 5.
That wall's barely holding together.
But, as for the other thing, narrative expansion, they explicitly said in the patch notes that, no more narrative stuff. Return to Divine Player? No. So the happy ending is if you convince her to go to Avernus with either you or Will, in the epilogue camp, you can talk to her and she'll mention how they found plans that could help her fix the engine, and she can probably come home soon. There you go. That's been in the game since patch 5. Now, I'm personally still partial to the artistry of going along with her wishes and just staying with her while she goes. But that's obviously fucking heartbreaking. Yeah, I do consider it a shame that we will never see a fully fleshed out Will. But it is what it is. Hey, Choco Skittle. Date's upon us. It sure is. Cat. He's being very hyper today. Right. Relax. Yes, brother. Are you okay? Still want her in cottagecore dream house. My wife with 2 kids in Scratch. Kevin do his taxes. Kevin did his taxes. Kevin is being responsible off somewhere else. Jake, I don't know. I think Mark taught him how to evade taxes. You pay your taxes, you little rebel? I don't know if he did. Alright, I'm gonna top off his food. Clearly he's about a second away from trying to eat my face while I'm still alive. So I'll be right back, then we'll continue. I'm back. Sorry about that. Take care of some things while I was up and about. Sad we don't get DLC with Zariel. I don't give a shit about DLC. If we as consumers are normalizing that they can't just make games as complete products without putting content, slices of content behind paywalls, then we deserve all the Bethesdas and Ubisofts and EAs in the industry. I don't give a single flying fuck about DLC. Larry went as upfront with they didn't want to make DLC, so they didn't make DLC. And do you want them to make something that they are not creatively interested in? Because that's how you get slop. I don't want that. This game is good because they cared. Hey, Chocolate Skittle, thank you for the Prime of the 2 months.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Heard an ad go off and immediately said absolutely not Quag fine. I'm so used to 8 uninterrupted hours of Quag now. Can't go back to be broke. Even though this is Prime. Anyways, loved being here the past month, Quag.
Thank you so much. Very kind words. Really appreciate that. We do not deserve Activisions. I don't think we do either, Baneblade. Which is why we gotta be happy when we get a complete product that they update for 2 continuous years for free. Remember, they gave us DLC level content every few months for 2 straight years after this game came out. Who gives a shit about DLC? We got more game anyway. I'm very happy with what they've added. If it's not clear, I'm a fan. Kinda wanna buy a haste scroll. I'll wait though.
Play.
Every other major studio would sell it as $15-20 DLC. Oh yeah. This patch would have been sold as DLC if another studio did it. For sure.
Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Wouldn't you agree? If you would... Yes. This will...
So many companies mad at Larian for doing it too. It's now put pressure on them to match making complete games. The thing is, I agree with your sentiment there, Mystic Lion. It hasn't put the industry in a place where people are going to be forceful in their demands for, you know, having a complete product that they pay for. The industry is still going to be able to get by with things like the Call of Duty of the year. That's the same game they've been releasing for the last 5 years with some skins swapped out and 1 hour shaved off the campaign each time. People are still going to buy that in record numbers every year, and the existence of things like BG3 will never change that. But the idea that people who work in the games industry, anyone at all feeling threatened by people really liking this content model, it is an indication that this is the right way to go.
Pain is proof that we live. Revel in it.
Stop buying every COD after Blops 2. I enjoyed Blops 4. I did get Cold War because I was hoping it would be good. It wasn't, and I haven't played any since. Why games bad? Still buys 3 games a month. The company should be doing what Larian does, not the opposite perhaps. Maybe they wouldn't be trashed. Yeah.
I am proud.
If everyone else finds their business, I'll be fine.
My beautiful.
Hey, I didn't know he'll actually cast that. Good for him. Hey, Verizon. What, you guys are worried? So Abdurak always has a hold person scroll. I've never seen him willing to use it before, but he's willing to use it. What, you guys thought I would go into that with a risk of him actually killing me? No, come on. So let me explain here. I have 26 AC. He has +6 on his bonuses. Sorry, he has +7 on his bonuses, but reeling, as soon as he misses me, goes down to +6. That means there's only one roll where he can hit me. I have crit immunity, so me being paralyzed doesn't create an automatic crit. So he had a 5% chance to hit me on each of those. You trade with him, can you buy this roll? Yeah, you can buy or steal this roll. Viatar disapproved of his ability to hit that. Sorry, of his lack of ability to hit that. Uh-huh. Wonder if the Warlock Goblin in the main area will use its hold person scroll. Yeah, that's a good question. That'd be a nice difficulty increase there. Maybe that's what they meant with optimized AI. Maybe if they see they can hold person, they'll just do it. Because there's some things that are capable that just wouldn't.
Something's on my mind.
Yeah, Roxa traded the same thought.
Historian has a certain swagger, don't you find? An interesting fellow. Nice hair to boot.
I hear that's a common stance, Will. Clipper explained how to grow up armor early.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings.
I could explain. So there's layers to it. Never catch it live. So the framework of it is Raphael's spawn is added to your game when you complete any subquest of the Find a Cure quest. So that is either completing Omelum's quest, completing Priestess Guts quest, completing Nettie's quest, completing Ethel's quest. Any of those. So usually this is done with Nettie. As soon as you've completed the Nettie interactions and stuff, Raphael is able to spawn at any of the 5 locations where he can. So what you need to do is at any of those 5 locations, you need to interrupt his conversation with you. You need to make him teleport away and leave. Now, there's a few ways of doing that, but that's the basic gist of it. Then, whenever you go to leave the act for the first time, you'll get a forced long rest where he will be in your camp. Then, depending on how you made him disappear, you will either need to introduce an extra step to break his AI, or you will need to make it so conversation can't start. Caustic Bulb's right? Technically an option, but that's not what I did. I'll get to that. But you need to either break his AI in the camp, or you need to make it so he's unable to speak if you've not already broken his AI. But whichever you do there, the next step after that is to turn on non-lethal, knock him out, and you get his XP and armor. And then you can talk to him and proceed as normal. Silence always works. You can use silence, yes. Keep in mind if you have the Oathbreaker Knight in camp, or Tara, they will get mad. The Oathbreaker Knight will aggro, and you'll have to fight him, so don't break your oath before doing this. Now, the method I used to make Raphael go away, to interrupt the conversation in the first place, was I electrified some water. Reason being, that dealt damage to him initially, applied the electrocuted condition. So when he showed up in the camp later, which I forced that rest to happen by attempting to leave the act, and I have Will and Karlak recruited, and I had done none of either of their storylines. This meant that upon this forced long rest, Mizora showed up to punish Will for not killing Karlak. But Raphael was there, rendered into the camp, just chilling, during this cutscene. The electrocution I applied to him ticked while Mizora was talking. We were in a dialogue, so Raphael couldn't start conversation, so his AI broke. So then I could just beat him up and I didn't need silence. Using Karlak in this way also enables you to then go back to Act 1 by talking to her, and she'll be like, hey, we're getting far from the Paladins, we should go deal with that. And you just say, yeah, okay. So then instead of the game putting me in the mountain pass after the rest, it put me back in the wilderness. So it's combining all that together. Put Will in the party so we got an inspo for saving Volo.
Well met. Are you sure?
Might have found a nice synergy, 11 Swashbuckler and 1 Sorcerer for Booming Blade. Also scrolls be cast with Charisma. You could. I mean, 11 Rogue, just good in general. That extra level dip is frequently nice. I will note that you could just take another Swashbuckler level and then take, like, Magic Initiate. But if you want access to more things that Sorcerer can do. Yeah, that makes some sense. Theo, thank you for the 9 months. If we wake up in the patch 7 nightmare, I mean, patch 8 didn't fix anything. I mean, it fixed a couple of things. Zorel is supposedly works now, so that's cool. Thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Type of transition advance the status of the Grove request? No. Because we didn't move on to the next map, we turned around and came back at Karlak's behest.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
W. Anyways, did we wake up from the patch 7 nightmare?
Thank you again, Sao. I appreciate it. Thought about Swashbuckler being needed Charisma, so it fits well. Maybe Warlock's also fine. Yeah, I like the thought process. I see what you're cooking.
Must be on my way. Here goes nothing.
Got to get the key. For lore. Now we're just kind of getting money, cleaning up assorted stuff to get to level 6. I don't necessarily need to get to level 6, but I kind of just want to. So that's our second feat. Fighters get an extra feat at level 6. I don't know what I take there. I could take Sharpshooter. Guess Sharpshooter makes sense, but like, you know me and Ham. Now, I can't take Ham every run. Well, I could. I shouldn't. I could, though.
Something good here, I hope.
Swarmkeeper looks funny. Yeah. I'm sure Swarmkeeper is pretty cool. Friend of the channel, Morgana Evelyn, was speaking highly of it, so I'm inclined to take her word for it. She did say it was funny.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
0 damage.
They call for Susabark.
I decided I want my patch 7 run to be pure Shadow Magic Sorcerer, Shadow Magic Sorcerer Paladin. I'm not really a fan of making characters weaker by making them paladins in general. So that's my stance. But at the end of the day, whatever would be most fun for you. Hey Drew, you ever crafted Bladesinger at all? Strength it's an odd combo IMO. So like, what makes you think strength is involved? But the answer is no, but let's talk through this. Why would you need strength or care about strength? Or, other side of the coin, why would you not already have the strength?
I need a quick word.
I'm not terribly interested in Bladesinger overall.
He's not infernal, at least. But this
But I wouldn't consider that one of its weaknesses.
So, Zariel used to top me up. Sort of. Next time we find...
I think a battle mage type character would need a more melee based build. Not too sure, to be honest. But like, well, let's think this through. Bladesinger gets proficiency with a couple kinds of melee weapons that wizards don't normally have, and they get light armor proficiency, I believe. These are things that just kind of let you be a little bulkier in general, but then also you can scale your melee attacks off of your choice of strength or dex, and every character, remember, if you use a finesse weapon, it'll go dex if dex is higher. Remember, every character in BG3 benefits from having high dex. Also, having low strength, not really too helpful, unless you are very strapped for like what stats you're trying to boost. Because your strength is your resistance to being shoved, your resistance to being knocked prone by most effects, your carry weight, your jump distance, your ability to shove people, your ability to throw people. It's just a good idea to have good strength and dex in every character. So why would you not already have that taken care of? Like, where are the stats going? Sure, let's say you boost your int, let's say you grabbed a little bit of constitution. You still have more than enough in terms of stat distribution to have either max strength or max dex and still have some in the other.
Hey, soldier. I think...
Pleasure. Take...
I don't think I've ever
What,
felt
16 strength,
more
16 and
powerful.
14 dex? Yeah, so, like, how's the strength a problem? You have the highest possible unboosted strength you could have for the early game, you know, bracket-wise. You have a +3 modifier. To get to +4, you would either have to use a feat, a permanent bonus, or a consumable.
Do you want to? What's on your mind? Really?
I can... I read that already. Oops. I'm a mage type character. I'm getting old rereading messages. Can you imagine?
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Yeah, layaway still definitely works. Regarding overall Bladesinger theory crafting, I think as some others have mentioned, it probably has some value in if you want wizard scribing certain wizard spells, etc., and a little bit of extra AC very conditionally, multi-classing it, like getting extra attack from it and multi-classing it with other things could be useful, especially if you multi-class it with a few other casters to keep your combined spell progression going. Probably an interesting way of doing it. I've been out of arcane arrows for a bit. Anything else I want to do before I rest? I have a star and tell me he's a vampire. Glass cannon type stuff right now, I suppose. You get the AC out, mage armor will suffice. So here's the thing about being tanky. AC doesn't mean shit. There are much better defensive measures than AC. For example, what does AC do against a saving throw? You gotta think more three-dimensionally than that. Picking up damage reduction, picking up damage resistances, having enough move speed that things can't target you, getting certain status effect immunities.
Astarion's an interesting find. Something the matter?
You know, a vampire.
Yeah,
So-
obviously. Okay. Yeah, in the interest of continuing to do funny stuff, with my subclass, we'll probably rest more than I usually do. Layaway work on console, might be missing something sold back, can't open the bag. I would not know about console. I'm sorry. Use 10 con, 49 hit points, level 5. Yeah, I have aid from the amulet, and I have refreshed from Auntie Ethel's well, increasing my HP by 15.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Doesn't work on console. Thank you, Superman.
Very welcome back.
You want to try out Arcane Archer in particular?
Discoveries?
Well, earlier when we fought the Shadow Druids, I ended the entire fight in one round because Piercing Arrow is really good. But also Enfeebling Shot with Craterous Wounds later on will be some pretty stupid damage that also cuts down incoming damage. There's some Bursting Arrow, Seeking Shot, Looping. Basically, level 7, we will be able to engineer situations where intentionally missing a shot and then having the follow-up shot from that also miss allows me to restore my own resources, creating a situation where I will never need to even short rest or use a short rest potion if I can set up a fight in a particular way.
I greet you, son child.
Lots of cool stuff. Arcane Archer is pretty good.
Have you spoken with Script?
So gagged last night, a character just eating acid arrows, not getting hurt, passing saving throws because of water walk. That's fun.
Well,
Ooh, Colossus is probably really good for this subclass too. That's an interesting idea.
Balin, where are you?
Long rest.
Don't mind if I do.
Endgame bow be here, it'd be different depending on the fight. You know I change gear all the time,
Something the
Glow.
matter?
You know I don't believe in put this one item in the slot forever gameplay. Your build stats, please. Extension not working. Sure, Creative Duda. Give me a second.
Don't worry, but you're desperate to be rid of it. The parasites are merely a were it not for my protection, if
Any new bugs so far? There's an annoying thing where zooming out my mini-map also zooms out my camera and zooming in as well. But it hasn't been as consistent as it was in the stress test, so. Your stats with high natural strengths confuse me. Okay, here you go. Here's my stats. Here's my HP. The extension's not currently working as far as I'm aware, Rox. Thank you. You're welcome. And the feed I took is alert, so you can see over here. Switch to Fleet Fingers. Remind me when exactly Raph starts spawning? Sure. After you've completed any of the subquests that are part of the Find a Cure quest. So that is either, you know, the Nettie poisoning thing, or Ethel trying to take your parasite out, or Omelum with the potion, or Priestess Gut also poisoning you. You know, and any of those quests will do it. I usually use Nettie.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Hit come.
On my way. Let's see what this does.
fresh, sweet smelling, the warm.
You know, we're gonna get devious, I think. We're gonna get devious.
This calls for careful footwork. I can be breathe quiet. Move with care. That's the symbol of the absolute. Marked in blood.
Yeah, we'll take a fourth action point, why not?
Don't waste a step.
Funny as class. I don't need to make attack rolls, everyone just dies. Hey, Flynn dying to call the week just triggered my bloodlust. Surprising. Wasn't expecting that. I'll take it, but I certainly wasn't expecting it. Triggering bloodlust on my turn? Thank you. You shouldn't have.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Alright, good fight, I guess.
In that corpse. You should take a look.
Arcane Archer bad.
By the gods, you're a sweet sight. Are any of my crew still alive out there?
At fix, seem to remember bloodlust not triggering. My memory matches yours, Keta. So that's surprising. That might have been an undocumented change, or maybe some sort of edge case.
Risen Road's more dangerous than ever. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Got some car. Tell the fellow on the door.
We'll let Rugen and Ollie bring the chest.
What's inside? Maybe I need more pockets.
Backlash here. Short rest, get my action surge and my arcane shots back.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
You harbor a bug on my end. Can you move the camera while holding shifts? Yeah, I'm moving it. Ooh, bursting arrow. Look at the AoE on this, by the way. Your stats now? Nothing's changed, Club. Patch been treating me. Arcane Archer is so fun, GG. It's so fun.
Softer than a whisper.
Unfortunately, the force damage on that bursting arrow AoE is rather low. But remember, low instances of damage you can crowbar a lot onto. Things like lightning charges, things like Callous Glow. Later on, getting access to Rhapsody and Mutilated Carapace. You can do a lot.
Carefully now.
Beast, you hear you gnolls can spawn.
Running the mods, completely vanilla right now, Shay.
Out of sight, out of mind.
bursting, how big is the piercing AoE? I'll show you that. So that's what piercing arrow was what I used my opener on Flint here. This is what it looks like. So sick. This is Dirt Run or Tav? Tav.
Very well. Damn, gnolls are everywhere.
Yeah, Arcane Archer is cracked. And remember, I want to point out that at this point in the game, I do not have tangibly better resource management than Battlemaster. What I do have is maneuvers that are just straight up better than what Battlemaster has access to. Later on, I will have better resource sustain than Battlemaster, because Arcane Archer gets up to 10 of these shots per short rest.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Per short rest. Trying to think of feats for Swashbuckler since it was like 4 feats baked in already. Maybe it's Dancing Breeze time. Maybe it rocks. Polar Master? Yeah, I like it. 10? 10. 10. What is Battlemaster 6? 5 or 6? This is a fighter subclass? This is a fighter subclass, Gage. Think dual wield Shadowblade Ranger, Moth Stormkeeper, Resonance Zone be viable? You know it would be. Shadowblade on its own, real strong. Shadowblade got way stronger in this patch. And way more accessible. Resonance Stone doubles up psychic damage, you know that would be strong. Can you disarm your enemy? Yeah. I don't have one on me right now, but Fear Scroll. I can disarm my enemies with Fear Scroll. Or I can equip a trident.
Open up.
My trident is currently in Damon's backpack, but I could do that. Wait until Titan String shenanigans. Here's the thing about that, Sao. I'm not using the Titan String. I mean, I'll get it, but the Titan String will perform worse than Makeshift Bow on this subclass. That's not have disarming attack? No, but like, anyone with Trident proficiency can use disarming attack once per short rest. So you don't need to get it from your class at all. Don't have fire arrows. Skill issue. Good fight. Why take Minor Illusion, am I right? High Elf bad? Tell him, 2D dude. Assume the Titan weapon interaction is stupid as Arcane Archer. So, like, Makeshift Bow applies this necrotic damage as, like, part of my weapon. The way Titan weapon applies, it wouldn't go on, like, this piercing arrow, for example. Not gonna bother trying the Floric knockout here. Don't care enough. Fix kidnapping? No. If you mean the throw cancel version, no idea. I never learned how to do that properly. But I know the improvised melee weapon version does still work. I was using the NPC to kill the frogs to make it way more easy. I mean, that's one way of doing it. I prefer a little more consistency in my approach to them. But yeah, it's an option.
May I trust you'll see it through?
We could knock out Floric for 150 XP. I changed my mind. You'll shoot a rogue with bursting arrow? Yes. Yes, it would. That's exactly what I was thinking, Busy Sword. I was thinking my 2 AoE would like that. Now, you won't build more than one instance of the lighting charges building up, I believe. But I would be able to apply the lighting charges to every one I hit in that AoE, which is the appeal. Oops, threw a melon. I almost went to camp without saving Benru. Flint, thank you so much for the 10 months. Happy patch 8th day. Happy patch 8th day to you too, man. I appreciate that. Always good to see it.
Oh, Mitty.
Thank you so much for the 10 months. Do I have Speak with Dead? I do.
You should have stayed.
If I just kept my mouth. She said I'd never.
Good idea.
Could you?
The Dory.
A corpse regard.
From a door.
The spec.
It's 6 hours? Hey, you're right on time, Mr. Robot, dude. You only missed the first half of the stream. Doing Speak with Dead on Marileth there, it reduces the DC of that perception check down to 0. You do fail a DC 0 on a 1, annoyingly, but I didn't roll a 1. Bludgeoning weapon. strong.
Come on.
Lockpick it then. It's not, it's DC 20. We will be throwing this off a cliff.
Better than nothing.
I need to buy a speak with animals from Bolo. Speak with the ox here.
Very well.
Little question, see if the refresh buff or extra I can't speak. Extra HP. Wiki says you lose it and become nauseated after a long rest. You had it before as well. Do anything to be able to reapply it? Yes, if you get rid of the condition before you rest, then you won't get nauseated. So I drank an elixir of heroism right before I went to bed. So it'll get replaced by any source of temp HP that's 10 or higher. So elixir of heroism, shield of thralls, upcast of armor of Agathis. All of those will do it. Thank you, you're welcome.
Hells. Older Ravengard's been taken. I know I haven't said. What? All the more reason to. I wanted you to know the.
Doing this before I forget about it. I do have to go back and talk to the ox and stuff, but doing this before I forget about it. That's something interesting. Sort of screams ignores non-magical res.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare.
I think Sword of Screams is magical.
More than we can carry.
It's not +1, but I think it's magical. The only class you have a good idea of at the present, still waiting to experience it all. I've messed around with a few of them. Little cream squirt. I've spent some time with Hexbleed, Stars Druid, Arcane Archer, and then very minimal time with Death Cleric. Very minimal. Hey, Silver Raid, thank you for the Prime and the 45 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Thank you very much. I did that during stress test all today. Most of it during stress test. I didn't put too much time into the stress test, but some.
Wish I had a bag of holding. If not over, then through.
Back here.
Something good here, I hope. I'll give it a shot.
Oh well. Rolled a 1. I was checking to see if they put the XP back there. That was an exploration, or not, excuse me, that was XP for succeeding that perception check in patch 6. And then they removed that in patch 7. I was checking to see if they put it back. But I guess I won't find out the answer to that today. Talking down this ox is 50 XP. So we want that.
Monsters everywhere.
I'm not a monster. Apparently I am. I've been rolling a lot of ones in dialogues today.
No, I was ready to run you. They took the shiny one.
This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Hello.
Bugger! And
Arcane Archer so far, really fucking strong. Getting cool with the low levels? Yeah. Piercing Arrow is really strong. Bursting Arrow is really big. And then Enfeebling Arrow is really disruptive while also doing good damage.
No traps, please.
Level 7 is where we get something very interesting and wonky.
Look at that.
At the present, Piercing Arrow is our workhorse. We did the Shadow Druid fight in one turn by clicking Piercing Arrow till everyone was dead. Because, remember, at this level I can dump all 4 of my Arcane Arrows at once by action surging if I wanted to.
Come down.
hope you weren't followed, Grace.
I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before. You need to buy tenfold whatever ransom. Please.
Kill the Zents right away. I don't really need to.
Our trader can show you.
Alright, we got Herald. Something I'm also interested in. So it's less damage than the makeshift bow, but it is more accuracy. And it does apply that Bane. And it has Brace and Gaping Wounds. We likely use that. But for now, makeshift bow.
Wonder if the fists pay better than this one.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet art, of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Clubs of Thievery. I likely want Giant Breaker. I probably get Titan String just for the sake of getting it, though again, with Arcane Archer, it is not the damage leader for most of what I plan on doing.
Pleasure.
We're going to buy Gloves of Archery, even though those are not going to apply on some of the arrows. Nice housekeeping item to have. Good Swarovski shoes, too. Encumbered. Guess that makes sense. I haven't gotten attitude with the vendors, but I think I'm going to continue not doing that. Because, again, something that was mentioned in the notes was that you get attitude with some Emerald Grove residents for defeating Minthara. I want to see what that's all about. Eldritch Knight with Magic Initiated Wizard, use Booming Blade to proc War Magic and attack 4 times a turn. Action plus bonus action.
Welcome back.
Like, you don't need to use Magic Initiated Wizard because Eldritch Knight already gets access to the wizard spell list and can just take Booming Blade.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Is that good for now? Need anything from here? I guess I wouldn't mind Blight, but also I just can't be bothered. Maybe we could sell some camp supplies. Notable patch 8 bugs yet? It's fundamental game unchanged so far. I haven't seen any new bugs introduced. I wouldn't expect much in terms of bugs fixed. But I haven't seen anything crazy introduced. Alright, let's clean up more at Grimforge here. 2.8k left to level.
What care we for his business here? He keeps a small.
Don't really need Warped Headband here. I do already naturally have +2 intelligence modifier. But doing my due diligence, you know?
Absolutely not. Or you'd be killing history itself. A sun dweller in. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Perception first. So I think that's
The hottest of
weakest of
flames
these rolls.
smoked the stone and left sulfuric crystals behind. Boulders, no.
What do you think?
Hold good.
Anything. But my workers. Well, let's see what you've got.
You have anything I care about? Not really. I don't love the idea of him lightning bolting me. I don't have the container to sell him at the moment though, so I'll just make sure I don't get in a fight with him.
Can't risk being in open view. Should mind my step. Left out in plain sight like that. No, the harbors are too smart for that. Be wary. This place is trapped.
Look at the patch notes at all? Yeah, read them on stream. It took an hour and a half.
I'm thinking.
Stick with makeshift bow for now, I think. Ideas about Oath of the Crown specific dialogue. Could you expand on what you mean there?
Better be cautious.
I don't understand the question.
Just out of view.
Watching scared livestock.
That rubble needs clearing. Now get to the caning, before I thrash you instead. Go on.
Time to skulk about. What do we have here?
Attacked someone.
Good. Why not? And one more. Yeah, feel good about that. One new subclass for each playable class now available. Feature new abilities, animations, etc. Voice style after those breaking those playing Souls of the Crown. He confronts you for breaking them. Yeah, I mean, he will cite your oath for any of the subclasses when you first meet him, so that's all that is.
Fall by my hand. Always room for more? Curious mask. What's it doing here? This belonged to American, one of Hell's foot soldiers.
Been daydreaming how to get the makeshift bow. I used an animate dead scroll, and I took it from my skeleton.
Open up. Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Forgot to buy the jump ring from Dareth. Skill issue.
Trap. Be cautious. Trap. Be cautious.
You're strong enough. Do I have a two-handed bludgeoning option that actually does good damage? No.
Watch how you go. There's a trap. A Sharon idol. It's beautifully crafted.
Matter which skeleton? No, just animate that skeleton. Solo on a run will be much easier now if it's Gale to give me a hand. It's a joke cause Gale and the hand haha. Bug for armor Raphael's works in patch 8 or no? I mean, I wouldn't. There's some bugs involved, but like, I'm wearing it, so you tell me. Play Paladin again? Ugh, don't remind me. Accidentally did 116 damage to Fuzzlump with a sand toss. Is this redstone stuff, Rocks, or...? Sag or Death Domain Cleric has only medium armor kind of met early game so far. Yeah, that's not a good take, Chernobyl. That's a very bad take, in fact. Having medium armor proficiency only is... Medium armor is the most important gear proficiency of the entire game. Does not matter. It's a weapon action that triggers sneak attack and Eye Bloodthirst. Ah, yeah. There you go, that'll do it. Let's go to 27 AC here. I have none of my arcane shots, but I don't need them. Featherfall. Why am I trying to lock pick? The key's right here.
Softer than a whisper. On my way.
Take feats for medium armor and shield. Yeah, they're that impactful. They're worth that. And all clerics and druids getting medium armor and shield for free. Level 1 is a pretty big deal.
Another mask. I recognize this. American. But they won't.
On a raid where I live. First raid of 3.5 months. I'm glad it finally rained. Light cleric with heavy armor, glory, glory, hallelujah. Now imagine playing one of the good cleric domains. There's still time. But yeah, life does get heavy armor.
Another mask. Amerigon's leader might still be around here.
Switch to Fleet Fingers.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Prime spot for an ambush. Need to find a way forward.
Alright, how do you finish the game without heavy armor? I don't know, it's my first playthrough. If you guys have any tips for my first playthrough, please let me know. I think Light's my favorite domain so far. Want to try Death soon. Tempest is my favorite, probably followed by Nature. I think War is a distant third. Light is maybe fourth. I'm curious to see where Death goes in the pecking order for me.
Deadlier than ever.
Play Paladin? Oh, okay. Kiss the Vampire. Use your Illithid potential. First playthrough only use the best items. Oh, what's the best item? I allowed that attack because I don't respect them. Hey, Felicia, thank you for the 55 months. Hope you're having a good day. Pixie Bell. You know, gun to my head, that would be in the running there. Titty string bow? What is this titty? Didn't let me add a message? Oh, I was wondering about that. Makwa. Well, qua to you. Best weapons of frenzy make along the way. Already doing that wrong? Oof. Harsh but fair. Both your titty. That sounds painful. Think the best build on Reddit. Oh, Balduran's Greatsword, Everburn Blade. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, no, I understand now. And so why is archery? Where's my returning pike? Oh, I forgot it. Sorry, Trade. It's my first playthrough. Salami best weapon. Yeah, you know, that checks out. They all perfectly overlapped. So I can't loot them. Is that what happened here? Oh, I gotta look for an angle. I saw it for a second. This isn't just one. Light arrows on fire? Yeah, you can dip your bow. I guess that resolves that.
Might be useful. Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below.
Berserker Returning Pike heavily overshadowed now with Giant. Returning Pike has always been the weakest throwable weapon in the entire game. And Berserker has always been the least efficient throwing build subclass option. It's just the popularity because it's, you know, fewer buttons. You click rage, you throw weapon, you never have to worry about picking up item back again. And you long rest once you're out of resources, so you don't have to worry about resource management. Surface level stuff. Never been remotely competitive. Turning Pike and other heavy throwables still do the damage to the thrower. I don't know if they've addressed that one, Irish. I'm unsure. Damage YouTubers cause clickbait videos first year of this game's incredible. Happens with every game that has enough of a following to have a YouTube presence, Jeff. It's fascinating. People not know Wildheart can throw. They genuinely don't. You know that, any class can throw?
Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance.
Back on your feet, or I bite your toes off one by one.
Game finally updated. None of the mods you used broke. Let's go, Mystic Lion. That's a win. Like to hear that.
If you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst.
Throw as any character I play. No need to flex on us, Batchet. Did you know that no one drugs with Planned Flameshade? See, I feel like not a lot of people know that.
Attacked someone.
Yeah. That game's any game I play. No, you don't. You're great at stuff. Don't make me aggressively appreciate you in public. Or do. I dare you.
Something good here, I hope.
I forgot which of them had the bomb, and I guessed incorrectly. Hey, Kels. Hope stream's treating you well. Yeah, it's been good. Actually hit me. It's very rude. Care for that. What did you roll? Oh, you just got good bonuses. Good for you, man. Friend said today if they hadn't fixed the bug or crushing damage steals their Kelly swapping off the Berserker, had to sit on my hands. Why didn't you tell him? Tell him about the power of simply throwing a dagger. Bug is annoying though. Make better choices. This is insane. What is? Goblin fight will go 3 goblins 2 turns. That is insane. No, you're right. That's something ain't right there. Will remembering he has like class features and stuff. I want your copy of the game. Good accuracy. She just didn't care? Okay. I was expecting to have to fight the cleric too, but... Oh.
Hey, stick shit! It's Stick Pick, you piss pot. You attacked someone.
Yeah. Just notice your tab's name. Yeah. I asked chat what to name it, and Danny came up with that, and yeah. Yeah. It's too good, you know. Trying to move him away from Skip Pit so I could swing my melee weapon, but it's okay. Big lady. Wiped level 3, goblin through 1 grenade, party wipe 1 shot. That's unfortunate. It's been in Discord almost 4 years. Only ever looked in the meme channels. How much lore have I missed? in fairness, there were a lot of channels until recently. So, like, I didn't even keep up with everything. Wrong throwing, by the way. I remember hearing about knocking XP for throwing kills in the past. Not sure that's what y'all are talking about. Yeah, if the gravity damage from you throwing something heavy gets the kill, you don't get the XP because the game considers it as the person you threw at fell. They took fall damage and died, which is them killing them, not you killing them. So you don't get XP. So people who throw the returning pike and only the returning pike are frequently losing their XP and then complaining about it. Whereas you could throw a non-magical dagger for more damage and it will never steal your XP.
You're a good.
Don't want to draw any attention. Carefully now.
A bug only on the new patch? No, that's how the game has always worked. I don't even know if it's still present on current patch. It probably is. I don't see why they would change it. But that's just a way the game has always worked. I don't even read my DMs. What do you mean? Yes, I do. Ah, that's good news, Danny.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Arcane Archer multiclassing? Maybe I multiclass at level 12? Haven't decided. Maybe take a 1-level dip. Crazy returning Pike Car likes my lifeblood, never noticed. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of throwing, where there's so much crazy shit you can do, and so many ways to optimize. You know how archery is a very popular, like, build archetype that people do lots of different iterations of, and same thing with swinging melee weapons, same thing with being a spellcaster. Well, you have just as much flexibility and diversity with throwing. All sorts of things you can throw, all sorts of bonuses you can apply, different strategies to handle certain problems. Welcome to the world being constantly encumbered with daggers, that too. Yeah, Jabber is pretty insane. And then in Act 3, you have Nyrolna, you have Dwarven Thrower, you have Bloodthirst. How does this work? Spell slots use enchanted arrows. So you get a resource called Arcane Arrow. And then you can do these special shots with that resource. Currently, I'm out of arrows and short rest, so I haven't done any in the last couple combats. But very cool stuff. If you give me a couple moments, I will rest before we do our next big fight. Then I can show off some of them again. We're going to sell Stonemason Kith here a backpack and put his scrolls in them so he can't cast them on me while I'm fighting him.
The past is... Well, let's see what you've got.
So I don't really want to eat a cast of Lightning Bolt right now. Doesn't sound great.
That's all then.
Subclass Battlemaster with a bow. Please don't insult this subclass by calling it a Battlemaster. This subclass is actually good.
Can't slow down. Can't risk being in open view.
You attacked someone.
Sure did.
Another step forward.
they addressed some backpack behavior there. That's not all the scrolls that were in that bag. That's interesting. I'm okay with scroll bagging now. Is your bow dealing necrotic damage? Because my bow has necrotic damage. It's the makeshift bow. Everyone keeps saying Hexblade's going to be a big new level dip. That true? Yes. Hexblade's curse applies your proficiency bonus as extra damage as part of the instance that you did on weapon attacks. It does apply to certain retaliation effects as well, so expect to see it in retaliation builds as well. If you are not specifically using Hexblade's weapon bind, it can be awkward to actually apply Hexblade's curse to enemies, but it is, you know, at level 9, that's 4 damage. If the target is vulnerable to whatever damage type you're doing, you could get potentially 8 damage out of a Hexblade dip, and that's while still picking up access to Warlock cantrips, sets your spell type, spellcasting attribute to Charisma. You get Warlock first level spells, which are very good. Hexblade's going to be a popular 1-level dip. Any particularly interesting new behaviors in this patch? Some of the boss changes could be interesting. We'll have to see. Oh, the crit. Okay. I was expecting to have to shoot her twice. Bye. Some of my favorite feats. I'm a big fan of Heavy Armor Master. I really like Athlete. Alert. Tavern Brawler. I no longer like Tavern Brawler on Druid. Moderately Armored. Shield Master. Those are my usual go-tos. Sometimes I'll take Resilient, sometimes I'll take Mobile. Dual Wielder from time to time. The Wild Shape Tavern Brawler challenge. It is not a challenge anymore on patch 8. Don't call that a challenge run. That's a highlight reel. Yeah, speed run. Offhand Defender Flail, I've been liking Dual Wielder. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that's the same AC as a regular shield. Except you get the DR. And the offhand attack. I don't think I need Hill Giant Club, or I don't think I need Hill Giant Strength anymore right now. Put some of my stuff away. Alright, let's go Myconid Colony, we're gonna long rest here. Better Flail Cold Snap. Yeah, that's one combo. This issue, you press shift and the camera just doesn't move. Make the camera go by itself for an eternity. No, you're not the first person to mention that. But I have not had that issue. You are the second or third person to mention it in the chat today, though, so not just you. Photo mode, good. Moving on. Is Fender bludgeoning? Yes. You tried Swashbuckler? Rox was playing Swashbuckler. Rox, you still here? Yeah, there you go. Not to fix, unbind all the camera tilt options, keybinds. Thanks, denied. There you go.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Looks pretty good from what I've seen. Yeah, it's photo mode. It's good. If you want to take pictures of your shit, yes. Photo mode. You're asking if it works well? It works well enough. Probably replacing a True Strike riposte later, but that's a given, of course. Run around doing 100 damage to random high-level people in the city like a child playing GTA. That does sound like my preferred rogue gameplay loop. I like the picture you're painting.
I have something to ask.
Perhaps we truly have a secret. Something the matter?
I get the shark thing to happen. It ain't.
I've come to sate you.
Oh yeah, forgot about this. Yeah, sure.
So you think?
Medium lady. Small lady? I think Lae'zel is small lady.
We know our bodies inside and out.
I mean, maybe not small relative to like halflings or gnomes. Small, strong lady. True Strike riposte super fun on rogues. You sneak attack off of it since the True Strike application is before you sneak attack. Yeah, that's very fun.
Let me show you.
Fucking leaf.
Close your eyes and submit.
Yeah, sure.
Taste. And you will take.
I said no, by the way. Because I thought that would be funny. I skipped through it because I don't want YouTube getting mad at me. Because it sometimes does with butts, but...
Something the matter?
I need more shard approval. Lae'zel denied. I thought it'd be funny, and it was.
Keeping the old turnip.
She'd offered her gape on a silver sword plaid.
Looking ahead.
Come.
Yes, glad it come.
On my way. I should
It do be coming.
Well?
Lae'zel is schmedium. Schmedium lady. Caustic Band might be worth buying on this run. Because that applies to, like, piercing shot and everything. Actually spending on Caustic Band. Who is this man? Not even discounted Caustic Band. I paid 1,600 gold for that. New patch, new streamer. Now officially made a contribution to Discord, will now not post for another 4 years. Your contribution to your extended periods of lurking is it's very respectable. Silver Raid, you've got a good balance. Your commitment to your lurking, rather. I can't speak. I clearly need food. Oh, it's almost 4 p.m. I should eat food eventually. Yes, Kevin, I know. Have Shield of Faith. Page. I'm not gonna sip Auntie's juices right now. Get Amulet of the Unworthy. It's important. It's like a thing that people have, I guess. Exclaim Auntie's juices. That's also food. That one should also return. Did you eat? I am mental illness. I become mentally ill, brain rot incarnate. Let's see, I'll get big hot chocolate. And we'll have breakfast for, I guess this is dinner. Or just add a login field to main menu. Always, well, if you mean on the bottom right, I was there in the stress test, but like, it's also there in the in-game mod manager in the top right of the screen. I'm starting to think maybe you just don't actually look at your screen when you're playing, Glub. I've always had login fields. Yeah, the bottom right one is new, but top right and mod manager has always been there, or at least since patch 7. When they added the in-game mod manager. So like, right, it's new, and I'm like, why? To encourage people to log into their accounts? Like, why do you care? I don't understand why this is an issue. Alright, I ordered food. Can't even disable it? Who gives a fuck? Like, why does this matter? I don't understand.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Alright, time to skulk about.
Don't want to count to play a game? Then don't get one. Did I miss the report of the person with the gun to your head telling you to sign up? Or are you just being a child? You don't have to answer that. That was rhetorical. Let's do Wyvern Toxin here. 50-year-old child, though. Not really a flex. Oh, I love missing my attacks. That's cool. Doing bludgeoning damage here because this one's vulnerable. Alright, aim with the unworthy. That'll be slashing resistance whenever we need it. And here. I like here. Owie. 21. You hurt. Maybe I should lower your strength. Yes, we'll take advantage of the Wyvern Toxin still applied. So when bonking with a otherwise weak weapon, coatings are a great way of equalizing, because Wyvern Toxin doesn't care how much damage your weapon dealt, it cares that it hit. Most poisons give disadvantage in con saves. Being poisoned gives you disadvantage in con saves, so anything that, like, counts as you being poisoned should do that. I don't know if Cloud Kill does. That's actually a good question. None of them do. I mean, Basic does, and doesn't Thizzbold? Yeah, this one doesn't. Basic Toxin does. I think Thizzbold does. Yeah, maybe the Worm family. Simple, Wyvern, Serpent, Purple Worm don't. So a majority of them don't. Is your answer. Ability checks, not saves. Oh yeah, it's bleeding that does saves, right. Thank you, trade. Oh yeah, let me actually equip this. 26 AC right now. Kind of like the idea of Gloves of Power here. Gloves of Archery I'm equipping knowing that they won't apply to, this. So we'll keep Fleet Fingers on, actually. I just prefer that. EK Privilege and Poison strikes again. Just Eldritch Knight. So good. You know, I probably will start using a mod to bug fix the Amulet of Ball. Just because that would be really nice for Poisoner builds in Act 3. Now, for those who don't know, the Amulet of Ball has never once worked in Honor mode, ever. It has been broken in that difficulty since its inception. They didn't fix it in patch 8, at least it's not in the notes. So unless anyone's tested it and can confirm it works, on Honor mode specifically, we gotta mod that one. Works on lower difficulties, yes. Where is Yankee?
True soul, no less. Yet should split your head open and the stench don't lie. In that
Sonic
case,
Resonance, what do you need done?
whatever the spoils, we'll drop you a fat cut. You
Yeah, I'm in.
now.
You can also use Duel's Prerogative Bleed. Yeah, suppose you could. That would be a use case for using Duel's Prerogative with like a shield or something, instead of using it in its intended capacity. Check my combat log now to see regarding Amulet of Ball. Ooh, thank you, V. Ridley. Eldest Bleed is fine too, the save isn't great. Yeah, it usually just ends up being find an AoE or something that can pop a spike bulb, or place spores and use Halo to pop a spike bulb if you actually want bleed application in Act 3. With any degree of consistency more than incidental.
More for me?
In the interest of not tempting fate in a new patch, I'm gonna preemptively Survival Instinct here. Because we cannot be sure that every old strat still works. Future-proofing. Slicing Short Sword is very consistent. Slicing Short Sword is very good, that's true.
Wait, go on. Drag me to Moon. Look, it's the whole damn reason we look. We're freedom fighters.
That's mine. What's with the low rolls, man? There you go. Of course, after I wasted the speed pot. Not a waste, I effectively traded a speed pot for 75 XP in the Root Powder Vial, but still annoyed.
Very well.
Not seeing bleeding inflicted as a condition in the log. Keep an eye on the next combat just in case. Thank you for doing the thorough testing, V. Ridley. I appreciate that. One of the many W's of this community, the theory crafting corner, is the willingness to just test shit out for our collective knowledge. It's very cool. I'm a big fan of it.
Pull near from the rubble. Time near gets what's coming.
To buy Birthvar's javelins and healing potions so that he doesn't have them. Hoping I had an expeditious retreat scroll. I don't. Ooh, we're real close to level 6. That's fun. We'll go Bloodlust here.
Hit! Move, Hoon! Hit now. He's stuck in there with poison. Thought you.
Feet or I'll bite your toes off one by one. I'll peel your bones if you don't move.
I don't want the gnomes grouped up. That's the problem.
Clean up this mess. Do I need to rip the extra flesh off your ears? Faster!
I don't need any attention right now.
Okay, we grouped them up. Let's go here. Try to get an angle where I can get all of them, but I'll settle for all but one if I have to. Surely an angle. Yeah, you can have your opportunity attack. Don't care.
At the ready.
Can't get thud, that's fine. Yeah, I'm out of my arcane shots, but clearly they did work. Hey, Elena. Hope you're well. What's trying to do? Good to see you. Arcane Archer is so fun. What class is you looking forward to? How do you like Arcane Archer? It's so good. It's so good. I cannot wait until we have more die. Currently we're stuck on 4, but we can get up to 10 later on. More, not die, I'm talking like it's Battlemaster, more arrows. Better have a great time. Really excited to see this patch 8 content. It's been a long time coming. I'm very excited today. Because it has AoE and Battlemaster doesn't. So it has AoE. It has more applicable effects that you actually care about that you can't get elsewhere through reasonable means. And you get up to 10 arrows at high levels, whereas Battlemaster is stuck at either 5 or 6 superiority die. You get 10 as an Arcane Archer. And then you also, at level 7, you're on patch 8 right now? Yes. You also get, at level 7, the means to kind of refund resources in a sort of indirect way that I'm looking forward to showing off. I did report you for something after what I just saw. What, the piercing arrow spam? It's reasonable. So it's much like Tiger's Bloodlust and Cleave, where the main instance gets divided, but like other die you put on it don't. It's part of what makes Makeshift Bow so good there. And BM can't do massive AoE like that. Yeah, that's true. My food appears to be here already. I'll be right back real quick. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Take the label off this hot chocolate so I don't dox myself. Builds are so tough now. I'm sure a tactician attempt would be a lot of fun. Builds are so tough now. Yeah, I'm not understanding. What do you think of Elena? What's the thought process? It's a much bigger hash brown container. Order a triple XL hot chocolate? Yes, ma'am. Started BD3 like 4 days ago. I have no idea what I'm doing. Here's the thing, Kurt Cobain. Your willingness to admit that you have no idea what you're doing indicates to me that you're way better at this than you think you are. Because that means you got the mentality to dive in and learn all the weird shit you can do in this game. That's a really good thing. That's a great first time message. Welcome in. Might be new save issue. Stealing from Withers made the entire camp temp hostile. No Oathbreaker in camp. Will died permanently. Alder left a letter saying he's following what? Uh-oh. Ash the Freecast feature Rip Sorcerer. March, if you think that that means Rip Sorcerer, you didn't read a single fucking class feature, and it's good they patched it. You want to rephrase to something more logical, or we get a knee-jerk anytime something gets changed? No, I was kidding? Mm-hmm. Watched someone earlier, and they were using the terrain so much better than it was the first couple days. I hadn't even thought about doing that stuff. That's the thing with this game. You always have a lot of different ways you can approach every problem. And there's always something where bringing in the perspective of how another person thinks about it can give you a totally new way to play the game. I'll give you an example. In one of the major boss fights in the game, there's a kind of object in the arena you can move around, like clicking and dragging, where you wouldn't think you could do that, but a friend of the channel, Flint, was doing that on his first run-through, and some of us here in the challenge running space were like, wait, you can do that? And it revolutionized strats for that boss fight. So, even you, on a first run-through where you feel out of your depth, you're probably doing at least one thing that most other people aren't. That's what's so cool about this game. Yeah, dying repeatedly. Death is a good teacher. You still get a duplicate of whatever weapon you have equipped by command and stature stuff drop weapon. I believe that's been gone since patch 5. Tried to explain to my best friend Wilder's best use case among barbarian subclass prior to patch 8. Don't know about Giant. He's like, it's gotta be Berserker. No matter what I told him, wouldn't change his mind. Some people make up their mind before experiencing something, and they can't. You can't logic someone out of a position they didn't logic themselves into. Something you should keep in mind. Don't waste your effort. Just acknowledging you know little puts you above many people already. Most people look up Eldritch Blast machine gun builds, think they're master of the game. Me 2 years ago. I think just willingness to learn, openness to knowledge, with a dose of healthy skepticism, emphasis on healthy, is just a good quality. I was swinging my melee weapon a bit there to lower Brithvar's strength. Make it so he can't hit me. Okay, by the way, I'm objectively the worst BG3 player ever. Nope, again, Rathanel, same thing applies to you. You come in here every day looking for new information. Means you are automatically ahead of the curve. I don't make the rules. Admitting you don't know something is seen as a weakness by a growing number of people. Yeah, and my stance on that is that giving stupid people a seat at the table and an equal voice helps nothing. Start shaming stupidity again. And ignorance and stupidity are two different things. Ignorance is, hey, I don't know this thing. This person probably knows more about this thing than I do, and that's okay. That's just not my thing. You know, the ignorance can be healthy. Ignorance can be willingness to learn things. Stupidity is sticking to your guns, not caring if you're right or not, and going exclusively off of vibes. Stupid people rule the planet. Start shaming stupid people again. I'd argue that's innocence versus ignorance, but that's just semantics. That's a pretty good argument, Blackstormer. Probably a more accurate word. Wonder if you could do some degenerate Alien Fusion stuff with this. I'm thinking Arcane Shots inherit a lot of the stuff that Conjure Barrage and Halo Thorns have. I'm interested to see that too, Trade. I'm wondering if I end up using Sorrow, so I have, that as an action refresh opener, and as a bonus action, so I could, like, Alien Fusion. I'd have to get Lightning Charges somehow, though. Maybe Sorrow, Water Sparker, something like that. Was arrows counted to spells? No. Level up. Shots won't get Titan Weapon, get the bit Blood Curdling Emission, and Shard's Blessing. I think it was Cacophony who was here earlier. Cacophony, if you're still here, and this was you, say something. Cacophony tested and confirmed Blood Curdling Emission did work. I think. Though maybe we were talking about one of the other aspects of Banshee. Maybe Marco? Ooh, Marco could be interesting, yeah. It could be 30-something years to learn. I didn't actually know shit. Stubbornness to learn or admit you're wrong only hinders you in the long run. It's one of the things I like about, again, the BG3 space, at least that I've experienced here on Twitch. We're a bunch of adults, and that works wonders. Bunch of adults who are also intellectually adults. Developmentally adults. Alright, what are we thinking for feat-wise here, chat? I already have Alert. Stuff in between. Heavy Armor Master. We can go Magic Initiate. Shield Master is always good, though more impactful later in the game. I like Tough. I'm not really letting things attack me too much, though. Sharpshooter wouldn't apply to a lot of what I'm doing. Hear me out, Crossbow Expert. I like it. Crossbow Expert for Gape, and also just being able to shoot point blank. Sharpshooter. The thing about Sharpshooter is, it would apply to my regular shots and some of my arrows. But, like, the big one I've been doing, for example, the piercing shot there, it shouldn't apply to that. Borderlands community the same way? No. As Gage, someone who is still active in that space, can tell you, no. Mage Slayer, you're cooking. You're cooking. I do like Mage Slayer. Begin the Gape engine. Crossbow Expert Gape would be really good. Thing is, I'm not an Eldritch Knight, so getting consistency kinda iffy. Maybe if I did like Herald, Baneful Striking. Tough. I do like tough. ASI? See, normally that would sound like a shitpost, but like Dex ASI could actually be good on this subclass. Borderlands players are mean? Yes. Very immature on the whole? Yes. The more I spend playing in my other games, the more I find BG3 community, at least challenge trying to be particularly mature. Yeah, I really like it here. Y'all are great. This is a compliment to all of you. And those of you who are only occasionally watching BG3 stuff, keep in mind that you are still part of the reason why it's so palatable. So, heartfelt thank you as someone who has made content in other communities where the same positive attributes are less present. Any arcane shots too cold or thunder? You got Force, you got Psychic, you've got Necrotic. I'm missing one. Let me wiki page real quick. Heavy Armor Master is my comfort pick. Heavy Armor Master is so good. Poison. I was missing Poison. So Marco Poison on Grasping Arrow, maybe. I feel like Borderlands players will never be happy with anything that doesn't wow them as much as Handsome Jack. That's true. Try the new cantrips yet? In the stress test, yes. On stream today, no. Not mean because I like Borderlands. I'm mean because I'm a certified hater. See, there you go. My cat's watching me play Minecraft. Aw, pet the cat. Immature Day wouldn't know anything about that. Kermit gaping very comfortably around campfire with its friends. Oh no, Kermit gaping very comfortably around friends with its campfire is a different emote that you're definitely gonna make, huh? Martial Adept to take the disarm shot? You know, that's actually based, and I'm kind of into it. I'm kind of into that idea. Like, it'd be so funny to me. Better Battle Master. Like, why would I not? Just to flex on Battlemaster players. Like, Crossbow Expert is the smart play here. But what if I was toxic? Oh, I love it so much. I gotta do it, right? What do I take for the second one, though? Remember, you only get one die with this feat, so... Attack for CC? I have better options already. See, disarming attack is legitimately useful because it's ranged attack roll disarm. And I think this is the only one in the game. It's ranged attack roll disarm. I guess menacing attack is potentially useful. Pushing, maybe. It should be a higher DC than Roaring Thunder. Yeah, well, I guess we'll take pushing. Riposte is legitimately good, but I don't want to funnel myself into a situation where I'm spending my die on a riposte all the time. Because I know I don't have the self-control. Ranged goading is funny. Does goading have a ranged version? I know not all of them do. I'm a lurker, has nothing to say. I'm a lurker, except left unsupervised, start beef and spread misinformation. British for context. Oh, that does explain it. Goading does. Ranged goading is funny. More funny in a party setting, though. Yeah, we're going pushing. So yeah, we're gonna take Martial Adept here, just to flex on Battlemaster players. Cause, like, that's funny. I have a fire arrow. I do. Don't need to use the rune powder. You'll just be able to get away with the smoke powder bomb.
Get back. One spark and it'll blow.
Beltron, can you hear me? Beltron!
So you care for the weak, true?
I killed your friends and you're next. Back to feature 3, it's the patch 8. I don't know if 3 attack locket and still thing. Change the past. No honor mode not allowed with work. No warlock subclass. No. Like, if you're going for that kind of playstyle, I would recommend just pure classing either warlock or paladin. There's other ways to get your action economy going. Nada for honor still. Thank you for testing, V. Ridley. Yeah, 2D dude's correct. Works lower than honor mode if you want to do that extra attack merging thing. But note that even below honor mode, pure class warlock is just stronger. Because life drinker is different. Fighting the Harpies and the Druid Enclave once, and Lae'zel got the killing blow at 3 of them in a single round with their post, because I forgot to turn the reaction to ask. Alright, we could disarm near to be funny. Kind of for gore to get my shots back. Let's make him slip. Thanks, Near. Needed the laugh. Okay, right. I didn't kill those two. I wonder if they'll fight near, because they're hostile to me. DC 15. Invested in true souls. So silly it doesn't wear his own boots, it is. Also, with my Act 1 auto mode, really struggling with this fight. Scared of the tower, currently earning Gloomstalker Ranger Cleric, Light, Battlemaster Fighter, Bard Sword, and tips for the tower in the Underdarks. Think about dropping Cleric for Gale. So, like, you don't have to fight in the tower, King of Adventure, that's the thing. Bernard is a fully optional fight, and it's possible to just kill the animated armors without even aggroing Bernard. So, like, my recommendation would be no combat at all. If you want to fight him, then I would recommend getting lightning resistance on everyone. You can craft an elixir for that. You could have one person wear the ring from the basement. You could have one person attack Bernard so that he turns on his lightning aura thing, but then every couple of turns, Bernard will stun himself for a turn from being overcharged from his mechanic. And you can hit him for free without triggering his legendary reaction in that window. So you could wait and then go full bore while he's stunned, and then turtle up, go full bore while he's stunned. Rinse and repeat. Thank you, you're welcome. I was playing tricks to maybe the Magic Initiate cantrips now available baseline. There were never any cantrips exclusive to Magic Initiate, Rathana. I don't understand the question. Play Toll the Bell versus Sinew available in Creating Wizard now? Yeah, because patch 8 is out. Those are added in patch 8. Here. Turns out the end was near. I said it turns out. It's gone too far. I haven't tried Bladesinger yet. Seems you can wear heavy armor helmet, still be able to use most of the benefits of Bladesong. Yeah, that sounds right, Keta. That's how the game handles Rage Impeded with the Grimskull helmet. On Barbarians. So, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, the near fight would have been faster if I'd remembered to short rest before, but... Grim Helm even counted as heavy armor. For the purpose of needing heavy armor proficiency, yes. But for the purpose of impeding your rage or heavy armor master, no. Owie. Guiding bolts hurt. How's your strength? Let's get you down to +2. Can't do the Blade Song finish with the helmet on. The bonus seems to be there. Interesting. She walked into her own silence and now can't do anything to me. Take Nier's dagger +1.
What's up for discussion?
Well, I shouldn't be
Just put the helmet
surprised.
off.
And so, to Moonrise Towers I go. Certainly not. And
No, I'm grateful. Here, things the cult would like to know. That business.
Hey, good stuff. What, trident even? Let's see it. Yet another tadpole. Which direction am I going with this? Perilous Stakes could be fun with some of the unconventional damage types I'm messing around with. We'll work our way in that direction. Alright, since we're level 6, we can check vendors again. I am curious to see if Dareth is still capable of selling the mats from Ellen's Quest, because they worded that particular note very weird. I've already completed said quest, but Tim asks and the Tongue of Madness are in the level 6 alchemy loot. The patch notes mentioned specifically making it so you can't just buy the mats from Dareth, but you couldn't unless you were level 6. So what did they mean by that? Obviously small sample size, but I don't see any here. I'm wondering if they just removed them from her inventory, weirdly, which means you would have to go to different alchemy vendors, but I'm also wondering if they maybe had the, there's the more far-reaching consequences if they removed it from every alchemy pool. That's worst case scenario. I don't know. Gonna go feral if they did that. It'd be extremely annoying if they did. Like higher level. So the alchemy mats levels are 1, 6, and 9. I don't think anything is added before level 6, and nothing is added after level 9. So maybe they moved it from the level 6 bracket to the level 9 bracket, which is really weird if so. Or maybe it is specifically not Dareth. We won't have a way of checking until Araj or Balthazar, because they're also alchemy vendors.
Welcome back. Have you made any new... Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Cloud Giant Finger, Frost Salamander Tongue, got some good stuff in here.
Very.
I greet you, son child.
These... probably buy Stormy Clamor eventually, but I have no interest right now. So yeah, without really doing much of anything in the Goblin Camp, without dealing with Boulette or any of the Hook Horrors, without dealing with the Githyanki, we hit level 6 before even fighting Nier.
Time to get going.
Still got Ethel, who we haven't even spoke to in her home. Good progress. Probably go something like 3 to 4 more hours. Probably. Hand crossbow now.
You look like you.
I'll check your inventory.
You've seen one of them
Turning.
proper scary.
Like an old school caramel tart. Please, Fox never made anything like it before. But how does it taste, Roxy? Actually, yippee, hey Carter. What's your first run gonna look like?
Stupid dead bastard. Give him a good kicking. He deserves it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right in the nashes. You're all right.
Thanks, kid. Not sure I wait for it to cool down. Plays the early game with sword from Zolk, does insane damage. You're attributing Biter just being cracked to that sword, because the thing about that sword is it's something that looks cool that people latch onto, but it's actually not very good. Outperformed very early. So what you're seeing, believe it or not, Crit Cobain, is Biter is just that good. With basically any weapon.
I want to have a word.
Kick the poor dude for nothing. It was for proving a point. I don't know what that point is, but I'll decide what it was eventually. Hexblade in some way. Nice. I did have a thought for a Hexblade Monk. If you guys remember the Celestial Warlock mod playthrough I did recently, where I ended up having Monk level for martial arts, letting me set my packed weapon to scale off dexterity. I'm thinking that with Hexblade could be really, really effective.
Doing? Hiding in trees? We'll smoke 'em out, no problem.
Because Hexblade's curse should also apply to your unarmed stuff. Should. So like, you know, your proficiency bonus is 4. You click Flurry of Blows. Hexblade just added 8 damage for you simply hitting someone with your packed weapon once.
What would some drow wizard in Moonrise want to look at you for?
Certainly won't be because of your beautiful eyes.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for, is what I'm saying?
Could try out Bow of the Banshee here. Let's do that. Seems fun.
Always hungry, these boys.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Bursting arrow. I think I got him.
Time to press ahead.
How's Arcane Archer feeling? Really strong, Kilroy. It's so much fun. How you doing? Yeah. Can frighten with Bow of the Banshee on this. Oh, it's so fucking good. Sleep now. Good night, Sora. Check damage. Yes. Good call. Butcher Vrak got frightened. Vrak. Doesn't look like he took blood curdling emissions damage. Oh, no, he did. He did. There it is. No, that was on no, that was on the club hit. That wasn't on the piercing shot. Yeah, because he got frightened. Yeah, so it doesn't apply on the hit itself. Maybe if they had survived, order of operations would matter there. Get frightened after the damage, need to shoot again. I see, I see. I'll try it on one of these then.
To the chase.
Yeah, get frightened. Thank you. Where did you just go? Don't go there. No, it does. It does. Sick. Can we do the crash? Of course.
Pardon the vis. You either way, I owe thanks. I am the druid. How is this possible? That must be where these enchant. I had no. If you want to find a cure, you. I cannot allow these butchers to threaten. They are the ones holding the. There is no safety. Maisel.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
The ringleaders have to die. Traveling to Moonrise is. Any who linger are long. If you can find this place, you've already been. It may prove impossible to avoid the Shadow Curse entirely, but if you find, I could come and help you.
So yeah, Bow of the Banshee, crazy on Arcane Archer. So far, the real memorable ones looking like Bow of the Banshee, Makeshift Bow, and the Jolt Shooter. Herald and Giant Breaker are likely pretty good. But notably, non-Titan String Gaming, which I'm a big fan of.
What's inside?
As Dirge, doing Mountain Pass Raft strat, you need to knock out Alfira first to get the Dragonboard bar to show up with Raft Mazora showing up single queue, if that made sense. I don't know if you can get Alfira / Quill and Mazora on the same day. I don't know. But I usually deal with Alfira / Quill way before that point. The makeshift bow, animate dead skeletons have it. So I drag it out of their equip slot into my inventory. Yeah, the extension is not working right now, as far as I'm aware. Finally, class, let's use a second bow. Well, here's the thing. You could always use a second bow. All bows in this game are good, legitimately. All of the unique bows, and all of the non-unique ones even, are really, really good, and each of them have some kind of use case. Titan String Bow being monstrously overtuned, and having the gimmick of big damage, mostly mindlessly, but then also letting you optimize that damage to ridiculous levels, but then also it has pushing attack uniquely. It's got a lot of stuff going on, but that doesn't mean that the other bows aren't good, because they are.
Time to get going.
explain your vandalism before anything else gets broken.
It's an accident.
Like your skull.
It's fine.
You're free. Moving ahead.
That one's still mad from the prime response. I see.
You think the dwarf is ready yet?
Orders were to stand by here. No booze, no sneaking off.
Duh, you're all boring.
Also, this subclass just gets guidance. Like, I feel like I haven't mentioned that enough times. You just have guidance. You could choose between guidance, light, and true strike. There's use cases for each, but particularly guidance and true strike would be the sensible picks.
You attacked someone.
Yeah. Everyone go over here. Do that. 2023 was an amazing year for turn-based RPGs. VG3 set a standard for CRPGs most likely not be met for a decade or more. Though it's a gacha, Honkai Star Rail's very crisp gameplay. Gacha, some money sink. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about how Honkai actually plays, but you know, gacha, so I'm never touching it. Not me dismissing the genre, by the way. It's just, I'm not interested in spending my money. I don't have enough of that. I collect things, we won't discuss how much I spend. Nah, understandable. I've played money pit games in the past. Do I need to do anything else in the goblin camp interior right now? No, let's go to the exterior and start working on that. Not dirge, so I don't care for the state of the meat. Oh yeah, Quag Piddle's still here. Do something about him. I want to ask about League skins. Listen, the marketing for League skins is so effective that I was like, ooh, I really like the skin. I've never played League a day in my life. My only experience with League is, you know, I watched Arcane, and one time 11 years ago when I was hungover on my buddy's couch, I was too sick to move, so I watched him play League for a few hours. That's the depth of my League experience, yet they have successfully marketed the skins to me. Athletics fail. Okay. Piddle, you asshole. He didn't even go prone. What is this? Bro didn't even go prone. Alright, got him. No, okay, that's it. Alright. League IMO is only fun to play with friends playing random zoo. And that's kind of how I feel about competitive multiplayer games as I've aged, yeah. Transcendent Ares skin catches a lot of flack. It's arguably fallacious in most cases, only on the $35 base version. It's, by the by, only $430. $430 for a skin? What do you mean? I assume Brace will do the same thing with shots that it does with Branding Smite. I would assume so. I could try Brace in one of these combats. Ghost Jinx skin is $230. You don't gotcha it for a cool price. Ugh. That's... I feel ill. Just dropped 20 quid on a Primal Beast skin for my birthday. Big Pretty White Yeti goes RAR worth. That sounds cool. Bloodlust off the chicken. Normal sentence, people say. Tried to disarm the ogre because it would have been funny. Goodbye. And Lebo the Banshee. Okay, cool. That goes with Arcane Archer. It's really fun, Woodsy. I'm really enjoying the subclass. There's a lot that I like, a lot that I've been interested in mechanically. I think the subclass is really cool. We're even doing memes. Yes, already the memes have begun. I can't escape the garbage pike. Next rest is probably Lae'zel and Sharp fighting. Probably. Figure out what AA stood for. I believe it was Arcane Acuity. I get the hell does armor so soon. You can AI break Raphael, and then using the way Karlach's quest triggers work, you can attempt to go to the Mountain Pass or the Shadow Curse lands, but then if you have not dealt with the Paladins yet, and this is a one-time thing you can do, you can talk to Karlach, she'll be like, hey, we're getting kind of far, and you'll be like, oh, okay, we'll go back. So then after the forced long rest, you'll be put back in Act 1, instead of going forwards. Is this a Grove Defense run? Could be. Should try to knock out Minthara. I've only used Guileful Movement. Probably do Haste Scroll, Wondrous Gloves. Yeah. Rescue Saza for that. We probably just kill Saza. Why am I over here? Oh yeah, I was gonna bring Shadowheart around a wolf to get her to like me. Totally not toxic behavior.
Something's on my mind.
Something the matter? All right.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Failure saving throw. Thank you.
I hate.
Slightly manipulative. Yeah, just a little bit. Wild, yo, you know the thing you're most scared of? Let's go chill with it so I can save you.
Everyone's frightened of something.
Hey JD, how are you?
You've been decent to me so far. Thank you. I had a feeling you'd, if you're...
It's that easy. We still have 2 arcane arrows right now. And action search. We can go pick a real fight. What would I fight though? I guess there are more goblins.
Step, parry, strike. Well, you need to be ready for a fight.
Oh yeah, fighter gets this for free for gore.
Oh yeah, but I'll keep at it.
Can't believe they put me in the game just to scare Shadowheart.
Shoot before you.
Killing Arca and Memnos here is optimal, but I don't feel like dealing with will disapproval, so...
Why do you care if a goblin? They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the absolute is God. Could probably stick your get me out of here, and I'll.
Regression.
I could use the target practice.
I like League. I'm terrible at it, but I like it. Hey, everyone's got their thing. Good on you for knowing yours.
Best to fill your belly now, while we still can.
If I had the disposable, I'd probably drop money on games. All my savings went to my mom sooner, like 7 months ago, so I'm broke. I'm sorry to hear. Sorry for your loss and your expenses, Kurt Cobain.
I'm told the druid... It's sparse thanks for what you've... It's no small thing to ask, but
We'll kill the goblin leaders.
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins...
Barn couple? Yeah, that's reasonable. Oh, we have some goblins here, too. Basically, I want to use my remaining resources, and then we'll rest, buff up, go, knock out Minthara, kill Joragslin.
This calls for careful pause in the...
One day I'll catch a break.
Breathe quiet. Move. Yeah. Picks a fight.
Yes.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hey, you want to stop missing? Thank you.
Can't risk being in open view.
And crossbows are probably interesting here. But no, I want to stick with Banshee right now. Need a bonus action for an opener here. Let's do... Well, I guess I do still have Grimskull's Hunter's Mark, actually. Stick with that. Turn off Call of the Week. I don't want them dead yet. You did get frightened. Turn it back on. What's that? Yeah.
Need to find a way forward.
Alright, out of resources.
Something good here, I hope.
Oh, let's go recruit Scratch. Have an animal speaking? No, I'll need to buy one from Volo. Actually, I don't even need to do that. It's fake checks. I don't need to prep. Well, we do have these two over here. I have a Cloud of Daggers scroll. I like using Cloud of Daggers here, but I don't feel like wasting it right now. We'll just take advantage of me having Hunter's Mark. I still have my action search.
Its nest must be nearby. Don't waste a step.
Just the entire conversation in chat right now. Whoosh. Oh, did Dade lose her run? Oh no.
Always room for more.
Start a ring of League to Gorilla Chat. How dare you use the chat to chat, chatter? Boo. Boo.
In it.
You see a name etched into the leather. With a deep heartbreak, he whines, but remains rooted by...
Good boy, Scratch. Anything else I want to do before I rest? I guess I can go to the Myconid colony, talk to Thula, get a little more XP.
It's past time we were back in this.
They've Balin for a little bit, but that can wait.
Somehow you look worse.
I do still have my action surge. Let's go fight the first hook horror. I could use action surge on that.
Same as us, I expect.
My subclass so good. Crazy buttons I can click for big impact. Once played League, but I decided to love myself, so... Yeah, there's a bunch of combats we've blasted through very quickly by just grouping enemies up ahead of the combat with minor illusion, then clicking the funny piercing arrow button until everyone's dead. And it's interesting because the way the damage is calculated for a lot of these arrows means that it promotes some build diversity. Using different weapons makes a lot of sense. It'll be pretty nasty. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. Question, is inspiration XP get higher for levels higher, like some exploration XP? No. The way inspiration XP is balanced is a lot of the later game inspirations give more XP, but that is not because they scale, it's just because the assigned value is higher. Thank you, you're welcome. Not the call of the week, starting a new combat. Well, I'm not about that smoke right now, so... Goodbye.
Light on my feet.
Combat round 1 when I got into camp here. Didn't like that. That was a startling sound.
I'd like some time to talk.
I wasn't expecting it.
Green Saw on the 6 knots only did one full playthrough on release. It's cool to see played at a high level. This game's awesome. I have done something around 50 different playthroughs at this point, and I'm not tired of it. Now, I hyperfixate on things, but like, this game is special. Alright, we long rest.
You carry a Githyanki relic.
Update my
I will
patch
have
7
an
emote. You can keep it for the lore. Let me check my playtime for you, Mystic Lion.
I won't warn you again.
4,492. That's not including patch 8 stress test time, which is another 12 hours on top of that. So, 4,500.
You seek reason and dishonor.
You had.
Spare me the.
If anyone
What the cool trick you do with the
I'll
ghost
say
cat.
you were transformed.
Yeah, minor illusion's really good.
Don't expect to be mourned.
Let me up, and I'll show.
But all's well, I hope.
Don't worry, all the
Aside
campers are
from the
level 1.
obvious. But I trust we can all see that you have an interesting definition of friend.
I speak with animals from Vola.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable.
I have 2 this time, so I have to buy any later. I have 2 Shatter Scrolls. I could use another Haste Scroll. Some of the stuff I planned. Quag without minor illusion is like a squirrel without his nuts. It's true. Minor illusion is really, really good. Now, I do plan on respecking and swapping it out later. Scratch, come here. I want Scratch near Shart so I can get approval for petting him. Well, it can wait. Yeah, I plan on respecking out of Minor Illusion and trying out some of the new stuff. Probably Bursting Sinew for, you know, do a big AoE. If one person dies, then Corpse Explosion to finish the rest.
We've had some rest. Maybe we'll go back to sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
Alright, so we're gonna get Shield of Faith. I don't think I actually need to hit Ethel's well. 40 HP is probably fine.
Well?
Okay, Dareth is selling Timask Spores. I don't see Tongue of Madness, but she's selling Timask Spores. So I don't know what that passionate was about. Potential crisis may be averted. Only started using Minor Illusion because of this channel. I will take the compliment.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Come.
Alright, Guileful Movement, Goblin Camp. So the plan for Minthara is I'm going to make myself unhittable. And then I'm going to ability drain her strength to the point where she can no longer damage me. So she won't try. Then we're gonna knock her out. They're confessing to a new addiction and Quag calls it a compliment. Yes.
I need a quick word.
A requirement for being a streamer is being a little bit conceited, Keta. Just a little bit. Just a healthy amount. Enough to be the person in the friend group that nobody likes, but not enough for there to be a twit longer about you. There's a little gray area there. I'll buy some many target arrows. Never mind, not at those prices. Fuck you. I'll buy one. Light scroll. Do like the idea of that. You have to love the sound of your own voice, but wait, I hate the sound of my own voice. So what are we doing here? I didn't get XP for that. But that does keep the combats divided.
I didn't mean nothing by it, your ladyship. Honest, I didn't.
Never wanted the easy path. Out of sight. Out of
Actually disarm Mandara? Well, that's funny. Didn't think that would work. What did you roll? A 1. Yeah, that'll do it. Fight this. Oh, she hit her head on the table there. No, she's dead. Zerga? Did you see how she fell? No, she's dead. He is not alive.
I'll strike you down. What's hiding here?
Ibuprofen.
How much farther can I go?
Gale does such a cute kiss before the Morphic pool. Yeah, I've seen that one. That is very nice. I do still have 2 arcane shots. And we'll use them up on these guys. Alright, everybody group up. All together now.
Just out of view.
Attack someone.
One day, I'll catch a break.
This one. Gyoza was a shout. Let's go, Cryptic. She got some good food. Almost told me Gale's the vibes where professor tries to sleep with the students and it's stuck with me. Oh no. Does Gale tell his students that they're mature for their age? Oh no. I don't like that.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Thanks for...
You're welcome. Learned it from Mistra.
Time to get going. Time to rest.
Yucky, very.
The heat of the
You ever talk to a dead squid?
the hit your heart seizes. The memory fades. Abuse.
Not much of her soul. Guidance mattered.
Yeah.
She's mounting an...
Seeking a weapon. I wonder if they made an old artifact.
Listen. The Absolute honors you and slays her enemies. The Absolute honors you and slays her enemies. Listen. The Absolute
The Absolute honors you and slays her enemies. It's big if true. going somewhere with this.
Not as bad as it could have. These boots have seen everything. This calls for careful.
Good enough. Alright, we disarmed her, excellent. Go ahead and yoink that. He could use absolute power unarmed. That's funny. Don't need guileful movement anymore. Do I have the mats to make another bloodlust? I do. Let's do that. Switch to that. Piercing arrow going. Another shot. You're frightened. Kill you. Alright, good first turn. It's the most coked out archer build. I'd be mad too, man. He's screaming like he's angry. Okay. I got a cure for what ails you. I'm cucumbered. That won't do. Unarmed absolute power. Alright, he is frightened. Let's reduce your move speed too. Oh, the crit? That's funny. Leadership when you're the last one? Alright, bro. Here, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was stream?
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
As you can see, Arcane Archer is funny. Another solo in the books. Ooh, you finished? That was fast. Good job. What's up next for you?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Sped through Act 3, didn't finish like anyone's quest. Oh yeah. Sometimes you just want to be done with the run. I get it. I do.
Should get started.
Want to finish so I can download the patch. No idea what's next. Gotta look at all this new stuff. Oh, I've been having so much fun with Arcane Archer. Chat, isn't Arcane Archer fair and balanced?
Better not be cursed.
There's nothing to see here. You don't have to make any balance adjustment. They're not going to, but like, you know, that's a good thing.
Breathe quiet.
Needs buffs. Yeah, if anything, it's underpowered.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Trying to shove while he's dead.
These boots have seen everything.
So I don't have Guileful Movement on anymore. I'm gonna focus on the Booyogs. I was worried Arcane Archer would end up like Battlemaster. No, I'm not. Yeah, it's got good AoE from the second you get the subclass. It doesn't have the late game resource problem. Like, you don't stop at 5 or 6 die, you get 10 arcane arrows as of level 10. Also, you have a level 7 interaction that allows you to refund arcane arrows.
Try me.
Basic attacks and special attacks scale with different stats. So the special attacks I'm doing scale with my intelligence. The basic attacks I'm doing scale with my dexterity. That's a juicy group. Do wish I still had resources, but it's okay. I did spend quite a lot on Ragslin. We still have little special arrows. Change that in modifier, assuming it's your default. Assuming it's your spellcasting modifier being never stopped by multiclassing. No. Well, usually no. I've not tested Beleveler. Did I get that right? There are sometimes exceptions to how the game handles it. So it's possible that that works. Like, for example, with Circle of Stars Druid, the Archer form, the bonus action Radiant Damage Evocation spell you get once per turn. If you multiclass into Wizard, it changes to scale off of your intelligence rather than your wisdom, despite the fact that it is from your druid features. And normally the way the game handles it is if it's from a class, it remains the modifier of that class. So it's possible that arcane shots change. I don't think they would. They probably stay intelligence, but feel free to test. I haven't yet. I think the reason why it does what it does with Stars Druid is because the transformation is from your druid features, but then you are granted the ability, so then it checks for your spellcasting modifier. So it's kind of a loophole. Is the high strength stat just for carry weight and throwing people? Well, I just have the Hill Giant Club on right now. There's nothing that benefits me more in the slot at the moment, but yeah, it's for the carry weight. I have 16 strength base. This is because I just like having good strength and flexibility overall. I can choose to use a non-stat stick if I want to. I can jump around. I can push people around. Strength good. Big if true. Bye. That's the exact multiclass I was considering. Interesting starter mod changes to make such a multiclass option. Yeah, that's interaction specifically is something I stumbled into while I was testing Empowered Evocation from Evocation Wizard 10 with Stars Druid 2. Because I wanted to put Empowered Evocation on the arrow, and I noticed that it didn't care about my wisdom being lower at all. It was just like, hey, you're int mod, there you go. So yeah, for that combo, your wisdom would only be necessary for, like, if you wanted to cast Guiding Bolt, I guess.
It's been a long day.
The spider seems the other spider echo. The spider.
But there, I think nothing's changed. Yeah, she was selling Timas spores for me a little bit ago, shame on you. This Bow of the Banshee's so good. Yeah, big lady in the minty fit. Yeah, big lady. Right, and just such a good thing to be able to apply short bow range, for sure. That's a name well done. Credit to Danny. Should have known.
Should be a...
We deal with Palma, and then we'll be all set with the Goblin Camp.
I'll fill that one later. Might be useful.
We'll do a big Mobby Karlak run for a Giant Barb. I imagine a lot of people are, and they are all based.
Let's see.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Should mind my step.
You should drop your weapon. No? Why'd you roll twice? Why'd you roll twice? Oh no, this is Bow of the Banshee. Right, that one's Bow of the Banshee. He's 15-year-old 15. Tragic. What other fights do I have before we rest? Nothing, really. Let's get silly with it. Get weaker. No? Get weaker. Thank you. Yeah, just take more damage. Have even more damage. Good fight. So I totally went Battle Master mode there and just resource dumped, but it's because we're gonna long rest very shortly.
Have to keep going.
Minor Illusion for Magic Initiate? High Elf. I'm playing a High Elf.
Open up.
Any unique weapons you can only get via disarming. In certain runs and restrictions, Silver Sword of the Astral Plane fits that bill.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Red Cap Sickles, though you can get it from their corpses with a little bit of manipulation. Red Cap Sickles are interesting. Instead of 1d4, they're 2d4 damage. So they scale very well with like crit fishing setups. A lot of fun. Yeah, okay, we pet scratch here. Approval. Thank you, boy.
Something's on my mind.
I wasn't expecting it.
Where's Karlak? Karlak's here. Sickle simple weapons? Think so? Think so.
Very glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled things without letting any. You did? Glad to. Thanks. Hey, soldier.
Okay. Let's see who we get attitude with here. It's part of why I didn't get vendor attitude with anyone. Experimental. Doing great on XP. I didn't do any tiefling murder. But meh, I don't need to. Also had an XP light Nautiloid.
A scout, just, and I hear I took a collection from it. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells.
There. Oh, you get Lae'zel approval for resolving it that way. It's cool. Didn't know that. Nope, forgot about Murkon. Whoops. I kind of do that a lot. My bad. So the sun's reflecting right off of object over there, directly into my left eye. I guess the sun is starting to go down.
I saw strength in the shadows.
Great.
So as you say. And so it is done.
Speak to Wrath.
Gotta talk to this bear here for some XP. Gonna jump over, check that chest. So grab the aftercare amulet. We're almost 9 hours in. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Probably go another 2, maybe 3 hours. We might aim for just 12 hours. We'll see. Unless I start getting really tiresome. How's patch 8 day been treating you guys, chat? What's the vibe? Just a light 12-hour stream? Yeah. Can't decide what to play. Relatable. I couldn't decide what to play before stream. And then we did an hour and a half reading of patch notes. And then I decided. I'll be able to play around because work and having 8 different streams up. Oh yeah, I haven't been able to watch anyone's streams because I've been doing the thing.
I cannot imagine taking on a
Just give me the reward, man. Man, Big Lady looks good. Okay, it's been fun. Could start playing until recently. Portrait bugs. It's treating good. Yeah, bugs are unfortunate. Not sure there's an upside though.
I am sorry for... Huh. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know what... But he...
Fuck you, Nettie. I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. Oh, everyone makes mistakes, but hey, what about that other timeline where I saw you casting flaming spheres at refugees? What about that? Did you not know what to do there?
Here we go.
You did what? Oh yeah, if Quag gives the order, Gage, every single one of the druids, with the exception of Wrath, will just start attacking the tieflings. Nettie participates. Wrath is the only one who defends the tieflings. So between that and the whole poisoning you thing, Nettie goes in the trash. The rest of my evening will be downloading the patch, uploading Landroid VODs, then hopefully playing. Nice. Shark can hold Faithbreaker for now. Can't wait to get home and try it. Very exciting day.
It might be time for another.
So I'm leaning, running around with Sorrow, just so I have a bonus action Thorn Whip as a good combat opener. I like the idea of that in this setup. I gotta manage carry weight, though. Carrying around way too much shit. I don't strictly need to keep a trident around for disarm, because I took the meme feat. But I'll do it anyway. That'll do it. I don't see if my game's broken. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I'm crossing my fingers, toes, and butt for your game's structural integrity. Best of luck. F5, because it's been a minute. Okay, yeah, let's see if we got meaningful attitude increases with anyone.
You saved us. I wish I had better, but this is all I
Alright, none with damage. Way to get my hopes up, patch notes. I said corrupted update files. Does it a full reinstall? Uh-oh. We'll check Roland's attitude at the party, I guess. Or Lazel's new character portrait looks like she's on a Skype call. She's a new portrait. No, she's had this one for a while. Bit offset. Your portrait of characters in your game can change depending on like where you have them when you level up. So maybe that happened to you.
Patience. Behold.
Yeah, I didn't get added with fucking anybody. What are you talking about, Larry? You don't get shit.
Adoring applause? You're too kind.
Remember when he could barely cast that?
They grow up so fast.
Never have I
Daily
met
reminder
such
that George cooked with
trumpet
Roland.
Now, pass the wine.
Great character, great performance.
Make haste. I would have words with you.
Try to raise Karlak this run.
I'm a good potato. I like.
Okay. Be big ladies together.
I love you. None of that poetic stuff. Something like goblins swarmed, but we
Previous patch 7 playthrough saves work the new patch. It would be wisest to assume that things are not gonna work perfectly well when going from patch 7 to patch 8. Usually patches break stuff.
Who will you see?
At the very least, expect certain changed enemies to not be fully affected by the new patch. And then assume that your mods will not work. A lot will, but assume that they won't. And know that most UI mods will not work at all.
Your heart skips a beat. What treasures might this night bestow?
Hey, a soldier. I think everyone's asleep.
Might have said one thing in my group defense. It's possible, Tinny. You have any mods on? Currently completely vanilla.
I've been waiting for this all night.
Actually. I just wanted to make sure everything worked.
How good life is.
Hey, Nico. How am I doing? I'm doing well. How are you?
Thank the gods. I was afraid I was the only one. 10 years is a long time to be trapped in the hells. 10 years without a kind word. A touch. When I look at you, I feel real again. Alive. Gods, I want to ride you till you see stars.
Oh. That's what I think I'll do too. I'm gonna start a new run with my sister later. Enjoying watching your stream. Thank you so much. I hope you and your sister have a great time. Don't ask me twice, let's go.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't tease you, or myself. I'd give anything to touch you, but I can't. Not until I can be sure I won't burn you. I'll turn you to charcoal. Guaranteed. We can try, but don't hurt those pretty lips of yours.
Ride horses with you as friends? Oh, okay.
Heavily in my future plans.
That makes sense. Good, you tried stress test? Released today? Like a new run? Yeah, I was on the stress test for a little bit. This is release patch 8 I'm playing on right now.
Wait, no! Are you alright?
Worth it.
You have no idea. If I weren't so worried about killing you, I'd be in a puddle on the floor.
I'd say this patch came just in time. Current fighting game in the toilet's current patch. Hey, I'm glad it's giving you something to do, Stoner.
On that.
I trust you in it with luck and the oath.
Hey, you. This is clever.
Gotta use the short water so we can kiss Big Lady.
Come here.
Duplicating tadpoles is the first tadpole give you 2 every subsequent. Every subsequent.
Are you alright?
Is. So, the way it works is it'll give you 1 for each tadpole. And then you individually drag each of the ones you're duplicating from the container to your inventory. And upon doing that each time, it'll be consumed and add 1. We're up with Aaron. I didn't check Aaron. But I'll check that.
I hope that's true. You have your fun with the others till then. I don't mind. I will.
We'll check Aaron. It's good or hella buggy from what you saw in the stress test? It's like, it's not more buggy than patch 7. I wouldn't call it less buggy than patch 7, but it's not more buggy. At least from what I've seen so far. Granted, I'm still very early in the game.
You scattered the goblins.
No attitude with Aaron.
Finally returned to this corner of the Sword Coast. Thank you.
5 gloves of missile snare. Certain Gith-related activities. Let's get ready for Shadow Curse lands, I think.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask.
We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Stick with Banshee. I think I actually like Herald. What's upcoming. Though, you can frighten shadows. Herald's more damage, but Banshee's more sensible right now.
Well?
Stick with Banshee.
Might be enough to cover rent.
Never a dull moment.
Come.
It'd come. There's one group of goblins I want to kill for Warg Fangs. Excuse me, for Warg Fangs before we move on.
Anything of use? The path lies before me.
Oh no. Command's actually updated. Alicia, did you do that? Pretty funny Twitch anecdote reminds me of. Hit me. I'm asking because in my no looting run, I used my one and only tadpole, had the inventory of someone who carried a tadpole open, accidentally click space, and now I have 3. I want to use only the first. Was there anything truly significant if Halcyon dies in the portal? The endgame buff from Halcyon and Nathaniel in Act 3. You can still complete the Act 2 quest, by having Oliver rescue Nathaniel himself after the fight, but you lose out on, the buff in Act 3. So, not really anything truly significant. Superman. It's criminal to never let us romance Ethel. Cowards. Yeah. It's okay. We'll get through this together.
These big gopes could guard the place themselves. Let us off the hook.
With haste. Hope this ends well.
I had a question. Does Enlarge make Spirit Guardian's range bigger? Anyone tested it? Doesn't, to my knowledge. I don't think it would, but I cannot say with confidence that it doesn't, because I had never thought about it. You're thinking because the character is bigger, the VFX would be bigger. Even if the VFX is bigger, that shouldn't affect the actual range. But I can't say with 100% certainty that that doesn't work. Redneck from Hell. Worth testing. Highly doubt, but worth testing. But he has a catchphrase on his channel where he says, "Come on," since he's Waka, all his shit is drink related. Making merch. Like I'm in a purple shirt and white derby font set.
What's inside?
Come on. Nice. It's 3 meters around you. Big size could be a bit bigger. It's still a 3-meter radius. So, like, the VFX will account, but, like, the actual damage dealt is still going to be in a 3-meter. It's just a 3-meter thing with you being the center. It is not 3 meters starting from around you, if that makes sense. It's just you are the anchor point, and it's 3 meters. Think I explained that okay?
Let's see.
Kind of insulted you didn't die in the first shot, to be honest, friend. Hey, what if I just reset the combat? Explains fun? Hey, I'm glad you're having a good time. Think about best looks for Radiant Orb, Crown Paladin. So, it's gonna depend on the situation. You know, you probably know anyway. I stay away from the word best. because it tends to leave out context. Like, if you're in a multi-target scenario, Bloodlust is great, especially if you're running around with Spirit Guardians, right? You secure one kill, that gives you another action to do lots of other things with, but maybe your accuracy is an issue for your actual attacks you're doing, and maybe you also want to improve your concentration saving throws at the same time, so then you'd want to go Heroism. Maybe you have good saving throws, but you want to protect against that Nat 1, so maybe you go Peerless Focus for advantage to keep that Spirit Guardian's concentration going. Maybe you want Viciousness to up your crit rate. Maybe you want Cloud Giant for the extra jump distance and the carry weight and accuracy and, you know, all the associated perks. Maybe you want Colossus for the raw damage because your strength is already high. Maybe you want Tadpole Elixir for a source of advantage whenever you use a Tadpole power. Like, it's going to depend on what your needs in that fight are. I highly encourage being flexible with your elixir use. I've been using a bunch of different ones. Colossus for when I want raw damage, Bloodlust for when I want area clear. Those have been my main two in this run so far. Yeah, they seem to have changed the behavior of Elixir of Bloodlust. It now seems to just think, okay, Call the Weak triggered, close enough, you get your action. Whereas that was not really the case outside of very specific damage things before. So, that's cool. Technically, Call the Weak got buffed in this patch, it seems. Heroism makes the most sense. Never run with Spirit Guardian. This was 24 hit makes the most sense. It could, sometimes. But, like, let's say you're in a situation where your goal is to make sure enemies don't get the opportunity to even try to compromise your concentration. Well then, like I mentioned before, Bloodlust, action economy. You mow down that first enemy, and then that gives you that extra action. Icon on my hotbar, you spotted the shitpost rocks, huh? Might be stupid if I start a sorcerer and pick my spell and go to cleric, cast a modifier that sorcerer spell wisdom now, or does it remain charisma? It remains charisma. In almost all cases, things remain the spellcasting modifier of the spellbook they're in. So, like, if you picked up a spell from sorcerer, it's charisma. Even if your spellcasting modifier later changes to wisdom. Or vice versa. But it's really hard to not use Bloodlust Elixir for 90% of fights. It's extremely efficient. I am a big Bloodlust fan. Oh, Gribbo's still alive? Gribbo, how did you escape my notice? Gribbo's just chilling. Dueling fighting style combo with throw? Yes, if you are doing sword and board, or if you're in any weapon configuration where dueling is currently active and would benefit your melee, it does apply to your throws. So dueling is +2 damage on throwing if you're going sword and board, which is very, very good. It's one of the earliest examples of how you can beat out the output of, say, a returning pike with a regular-ass dagger. You could do, let's say, dueling fighting style with Hill Giant Club and a Colossus Elixir. More damage than returning pike with a regular dagger. And no chance of your XP being stolen.
What's in here? Another step forward.
Disclaimer, that returning pike set up the hypothetical that I'm referring to is like the, you know, standard, I'm gonna use Hill Giant pot all the time type deal. I didn't interact with the Gith near Joaquin's Rest, like, at all. We keep it that way for a bit, it's funny. Didn't recruit Gale yet, but that's also fine. I can do that later. Someone zoom in.
Breathe deep and move.
Right. Stick with Banshee. Put light on it.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Stick with Caustic Band here. Do I have a haste scroll? No, I don't have an extra. Ah, I used the second one on Joraxlin, right. Okay, that's fine. We'll do Crusher's Ring instead. Fleet Fingers. Already disgusted by Giant Barb. Nice, Irish. Another thing about Throw Barb, your Raging can't concentrate, which means you don't get a damage source other setups get. No Hex, no Hunter's Mark, no Crusader's Mantle, no Strange Conduit. Technically, Strange Conduit in Act 3. If you give up your glove slot. And also your ability to move.
I've never seen darkness like this before. It's unsettling. But if this is the way to Moonrise Towers, then this is the only path I've got.
Concentrate using 4 element stuff technically. That too. Actually, yeah. So, is your concentration broken when you start raging? Maybe you'd have to do it after you start raging.
Watch the shadows.
I let them get too far up here.
Who's there?
Big lady, woman at arms, I mean you no harm. Woman with arms, more like. Looking body, how do you click or hold shift? Seems like your text faster than mine. I click in the first last item. I'm hitting spacebar for take all. A lot of the time. One action here. Do I happen to have a holy water? I do. stuff you send to camp. Ugh. I don't quite understand the question still, I'm sorry. Non-raging wild hearts last berserker throw, it's not close. It's true. Arrow ran away from the shadow fish? Proud of him. Hey, I'm trying to ping the invisible shadow with my mouse keybind and I can't. I wonder if... Ah, they fixed that. Good for them. Can I still do this though? They didn't fix that. Listen, they tried. Can I say things about Giant Barb? Rather find out yourself? You can keep it slightly vague. That would be cool, but yeah, feel free. Maybe it's that ping on that keybind just isn't working at all right now. No, it works there. Maybe they just removed portrait pinging? Because before they removed portrait pinging on the default keybind. Now it seems to be gone entirely.
Well, keep your torch.
Our money survived. I mean, I guess the Harpers survived or whatever. How to explain on Dead Goblin, you loot the gold, you double click. Yeah. Oh, to select everything that's left, I'll shift click. Shift left click. You don't have to do the step of click on the first item, hold shift click on the last. You can just click on, like, hold shift click on the last, and it'll select anything to the left of it.
What's hiding here? That dead bird's been corrupted by the shadows. Would be wise to leave it alone. That should work.
Herbs have evasion. What's the 7 are we? Not very. Only 15 hours to go? Oh no.
Bad way to go. I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Torn on Shadows or a Giant Barb. Both of those sound fun. Well, they patched Panty casting, I'm devastated.
What's that?
Remember, they've claimed to have fixed panty casting before. So, grain of salt, and also, who gives a fuck? Remember, always cautioned against becoming dependent on exploits.
Best be on my way.
If you've become dependent on exploits, that's a you problem. Take the opportunity to learn more shit. About playing a really big Shadow Sorcerer who likes to rage, I love the concept. You're cooking. Let's have Big Lady turn into a drow here.
Yeah, we're boss.
Your stream, thanks, GG. Absolute protected me. Yeah, give me the lantern. Yeah, go away.
This is not Her Majesty's will.
Drow stuff. Yeah, bye. So they did buff Karnas in patch 8. Spindleweb Skepticism is now a 6 AC penalty instead of a 4 AC penalty.
That'll fill my pack.
You know,
This lantern only lights the way when I did me a good turn there, didn't you? Protect your.
Pixie. Not what I expected to run into in these parts. Alright then.
Elemental Cleaver's a lot of fun. I bet. Giant Barb sounds cool. My issue with Giant Barb is, kind of my same issue with non-Wild Heart Barbarian subclasses. In that so much of your class's value is connected to raging. And I'm not the kind of player who likes long resting after every 3 combats. But that's just me. Still torn on Stars Druid, Death Cleric, and Hexblade. Might have to roll a die tomorrow to decide. Yeah. I've got so many runs I want to do, so... Yeah, I gotta decide what I want to run in my co-op with Mark. Gotta decide what I want to run in my co-op with Gage. Those will both be coming up soon. Death Cleric really high on my list. It was first on my list until I really latched on to Arcane Archer.
Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
The mods are my favorite mods. I like ones that don't affect gameplay. So cosmetic mods mostly, but also sort of informational ones. Like I like mods that show which origin your dialogue option came from, if you have an origin specific dialogue option. I think that's cool. I like meme stuff, like giving Raphael cat ears because I think it's funny. Making Gortash bald. Stuff like that. Part of the appeal of my content is that I challenge run in a version of the game everyone has access to. So, keeping it gameplay that everyone has access to most of the time allows people to kind of take applicable knowledge from my runs. You guys think it'd be good Death Cleric just pure class it? Why not pure class it? I mean, you could of course do something like an 8-4 split, 8 Death Cleric, 4 something else for archery, which is something I'll probably do. But yeah, just why not pure class it? Jahira is that I'm big lady, and I assure none of you none of this is necessary. Not a true soul.
What in the hell is that?
I don't want a Clarcher. You should Clarcher, Danny. Do Death Cleric Clarcher. Hell, you could even make that 4-dip like one of the new classes as well. You could do Death Cleric Hexblade or Death Cleric Arcane Archer Clarcher. You know? Do Stars Druid and then you have the bonus action Radiant spell that's archery flavored. And then you have your action attack. Like, you got lots of Lots of options.
Stock up while you can.
I feel about 10
I
Blade
only
Singer,
have
2
got
Eldritch
enough
Knight.
to see us through.
I think that's what I'm going to run. Arcane Archer? Yeah, Arcane Archer. Ooh, Bussy. Tally's selling Bussy. I could use some Bussy. We'll bag up the Bussy.
Take care now.
Yeah. There's more where that came from. This place gives me the creeps.
Stone. There's seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
I wish we had a bloody
Each
army.
sight narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
An 822 Death Cleric, Spore Druid, Hexblade. That's cool, Tyloops. I like that. A lot of necrotic damage going on there. You get the Hexblade stuff? Yeah, I like it. First time seeing Gortash, boy, I was laughing. It's always described like a really mannered and handsome man. See a 45-year-old divorced Final Fantasy enjoyer with heavy bloodline addiction. Yeah. Show Harper Skywin stats? Oh, yeah, sure. 16 decks now? She didn't have 16 decks before, did she? Thought it was 10 decks, 16 strength? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different character. Wait on me? Okay, so what are you multi-classing for? Drew. The thing is, when multi-classing from Wizard is one of the more flexible multi-classing options, because with spell scribing, as long as you have combined spell slot progression, you could still get access to like your 6th level spells and stuff. So you have a lot of options. I would say, for Wizard multi-classes as a whole, I am a big fan of having that combined spell progression to get 6th level casting. So that means you could do, doesn't necessarily have to be 11 Wizard, you could do like 8 Wizard, 3 Cleric, and that still gets you there. Eldritch Knight is a 1/3 caster, and you don't get that till level 3, so you won't get your 6th level spellcasting there. The most you can deviate is you could do 10 Wizard and then 2 in either Ranger or Paladin, because they're half casters, and that would still get you there. So patch notes confirmed the real Sky was the Shadow Curse one. So like, it depends on what you're actually going for. I can't tell you what you want. What does Blade Singer not have that you are trying to get from multi-classing? Probably silly question. Would be annoyed at all. Multi-class, another one of the new subclass may co-op. No, not at all, Gage.
And if you find it, bring it to me.
I found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Now, did they fix this?
Need anything?
Nope. Found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Hang on, damn it.
anything?
Found this metal in a place called Grimforge.
Need anything?
Let's find some
This is something
masks.
that's already fabricated. There.
Need anything?
Darkfire shortbow, I'm a fan of it. It's a +2, gives some good resists. But I've been using the haste spell a lot more recently, with hitting AC cliffs where things can't hit you at all. It has a lot of value. Dave Flawed held us to sell the land Tarb, I think. Still encumbered, though. Bactrick still works in patch 8. The one that I use, yes. I don't use a give me all your stuff for free bag trick, though. I just put items on layaway for me to buy later. I was thinking I might do 5 Arcane Archer and go straight for 7 levels of Swashbuckler subsequent run. Hey, that sounds stylish.
was joking this
I think Blade Singer just falls off after 8, 9.
Yo,
Why?
listen to me.
Whenever you just get your next Blade Song point. But, like, remember, you're still getting regular wizard progression at that point. Beyond those, feel a multi-class would open doors to new spells, Eldritch Knight particularly. So, Eldritch Knight doesn't get spells that Blade Singer doesn't, Drew. Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster pull their spells from the wizard spell list, which Blade Singer already is. You're not actually getting any new spells. There's a case for going into different casting classes to pick up more spells, but that one wouldn't give you anything. You could go into Cleric. Cleric has a lot of good first level spells that you don't have access to as a wizard. Sorcerer gets a couple like that as well. Druid you could use your Druid slots to take care of your ritual spells, for example. You could take Druid gets subclass at 2, so you go Circle of Spores there, and then have Symbiotic Entity and Halo of Spores, which is pretty good. Or you could go land and pick up the Druid equivalent of Arcane Recovery charges, so you have more overall spell slots by going into that land Druid dip. But I would say it sounds like you're most likely looking for a Cleric dip here is going to be the cure for what ails you. Because then you could go something like Tempest Domain and pick up heavy armor proficiency as well. Now, you wouldn't necessarily want to use that because of the nature of Blade Song, but it's simply an option. War Domain, Death Domain, Tempest Domain all get martial weapon proficiency, so you could dip for those reasons. The enlarge from Giant Barb works like the one for big boys and Giant Slayer, so it stacks with Colossus. That's cool. So you can get to huge size.
It was a good harbor. I think
So I'll appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. First observations of the damage line at the patch was referencing shit all Crater's Wound's still insane. Yeah. Dollar is still the same. I don't know what it was for. Did you test Titan strings specifically? Because if we go by their MO in the past, squeaky wheel. So we gotta look at the popular things first. Madness doesn't have anything I care about at the moment.
Have a gander at the finest stock. We need to talk.
I don't really feel like dealing with the bonus fists. Slacking on XP throughout this run. It's fine though. Kind of why I tried Crater Listalo first. You know, as popular as that should be, especially with, you know, people who are definitely in the mainstream, such as Morgana, talking about the value of those things. I think that part still gets underappreciated in the face of things like Titan String. I'll check Titan String and Special Arrows first. I check Sightlines without sneaking. I'm holding Shift for that, Bakerly Gaming. It'll show sightlines and obscurity level of where you're looking. Think about Arcane Archer 6, Blade Singer 3, it would have level 3 spells. No, you wouldn't. You would have second level spells. Remember, Arcane Archer is not a caster. Side string's the same. Unsurprising. Amount of times you use a bonus action to check. Hey, we always love learning new things, right? Sorry to be the bearer of good news. Gazan, you wouldn't have third level casting. Third level casting, you would need 5 wizard levels. I'm a pure class Arcane Archer. I don't have any spell casting. Like, I don't have spell slots. $200 just now realized this. It wasn't until I was like 500 hours or something and the gauge told me you could rotate items that you're dragging. Like doing this.
Crates and caravans.
Didn't know it was
Where tolls were collected.
Always learning new stuff. Oh, I totally forgot to get the last light exploration spot before Jaheira could. Oh well. Doesn't matter. I'm slacking on XP. It's fine, I don't need it all.
Softer than a whisper. What path lies before me?
Rotate, control the scroll wheel? Yes, Wincy. That's correct. Artist did get buffed in patch 8. We'll fight him straight up on another run. I'm an archer. I'm not interested in that right now. Frightened and still walking around. That's crazy. Cheating game.
At the ready.
We're close. I can feel it. The
Rotate dragged item. Scroll wheel.
Its power
Okay.
is strong here.
They're locked up in the cult's fort.
Sounds this may be your best.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
We'll help out well. Gonna skip the XP from the extra zealot too.
One blessed like my...
You'll find Z'rell in the...
Hey, hopefully Minthara works this time.
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover the secret of the absolute.
Doors almost were.
Want to see you through the main door. If you have
Merkel and 9, I dare you. Maybe. Let's go through this run super fast.
The absolute needs prove it. Who's singing your name?
Fair option for advantage.
Want anything from my stash? You pay less than the rest.
Alright, I'm gonna want to start buying short rest potions from him. Big Boy's Shoe Toy could be really good on this. Is that enlarge? Pretty desirable. If I use that enlarge, then I could have Bloodlust Elixir active and just do my piercing shot spam bullshit. That's fun. We got a lot of stuff we want to sell this guy. Start taking care of that. Got an inspo back from trading with a vendor I have high attitude with. Can't believe I didn't notice the extra maneuvers ad for the longest time. Because you assume an item's just gonna have so many things it can do, but like an item like Big Boys, you just keep finding more. It's pretty great. Can sell the Everburn Blade. It's been trashed for quite a while. Been rotten in the camp chest. Wielding grants 1 AC. Defeat does. This way to get decent AC without heavy armor or shields, a mage armor. High dexterity with mage armor. And Oracle, welcome in. Let me know if I got your name horribly wrong.
Breathe quiet.
Best be on my way.
There's a parasite in that corpse.
Pretty wide arrow, it's real good. Cast Crown of Madness on a Flaming Fist instead of attacking other fish, threw a javelin at Mishka the cat, and then another one the Dragonborn civilians is upsetting. Lore accurate Flaming Fist. All fists are bastards. Piercing shot Hadoken? Yes. Did he do her thing in there? Price of no one, Scarlet Saturation still in the game. Oh, thank you for checking.
Sent for an audience, and not a single one came back down from the tower top. Must have been unworthy.
First time you go down to the prison here, those scrying eyes cross paths. Shout out to Mark the Power Hour for that strat. Going down there with the Shatter Scroll. It's a real easy way of dealing with them.
Enjoy the view.
If I get Harmonium Halberd and Mirage Potion, I can throw them without expending resources. Yeah, we'll wait on that, I guess.
Time to get going.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Get a necrotic resist elixir anywhere.
Jahira didn't say. If you're here to say. Carl and Leo are taking him. You.
Right. Jump, featherfall, sharpness.
Is that Roman? I thought he had better sense than this.
Why did you think he had better sense than this, big lady? Surprising no one to play his piercing shot. Well, that's the fight.
Damn it all! Instead, I found.
Hey DB Raymond, have you noticed if any of the enemies got some of the new classes? Not that I've seen so far. Gotta be honest, with Arcane Archer, fights really haven't lasted long enough for me to make an accurate judgment there.
Moving in. Anything of use? Just out a few.
Remember by picking up gloves. Yeah, seems right.
Time to press ahead.
Did they just change this one's clothes? This is definitely still Harper Skywin, just with a different blouse. I guess. Let's take that bow. Shoot out that. Drip update, or the Arcane Archer feature skills you like the most so far. Piercing Arrow, I'm obsessed with. It's so good. There's a thing we get at level 7 that I'm gonna have a lot to say about once we get there. So we have that to look forward to.
Let's get this over with.
You were frightened. Crit miss. Now you're frightened. You see, he's still shredding. It's so fun, Elena. This class, I really like this subclass. Now, I do still think Eldritch Knight is, like, pound for pound, probably stronger. But, like, it's not always about raw power. Like, this is fun and very viable.
Time to get going. I'm
So
exhausted.
much control? Yeah.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Consider making my Drow, Death Cleric, or Shadow Sorcerer. Both fun ideas.
Sorry. Knocks the wind right out of me. Still can't find him. Levi, just till you find Mum and Pop. So.
Can't risk being an open view. Don't mind if I do. What's that?
Yeah, you can just loot that sarcophagus through the bars. Very amusingly.
I'll take that. What's inside?
I'm thinking, Gortash's bow might be pretty good on Arcane Archers. Heavy crossbows have, a good damage die. Gortash's bow has a bonus action, it's a much weaker shot, but it does apply a Radiating Orb, and, it is something to do with a bonus action, if you aren't using another thing we're gonna get. Something that crossed my mind. Don't need this many Thieves' Tools on me. Certainly not helping the weight. We could go for Malice Thorn pretty early on, in all honesty.
Piles of bodies. Very old, by the looks of them.
A new grave, I've grown quite fond of you, you know. It would be pointless.
Never
of me
clicked
to
attack
try to
here.
buy
I still haven't
you
figured out
if chances
what that
are
does.
many, in truth.
Command Grovel from a fist just made Karlach start spinning like on a dance floor. Oh no.
Here goes nothing.
Cleric spec is so good. I bet. Cleric as a whole is awesome and underappreciated. I'm sure Death Cleric is going crazy.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Cleric remains my favorite class in this game. So, I hope that says something about how excited I was to play Arcane Archer, that I'm not playing a Cleric right now. What does Toll the Dead do exactly? It's a saving throw based effect, so think like Sacred Flame. That does necrotic damage if the target fails, and it does more HP. It does more damage if the target is not at full health. So the default damage value it lists is what it does if the target is not at full. It lists a second damage value on the card. That is what you get if they are fully healthy. The second one is less. So the idea is you weaken things and then you click Toll the Dead at them. Is the enema try? Thanks for explaining it. Yeah, no